got my tea. I'm pumped as heck. I don't have enough space. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Beautiful. Hi, I am on time today. I am on time. Isn't that crazy? I got ready a little early today and then I ended up right on time. Music distracted me. As always. Laurel, thanks so much for 10 months as well. Hang on, chat is out of position. I have to move you guys back to your spot. There you go. Beautiful. Thanks so much for the Prime. Enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing. Thank you for supporting the stream. Almost a year! I know, I can't freaking wait. Speaking of anniversaries, gamers, this Thursday, we're starting a little early. I'm like celebrating now. I'm like letting you guys know. There's gonna be a party, and it's gonna be an Elden Ring party. It's gonna be we're gonna be doing the same thing that we're doing. What are you gonna gift us? Excuse me, I'm gifting you juicy, delicious, fresh content. What more could you possibly want? It's the Streamversary. Wait, I said it wrong. Start over. Rewind. Back we go. It's the Partnerversary. We're celebrating on May 14th. 5 years ago, I made Twitch partner. So we're gonna be partying. We're just gonna play Elden Ring with a bit of a theme. Maybe I'll have my party hat on. It'll be forever memorialized with the lore run. So I'm very excited. Hello, Swooping. How's it going? Best lore keeper on Twitch? Yeah, I honestly, yes. Also, yes, the hat. I have a purple hat. I think, wait, no, I don't have a purple one. We'll have to help, you'll have to help me pick a color. Maybe green? Do I even have green? Let's see what party hat colors I have. Hang on. I found them. These are my party hats. I have all these colors. You gotta plan your outfit for a party in advance. You know this. So we got orange. We got green. Oh, that's turquoise. We got turquoise. We got blue, yellow, orange, red, but it's like a pinky red, pink, and baby blue. Whose birthday is it? Twitch partners. Me. I have a lot of hats. I got a package of hats and I've been using new ones. I'm feeling yellow. So we can be the lord of all that is golden? I don't know. I just feel like yellow is a very Elden Ring-y color. So like that, looking good. This is like a sample. I'm not gonna wear it right now. It's a preview. I think I'll get that ready. Boom. Oh no, it's captured my pen. I'm on the Elden Ring again. I'm doing great. Were they like this or were they upside down? Who knows? Okay, we're ready for Thursday. Get ready to party. Do I have anything that will match yellow though? Yay, I'm excited! It's really just an excuse to celebrate, and everyone in chat gets a party hat emote, so it's very exciting. And like I mentioned, it is literally the only event in the entire year that I can celebrate that isn't within a week of Christmas. So, you know, it just... At least we can party. Because in December, it's my birthday, Christmas, Streamversary, New Year's, and that's like everything there is to celebrate in an entire whole year. It's exhausting. We get partied out. But now, May. is gonna be May. Hey, thanks for the follow. All right, let's touch wood? What the heck? Isn't that like an anti-jinx thing? Or am I missing a meaning? All right, we're gonna hop into Elden Ring because I want to play Elden Ring. It's really that easy. We're hopping right in media res, gamers. I'm really excited. Whoa, this is trippy because I was just playing Night Rain. It looks the same, but yet different. It's not, oh. I was just playing Night Rain, sorry. Okay, all right. So what we're gonna do next, Liurnia, let me think. Oh, I made notes. Past Wraff made some notes to future Wraff. Alexander Door. Yes! Oh, I'm so smart. And Boc. We have to go get Boc. I've been forgetting. So, real quick, we're gonna go back to Limgrave because there's two things that I forgot to do, and all of them were Boc. You play off stream? I'm recording Remembrances. So, off stream, yes. What did I ping? Oh no. She's pinged something, but she doesn't know what it is. Shit. It's that away. There. Okay, goodbye. Alright. Which remember this is have you done just Wilder? I have time for like one game per day, so it takes some time. You follow a guide to do lore runs? No, I just go from memory. I've done this before, so it's like, it's a little bit like riding a bike, but it's a little bit like riding a bike where you also fall off your bike and you go, ow, fuck. But you're mostly okay, so you just get back on it and keep on going. I don't have a good memory for a lot of things, but routing, fortunately, pretty good. Ooh, Beeble! Okay, how did I do this before? Isn't it like you stand here and you just wait for it and you just... Now. Okay, not now. Shit. Okay, and then now. Okay, we're not even close. Let's just wait here. Let's be patient. And then do I have... What is my Ash of War? Definitely not Lion's Claw. Oh, I have an idea. Okay. And then when it comes, we pebble it. We pebble it. Pebble straight, like this. Aim. Ready. Fire. Fuck! I think the idea was sound. It's just the execution. Okay, let's try. Maybe crouching? Usually watch on YouTube. I'm gonna give Twitch a try. I'm telling you. Welcome to the Twitch side. Okay, it doesn't work because when you cast spells, you stand up. Okay. That's fine. I understand. Welcome to the Twitch side. We have animated emotes. Chat, can we get some Wraff donks and Wraff squids and other assorted... Fuck. Maybe a... Oh, that's gonna be better. Yeah, okay, okay. We don't have those on YouTube. I think animated emotes are goated. Thank you, Master MPS, for showing the large version. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. And then... Oh, beautiful. First try. Oh, actually, while we're here, we've seen these before, but I want to kill one to hopefully get a uterus, which is a weird sentence, but yet true. Hey chat, does anyone remember off the top of their heads where they get Cragblade? Oh, sorry, an ovary, not a uterus. I'm so sorry. Puffy, milky white ovary of a land octopus. Land octopuses eat humans in order to bear young, and theirs is the blood that runs through these ovaries. Holy shit, the implications. Hang on. Yeah, okay, okay. Thinking about consumption, once again consumption, but also it's the clear link of eating humans in order to bear young that I find very interesting. It sounds really, really gross, but that's basically what a lot of other people in this world are doing. Consuming humans. We consume runes, which we get from killing others. We acquire them and then we consume them. And we use them to further our own hopes and dreams and ambitions. Cragblade, wow, Wraff is stealing my build. I actually forgot about Cragblade, but I was like, I'm so sorry, but I need some of your neck meat for lore. Don't look, chat. Considered an especially nutritious ingredient in the south of the lands between. That's odd and specific. Interesting. Okay. Oh, night rain moment. Yeah, remember when I said I was gonna do a strength build? Cragblade with the heavy thingy was my plan, but then I forgot. Until now.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
In boluses. Armor's cookbook. Iron round shield. Land squirts. Okay, not really too interesting lore with these, but still very cool. Broadsword with square off. Not bad, actually. I will consider.
All done? Well, be on your way then.
Goodbye, sir. Did I miss the cave? I was sort of... Yep, sure did. It's right there. Big Vic, thank you so much for 7 months as well. Thank you for supporting the stream. And thank you for choosing to use your Prime here. Welcome back. Game is so pleasing to the eyes. I know. Oh my god, you scared me, Boc. Hey, sweet boy.
It hurts.
Aww.
Oh. What are you doing here?
Bro wants to be painted like one of them French
You
demi-humans.
must leave this place at once. They'll rush in and beat you to a pulp. You'll end up just like me. Oh. What are you doing here?
Okay. I, in fact, will not, because I forgot to do this, and you're supposed to do this earlier, so I will probably simply win. Did I buy the lantern? I did. Eureka! Lots of bones. Yappin' ring time. Yep. This is the last thing I have to do in Limgrave, unless, of course, I forgot something else, which may happen. And we're going to be jumping between Liurnia and Caelid today, getting various things done. That's why I listed both Liurnia and Caelid as the locations we'll be exploring today. I think the next step is going to be... Ooh! Isn't this Old Knight, whatever your name is? Old Knight Istvan. Yes, let's get him in here to show him off. We're going to see him again because we're actually going to be taking him out via an assassination later. Spoilers. So let's just get some time with him soon. He is an NPC we don't get to talk to. He's a summon. He helps us with the fight, and he's... Oh, gosh. Well, we'll get to him, but it's one of those fun Dark Souls-y things, really. And I do say that because we don't get too much of that in Elden Ring. NPCs that we only summon and don't get to speak to. But there's a rich history of them in FromSoft games, and this one's included. He's also really OP and can basically solo this fight on his own. Is he relevant in any way? Like all the NPCs, there is lore with him. Some games will just have an NPC like him and have them be a throwaway, but there is some lore on him. So number one, what we get here is that he's helpful. Because he's a cooperator. So he's interested in helping other Tarnished progress. So he's a good guy. He's helpful. He's not the only one, but that's something that we can get already. Also, the mod, how do I think we're gonna have to do this. There is a little bit more lore to him, not much more than that. But Old Knight Istvan basically describes him. He's OG, he's been there for a long time. The rest will have to wait until we get to the Volcano Manor and Altus, so... That's another thing. I'm going to try to summon everyone that I can because it's fun. And then we got the tailoring tools. And the sewing needle. A large sewing needle curved like a fang. Boc the demi-human's prized possession. A portable set of tailoring tools enables armor alterations at sites of grace. Which unfortunately is a little underwhelming because it just removes capes and tends to lower poise. But there are a few exceptions where it kind of makes something cool, but they're very few and far between. First debut into cosmetic choices? It sure is. Church of Dragon Communion. Examine altar, which has lions on it. We've seen something like this. We've seen this at the Beast Sanctum, which is very interesting that we're seeing it again here, and it's associated with Dragon Communion. Also, that this is at a church, but it's a Church of Dragon Communion, which immediately introduces us to the fact that this is a religion. It's in the lands between, and it otherwise has the same architecture as the churches that so far have been to Marika, but there's no Marika depiction here. Meaning two things. It is, I would say implying, because we can't be sure of this until later, this religion was acceptable in the lands between. They were allowed to worship not in secret. Ritual of Dragon Communion. We'll grab at least one. I think we'll do Dragon Maw, because it's actually really, really good. And one of the best. Dragon Fire. One of the incantations of Dragon Communion. Transforms caster into a dragon to spew flaming breath. Incantation of those who have hunted dragons and feasted upon their hearts. Theirs is a pure and overwhelming power. Also, we need faith and arcane, which is very interesting. So, as you probably saw from that little animation, we literally ate a heart. That's why this costs dragon hearts. We need to eat them. We'll just get the one for now. And now we can return to Boc. Explain the differences between the three types of magic, faith, sorcery, and arcane, and how they work. So let's wait until we get a few more spells. Because I don't think I even have enough to really showcase. Let's see, I have int and faith. Wait, actually I might. Hang on. Faith. Faith and int for, yeah, okay. Faith, faith, faith and arcane. There's a couple more categories I want to get. Before we talk, because I want to give like all the examples. But no, we're not talking about practically, we're talking about lore-wise. We're talking about stats, why they require stats, and what information we can acquire from them. Not like game-wise. That is a good question, though. We will get into that, because that's why I'm pointing out what stats they scale with, because it shows us something. So just in brief, with the examples I have, we'll do like a little taster, because you asked. If it requires int, it requires study. It's really as simple as that. Intelligence is your typical book smarts. You go to a school, you study, you learn, you understand, and thus you are able to channel the spell. Int and faith, or let's do the pure ones first. Int is study. Faith is faith. You believe in something, and you channel that deep feeling of your belief into the ability to cast spells. Arcane's a little nebulous, and keep in mind, my memory of spells is a little mixed because I don't use them very often. I just collect them and read them. But there are a few categories that scale with arcane, and they are nebulous. Like, it's a little hard to parse exactly what arcane refers to in a lore perspective. Now, what I will say, and this is slight spoilers, in terms of something I can't prove yet, that's what I'm calling spoilers this run, is things I don't have evidence for. It tends to refer to things that are associated with the cosmos. Tends to. The exception is dragons. But with dragons, there's an association with blood. And what's very interesting is what we learn from the Lord of Blood is there is a cosmic being associated with blood, right? We'll get to this. The point is, arcane is a little weird, so I'm going to need more evidence to talk about arcane. But let's just talk about faith and int. Those are the two differences. And if they're both, they're actually really cool because, so this is different. This is rank or call. This is of death. So you need int and you need faith. So it is a religion. It's a death hex, sorcery of the servants of death. Hence, the servants of death, they served death. They had faith in it. They effectively worshipped it. But you need an understanding to cast this as well. You need both, and that's what makes it really interesting. Now, this is a spell of Golden Order fundamentalism, and it also requires int and faith. And what this shows us is that to follow the Golden Order and to be a fundamentalist specifically, you need faith, a high amount of it, but you also need the same level of intelligence and therefore learning and understanding. It's perfectly balanced in both. And that tells us something about the leader of the Golden Order fundamentalists. Faith and arcane is interesting because, number one, the faith, the religion, but you still need a tie to something else, which is the arcane. And as you can see, the stat split is also interesting. So faith, you need way more faith. You, like, worship the dragon, effectively. but you also crave its strength, and that's where the arcane comes from. It'll be really interesting when we get arcane, or when we get dragon, hang on, dragon communion and dragon, the other one. I don't have it yet. I don't remember what they're called. Oh, fuck, I'm forgetting the name. We'll get to it. But anyway, even with the spells we have now, we can acquire lore from the stats they require. What's the difference between a sorcery and incantation since it's not strictly int versus faith? Well, it is mostly int versus faith, but there are exceptions. That's basically what it is. Also, the type of channel tool that you require is different as well, but like I said, we'll get to this. We'll do more of a dive when I have more spell categories. Happy anniversary. It's on May 14th. Yeah, we'll be celebrating the partnerversary the 14th, but thank you in advance. Check your character's eyes after eating the dragon heart. I don't think that happens right away. I think it takes a few dragon hearts, but let's take a peek. Okay, let's maybe do it in the light. 1 second. Maybe it happens right away. I could be wrong. I can't tell.
Oh. What are you doing here?
Yeah, I know. We'll end up just like you. Have the sewing needle, sweet boy.
Wait. Is that what I think it is? You got it back for me. My sewing needle.
He's so sweet.
What made you go and do a thing like that? My mum was a seamstress, and that sewing kit was all I had to remember her by. I always wanted to be just like sweet old mum. Then I suppose I can't just curl up and die, can I?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You're very kind. I always wanted to be a seamster like my mum. Then I suppose I can't just curl up and die, can I?
Sweet Boc. Okay, let's go outside. Because maybe it changes right away. I haven't messed with the eyes in a long time. But, yeah, your eyes can change based on certain conditions. Nope, still normal. We need more dragon hearts. We need to consume more dragon hearts, and then eventually our eyes will change. I believe it's 3 or 5. I think it's probably 5. I don't remember. Unfortunately, the problem with the dragon eyes is that it's pretty much overwritten by, like, anything else you do. So it's very hard to maintain dragon eyes. We probably won't see it. Mainly, it's normally overwritten for me by the blood stuff. It makes your eyes red. Dragons make your eyes like dragon eyes, yellow with the slitted pupil. Yep, this is a lore run. We're hunting for lore and talking about it as we uncover it. It's like a story-focused run with new discoveries. Oh, dang! I forgot to go talk to Vare. Find yourself maidenless? Off to Liurnia with you, then. Seek the Rose Church west of the gate town. But we get an emo from this. Okay, Vare. Unfortunately, the Boc quest is hard to remember all the triggers, but I'm hoping I haven't missed some of his locations. There he is. Hey, buddy. I'm glad we didn't mess this up. Fortunately, the game's very forgiving, but because of this, I don't know some of the triggers. Some of his locations are triggered by progressing to a certain point. So he won't appear there, but it's also not necessary for him to appear there. So for example, I get him here almost always, but he will appear right here. Is that the one? Yes, he will appear right here. There's a Grace here. And you can talk to him there and get some additional dialogue. And there's also one in Altus. So I'm going to try to show all of it off because it's actually really neat. And I do want to try to get the "You Are Beautiful" interaction.
Good to see you, Master. Do you remember me? Boc the demi-human. You helped me before and retrieved my sewing needle.
You're so sweet.
Please, Master, allow me to serve you as your seamster. I can't make nothing from scratch, but I'm happy to make adjustments to your garments.
It really just removes the cape. Don't tell me.
Master, I was wondering, do you ever make adjustments to your garb yourself? I would, well, rather you let me do the job when possible, please. I don't ask anything in return, you know, and, well, I am your personal seamster after all.
Man, I wish I had a personal seamster IRL. I'd have him hem my dresses. He's a sweet boy. Eldering depends on too many lore and story. Can you understand too many ways? Yeah, but that's the point. That's what Elderen is about. Common or simple garb. Modest cloth cape. We'll adjust this one then.
Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys. Boc the Seamster, at your service, Master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
What I love the most is how Melina cares about him for some reason. We will talk about that. Wait. No, I think we're good. There is something very important we can glean from Melina through her interactions with Boc. So, he's not kidding, by the way. He doesn't charge anything.
Oh, please.
If you alter your own garments, it takes runes. It's just a nice detail. Like, he really does do it for free when doing it yourself will cost you something. Okay, Boc.
Ready to make adjustments.
Great.
Oh, please.
I might have to look up a couple things for him. I don't remember where the "You Are Beautiful" head is. I want to say it's in Altus, in that village near one of the Rockhead guys, but I don't remember. So that might be something I look up. Especially because we got to do that. Because I want to get that Melina dialogue. It's more important than I thought. Yeah, so what I will say about Melina and Boc's quest is that there is a slightly uncommon and easily missed interaction where Melina gives you some advice on Boc. And it's really sweet. And it shows that Melina's sweet, but it also shows something else. It shows that she connects with Boc because she understands what he needs because it's what she wants herself. And we'll get to that when I show it off because it's touching. If you get the lore, you will definitely hate Mikola the Kind. Yeah, you should. You should hate him. You should understand him. But it's his choices that make him hateable. That's the problem. Hermit Village. Which... Alright, maybe this is just me. I know that Volcano Manor is technically on Mount Gelmir, but I always consider it a part of Altus. So yeah, if it's where I'm thinking, then I think I got it right. Fuck yeah, my memory is good. A little off, because I don't remember what anybody's called, but it's good enough. Oh wait, hang on. Okay, hang on. I gotta do some like Jimmy Neutron brain blasting. Okay. Alexander is... I think I remember. Yes. Okay, let's do that now. Yes, this is important. I hope I remember this. This is going to be a little hard for me to find because I gotta admit, Night Rain has goofed me up on Limgrave a little bit. I don't remember where certain things are. I think it's near where I pinged, so we'll just run from here. Ansbach's description of Mikola and why he terrifies him is one of my favorites. Yeah, absolutely. Is it bad that I think Mikola is right? I mean, the reason that we are supposed to sort of be like, okay, I kind of get it though, is because he kind of has a point. But the problem is, and this is what you have to understand about Mikola, he will regret what he does. Like, it's not good. So even if you're like, no, the age of compassion, I agree with it, brainwash the world, bro, brainwash the world, he will not be able to maintain it. He will very quickly realize he fucked up. If you're not there to put him down, he will be trapped, and it will be suffering for him as well. He will not succeed with his age of compassion. But we'll get to that, like I said. I keep clicking all the wrong buttons. Not even like Marika, worse than Marika. Because he had so many other opportunities to take a different path. That's the tragedy. That's the sad part. I literally played Night Rain like 2 hours ago, so I really am goofing up and clicking all the wrong buttons. Wait. I think... No, I don't know if this is right. Marika wants her children to take any path they choose, but she blocks off... Like, she's sort of interesting because she blocks off the most dangerous places. And that would be the Land of Shadow. Because that is not a path that she wants any of her children to take, because it is the wrong one, because she took it. And she knows for sure. So she's doing a mercy there. And nonetheless, Mikola hurtles toward it. Anyway, we're getting into big lore. It's just because I'm wandering around and I've been thinking about this all day, so it's like easy, but I don't want to talk about this yet. So if you're completely lost, please, I'm sorry. Hey, Zane! Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was Night Rain today? What have you been up to? I miss Night Rain. I miss it right now as we speak. I don't think it's down there. I think it is what I pinged. Lauren going good? Very well. Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Wraff. I just started, as in we are on day 3 of an Elden Ring lore run. It's an updated run with content from... We're close. I remember the troll. Oh, shit, he rolling. Updated content from DLC and Elden Ring Night Rain. Oh, man, I thought it was here. We're close, but we're not there. Ugh. You're mean. I can't freaking find it, and I can't freaking open my map because the troll is freaking mad at me. God damn it, Elden Ring. Is there a mod to make it that you can open your map? Because I would add that mod. That would just be like, I don't care. Hit me in the face. I really don't care. I just want to open my map, okay? Like, I always have aggro. There's always some bitch mad at me, you know what I mean? It's like the way of my life. Thanks so much for 63 months, Saint. Great to see you as always. That's so true. Did you know that if you subscribe to twitch.tv/Wraff, you can get ad-free viewing of this wonderful lore content? That's crazy. Welcome back. I appreciate it so much. Okay. It's near the troll. I remember this. It's just I can't seem to find the path. It might be here. Hang on. Did I check here? I feel like no. Ooh. Oh, oh, found it. It's always a bit of work to find this, and I don't remember where the artist thingy is. We might have to. I might need help finding the artist shack, but we'll get to that later. This tunnel. Okay, sorry. I'm just very excited. Someone's here, and I'm really pumped. I'm like a golden retriever when someone rings the doorbell. Hi! So this, as you can probably tell, is not the right way into this tunnel, especially since you can actually see the pop-up is there. There is no pop-up for the cave here. Because this is the wrong way. Hi, Alexander.
Ah, I hadn't expected to see your face again. Are you heading to the Festival of Combat too? Oh, no need to be coy with me. Judging by the fine wallop you gave the old backside earlier, I would venture you're something of a warrior yourself. The mere thought of such a festival gets the blood pumping, eh? Now, according to my calculations, passing through this road
His calculations
should lead us to the Caelid wilds. But, however you slice it, it seems we've reached a dead end. I'm sorry to have raised your hopes. It seems my calculations must have been off.
I'm something of a warrior myself. And then the fine wallop, and then his calculations. Oh my god, I love him. He's so pure.
I was created to be a warrior vessel. Many great warriors reside within me, ever dreaming of becoming a great champion. It's my destiny, and the reason for which I quest. It is my ordeal, you could say. To test myself, to better myself, to fell ever greater foes. And then, one day, we'll be a single great champion. The greatest of them all. What do you think, eh? How do you rate my chances?
Alexander is freaking goated, and that was also really interesting lore. We learn what he is. Because yes, he is a walking jar. And it's a little like, huh? Now we know what he is. He has people inside of him. All warriors, specifically warriors. But the way it's presented and the way he talks, and there's more evidence to this, it's as if those warriors, I mean, they fell, they died, right? But Alexander gives them a second chance, and he is full of their dreams and hopes, fulfilling them. And he dreams of fulfilling them the same way that they all did, all of them combined. And that is what he is this one entity built of many. And now that we're talking about that, and with some new context from DLC, we'll get to this, but remember what we're talking about here, because this is very, very key. We know a little bit more about the jars because of the DLC, and they are very, very different there. They are made differently, presented differently, and depicted differently. So something has changed. And there's some evidence as to what, but just remember this because this is so important. Both how he speaks of the people within him as if they are a unified force, all working together, versus any other more sinister depiction. Also, look at the tree seal on them. So jars, we talked about this actually last stream. I always call them pots, like pot bro, but he's not a pot, he's a jar. And it is correct, he's a jar because he's sealed and they're airtight. Gosh, I bet he's real stinky. Anyway, the process of fermentation, because that's what you use a jar for, it's actually really interesting. So you can do several things with jars. You can preserve things. That's one thing. This is actually some meta lore, but I really think it's actually super relevant. You can preserve things. So like jam. I have made jam and you use a jar because then it's you know, you seal it, it's airtight, and then you have jam later because you take your fruit, grind it up, boil it, and then it's preserved. So that's one thing. We don't really know if he's a preserving jar, but another thing you can do with jars is pickle. And it's actually really cool. You can use them for fermenting. And fermenting changes the innards into something else. And we also know, and this is what I love about this game, that pickling is very prevalent here because we have pickles. Pickled turtleneck meat, cured meat, although curing is a little different. So that's my sort of wonder. Is he a pickling jar or is he a preserve jar? Is he holding on to... Oh, actually, good question about the exalted flesh. I might not have read that. Hang on. Ah, thank you. I totally forgot to read this. A lump of animal flesh pickled in a medicinal solution mixed with fiery spices. Considered a delicacy in the Badlands, this invigorating repast was for the exclusive benefit of those who they deem heroes. So it really begs the question, did he make this? Probably. So he got the memory of someone from the Badlands. Potentially some tarnish, to be honest. So the jars, like pickling something changes it. You create bacteria that are beneficial that transform the item into something else. So the warriors, they are preserved, but they seem to be changing within him. Like he becomes something different. As he says, oh my god, chat. What he just said, all of the warriors will become one single great warrior. That's actually so telling. Do you see what I mean? Like, for those who know the DLC, like me, are you like... Because I'm like, right now, because that gives us so much context. Maybe that's what his purpose is. There's more to it than he's a jar and he wants to become a warrior. I never thought we'd be talking about, is he a preserving jar or a pickling jar, but that's lore, baby. It takes you to different places. It doesn't allude how willing or not the warriors are, but it is implied they weren't opposed to jarring. Yes, to be fair, some of them may have already been dead, and we do know he doesn't ask first if they're dead already, but I think it's kind of fair to say that most warriors who fell in combat would love another chance. So, he doesn't... And also, we know, and we'll talk about this NPC, less of an NPC and more of an item, but we do know that there are people who spend their entire lives to become a warrior jar. To join a warrior jar, more accurately. They fight for the express purpose of strengthening themselves so that they will be allowed to be one with the warrior jar because they want to be. It's an honor. So the point is there's tons of signs that it's very, very different, and it's not sinister, but we'll get to that. Anyway, let's get some more dialogue about Alexander.
I was created to be a warrior vessel. Many great warriors reside within me, ever dreaming of becoming a great champion. It's my destiny, and the reason for which I quest. It is my ordeal, you could say. To test myself, to better myself, to fell ever greater foes. And then, one day, we'll be a single great champion. The greatest of them all. What do you think, eh? How do you rate my chances?
He says, I, and then he says, we'll be a great champion. A single great champion. That's so interesting. Does not open from this side. He's not kidding. He found the way, but he can't get here. All right, no new dialogue. Thank you so much, Alexander. Love you. Bye. Unfortunately, I think, unless I'm thinking of something else, the dialogue you're talking about, Candy May, we can't get. There is a unique interaction with Alexander. If you don't talk to him at all, if your first introduction to Alexander is after fighting Radon, he has a unique line of dialogue. But he only has it if you don't talk to him. And frankly, I love him. So I only had it once. Like, I'm gonna miss an opportunity to smack that ass. You know what I mean? It's so goofy. Yeah, we definitely know that we'll get more into the jars. We'll get more into the jars because like I said, I'd like to show it while I'm talking about it. I don't know where Gale Tunnel is. Wait. Is it over here that one of you guys... Like, there's a little guy who turns into a big guy? Because I could use that right now. No, it's somewhere else. God, this is the most annoying shit on the planet. Just let me open the map. Thank you. Where is the actual tunnel entrance, though? I think it's here. Yep. Not all warrior jars are warrior jars. However, to be fair, the people of the Erdtree, they have a long warrior's history and spent a lot of time fighting, so it makes sense why there's so many warriors. Also, they're enemies. Although we don't know if they were put into jars. We actually really don't. I think some of them may have been just like delivery jars. To be delivered to the foot of the Erdtree. Or minor Erdtrees, which is basically the same thing. You can't make that. You have to jump here. Also, remember Jar Baron is a child. Like, Baron means child. He's a child jar. So what do you think is in him? Children. But they were not put there by force. Because the pots that were created by force are very different, and we see them. So that's the thing. I want to, like, cement this idea, because I think this is such an underappreciated aspect of the lore. In that in base game, jars are... Well, number one, there is some darkness because they are hunted for their innards, which is very sad, right? So they're... that happens in the base game story. So that's sad, but it has nothing to do with them and their creation. The lore actually tells us that they are actively... They tend to be, like, the best of people. That they're... Everything that embodies the best of people is what the jars are. They are super kind, super sweet, often passive, but hunted. They're poached. However, this is very different from the DLC depiction, and we will get to this, but I want you to remember this and sink it into your mind, because I think so many people just gloss over this detail, because it is easily glossable. But genuinely, I think it's the most interesting thing that shows what the Erdtree actually is and what it represents, and Marika's rule as well. Because be for real, who do you think created the tradition? I think it had to have been Marika. And considering her history with this tradition, why would she keep it? Because she's transformed it into something good. But we'll get to this. Oh my god, I keep trying to Night Rain. Sorry, it's really bad today. Living jars kind of continue the legacy of the Shaman Village. I wouldn't say that because... Well, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Like I said. I love this. This is one of my biggest theories that DLC gave us. And I'm losing my mind over this topic about the jars and their existence and how they are depicted. Is my favorite shit. Yeah, she's... We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Because The difference is that the jars are inflicted on people as a punishment, and it is a form of extreme suffering. The best way to kill a tradition is not to make it, is not to remove it and hide it and make it secret. It is to change it. I think we need a "but we'll get there" counter. It's gonna be 100 billion. I get it. Chat wants to talk about this stuff. Because you guys, a lot of you know the DLC, you know what I'm talking about. You've heard me talk about this before, or you just have played the games yourself. You have your own ideas. But I don't want to go there because I want to keep it structured. So remember this. The Cross Naginata. Oh, interesting. Chat will remember that. I hope you will. Because it's going to be on the test. Take Wraff notes. Materials will also be useful, so I'm sort of taking my time and exploring here. I don't remember what the boss is here, but I do need to get through it. Did I go in a big circle? Sure did. These things happen. Theme of the game, civilizations built on top of civilizations. Yeah. I think that's a very fair thing to say, yeah. It embodies the theme. I think there's also something else too. Yeah, someone else mentioned, I was thinking of this exactly. Saturnalia and Christmas. So like Christmas, the reason we celebrate Christmas in Christianity when we do is because there was a pagan festival at the same time. And in order to, well, imagine you're like, we can't party right now. You have to stay in your homes because it's not our party. We're not allowed to party, Christians. We can't party. And everyone's having a great time. Why would they do that? When they could instead be like, actually, we have sanctified this tradition and it is holy now. And we're celebrating, it's called Christmas now. We'll keep the tree, we'll keep the gifts, we'll keep the partying. And we can have a good time, but it's Christian. Similar idea. Ah! Got one. That's huge. Gree is worn by soldiers who fought by General Radon's side. They're the same pants. Just kind of different color. Oh, shut up, you narc. Party, riot, debauchery. Yeah, it's true. No, you're right. But I'm just saying, they're just synonyms. Easier to replace reform than it is to forbid and hide. Yeah, if you hide a tradition, if you make it, no, it is forbidden, it is secret, people will continue to practice it, but in secret. And what a way to get revenge on a culture that brutalized your people than to take their tradition that was used to brutalize you and the people that you love and turn it into something good so that anyone who uses it in the future will use it the same way. Like, destroy it. Hey, sweetie, I opened the door for you. How are you gonna make it through there? I don't even know.
Oh, good lady. Where did you spring from? This was supposed to be a dead end, I'm sure of it.
Oh no, he's so dumb.
What's going on here? A door from thin air. Well, stranger things happen at sea, or so I'm told. But onward to the Caelid wilds. I suppose my calculations were right all along.
Oh my god.
You should head this way as well, friend.
Like, he's so sweet, but he's so dumb. This is when he truly embodies the strength of Onion Knight from specifically Dark Souls 1. Because in Dark Souls 1, Sigurd. Is this? No, Siegmeyer. I always forget which one's from 1 and 2. They're both Sieg something. Yeah, I think it's Siegmeyer. Anyway, Siegmeyer will sit in front of a gate and just go, and you go up to him and you're like, hi, and he's like, I'm trying to figure out how to open this door. And he just sits there thinking for a long time. And then you open the door and he's like, sick. This is amazing that you get to see his live reaction.
It's time I set off to the festival at Redmane Castle on the southern edge of the scarlet rot blighted Caelid wilds. Doesn't the thought just set your heart aflutter? It's time I set the festival. Doesn't the thought just...
Marika borrows from other cultures for her ends. That's a fair way to put it, but like, the thing is, she is, okay, this is such a twisted way to say this, but she is rather steeped in Hornsent culture. So, like, yeah, she borrows, but it's not really like, oh, I like that, so I'm gonna take it. You gotta admit, she kind of has more of a right to do it than others. Do you know what I'm saying? Good God, let her. Fuck. It's a magma worm, really? I don't love fighting them, but... Whoops. Okay, I might be dead because I miscalculated. No, that is not what I clicked, game. Holy shit. Most killed magma worm in the game? Yeah. Oh, great. What the? Ah, my charge darts used took too long. I thought I had time for that. Can we talk about he had time to start the attack and activate it before I could recover? That's crazy. We're in a bad spot. Oh, okay, that was close. Can you just frick off? Oh shit, I still have Sacred Blade on? Well, I mean... I feel like it's probably free damage, but I forgot I want to take that off after the Death Purge. Oh, does this guy drop Moonveil? Oh shit. I forgot. Wow, that really doesn't do much damage anymore. Goodbye. The forbidden weapon. Nah, I just fucking hate Moonveil. Katana forged of glintstone, masterpiece of a Celian swordsmith. Light enwreaths the blade when sheathed, explaining its Moonveil moniker. Unique skill, Transient Moonlight. Sheath blade, holding it at the hip in a composed stance. Follow up with either a normal or strong attack to draw the blade at great speed for an instant slash attack. Both attacks fire off a wave of light. Oh no, this is definitely the most killed guy in the game for sure, 100%. Chat. Of the people here, how many of you have done PvP? In Elden Ring? If you have done PvP in Elden Ring, then you know what I'm talking about. This is the most killed boss in the entire game. Because approximately, and I'm not exaggerating, 95% of invasions have at least one Moonveil. Guaranteed. It's insane. I once did, I was getting so tired of seeing the same shit that I made a list. Like, I was like, okay, chat, let's write up what we're gonna encounter. And I was like, Moonveil, Rot Breath, Rivers of Blood, and it was like every single invasion had. Sometimes all three. It was crazy. People love that shit. Shut up! No! On my first playthrough, I used it. Like, keep in mind, I'm not talking smack about using it in PvE. In Elden Ring, on my first play, I used it. I didn't know everyone was, like, going on about it. But, like, the main reason was because I was an int dex build. And I decided I would do that, like, a year before Elden Ring came out. And I couldn't find a weapon. I was desperate. I was, like, level fucking, like, 35, and I'm still just glintstone pebbling. And I was like, please, I need a weapon. I'm so fucking sick of spells. Please, God. And then I found Moonveil, and I'm like, well, it scales. And I fucking hated it, but I used it. I just don't like it. It's not even like a... Oh, it's... Everyone uses it. It's not cool. I don't give a shit about that. I just don't freaking like katanas. Or the unsheath thing. I fucking hated it. And then the moment I found another int dex weapon, swapped and never looked back. And it just so happens it's my baby. The Wing of Estelle. Whoops. Oh, that's not how you... Okay. I love the Wing of Estelle. I fucking love that thing. Moonveil overtook Rivers after the Rivers nerf. In my personal experience, Moonveil was always more prevalent. But there was a ton of Rivers. It was often, like, I'm saying that, there was often, like, one Rivers and one Moonveil in a gank. And then the third person using spells or something. Or Rot Breath, which is a spell. It was crazy. It is the PvP meta weapon? Oh, so I did know about it. Oh, I couldn't remember. Oh, I probably saw a fucking tweet. Oh, no. Oh, my God. You're right. I remember. No. Okay, I heard about Moonveil because I took my time and I was like, I was a little slower. By the time I found it, everyone else is talking about it. So I found it just by chance. And then I'm like, oh, this is the weapon that everyone's going on about in PvP. And I remember Peeve made like a guide on how to get it. And then he was like, oh no, what have I done? And he had to like... He started doing invasions. I think he called them gatekeeping Moonveil invasions, where they would invade here. And I was like, okay, that's a little fucked, but also really funny. I remember now. He had to atone because his tweet went like super viral, so he like blamed himself for the Moonveil epidemic. Oh my god. So I did know. But like, I don't give a shit. I didn't like it. I can't believe you remember that. Moonveil looked balanced compared to Prime Rivers of Blood. Wait, let me explain to people who don't PvP. Number one, just to talk about sort of what we mean by meta, it sort of changes. It's a strong weapon. It's always been a strong weapon. However, part of the reason it's so strong is because it's just like... In a gank, a lot of things are strong. Remember you enjoying using it? I did not enjoy using it. I liked when things died and very fast, and I was like, holy shit, but I did not like Moonveil. Because I dropped it the moment I got something else. It's just all I could fucking find. When you have 3 people against you, anything is strong, really. Like, when you get down to it, you can use the shittiest weapon in the game, but if you run up to someone and you hit them with it, and they get stun locked, and then your bro has Rivers of Blood, and your bro has Moonveil, and your bro has Raw Breath, it doesn't fucking matter what weapons you're using. There's 3 of you. There's only so much that you can do. It depends on if you have something that can, like, go with, that you can hyper armor with, and even then, it's really situational. It's just strong because what will happen is you're chilling, and you do a roll dodge, and someone catches you, and then you get Moonveiled, and your health is gone. All you could find was faith stuff? Yeah, I even went to the School of Sorcery to try to find spells. I didn't find anything I liked, but also I was really low level, so I couldn't use anything, and then I just don't really like spells, I think. So, when you're invading someone, you're invading 3 people. So, as you can imagine, Moonveil is very good at catching people because there's 3 people. Do you know what I mean? One-on-one, Moonveil isn't particularly great. Because it's predictable, and there are ways to use it and like switch it up, right, to sort of make it harder to predict and stuff, but it's not particularly great, really, if we're talking about like a 1v1, but you're never running into a 1v1, you're running into a 3v1, so it completely changes the game. Another reason Rivers is so strong is because of a similar thing. Really easy to catch people, hard to avoid when there's 2 other people throwing spells at you. You have to time your dodges really carefully. It comes down to a certain point. And also, the other thing is the prevalence of it. Imagine invading for hundreds of hours and you see the same 3 weapons. You get real bored. You really do. It's sad, but it's true. Yeah, it's just like annoying to see because you'd like to see some variety in this grand game of hundreds of weapons. It'd be nice to see more than the same 3 things, but a lot of the time you see the same 3 things. Overwhelmingly, Rivers of Blood, Moonveil, Raw Breath. Also, there's like a sort of subcategory of like the dude who thinks he's funny because he's wearing the armor that makes you look really big. And then he jump attacks you with 2 giant crushers, and then he teabags you, and it's like, haha, I'm so hilarious. Me and my 2 friends have like I'm using the giant crushers, haha. And it's like, okay. So imagine you're dodging someone shooting spells at you. So they're just spamming spells, and you're like, you have to kind of avoid it, because even if one hits you, 2 other people are going to jump you. And you dodge the spell, but then Moonveil hits you, and you're stunned, and you go, ah! And then, while you're stunned, a guy with 2 gigantic hammers jumps on you and hits your entire health bar because you can't move. That's basically the experience. Over and over and over. And I still win. Quite a bit. But it gets boring.
You... Please. I can read them. Your fingers. Please, your fingers.
Also, you're forgetting that on release, well, maybe you're not forgetting, but on release, Rivers of Blood wasn't working. But people still used it. It was still good. That's what's crazy. Even when Arcane wasn't scaling. Insane. Insane time. 2 giant crushers, I swear, I could do like a fucking psych eval for someone based on their build in an invasion. I could take a look at them and be like, let me tell you about who you are as a person. And the Giant Crusher guy thinks he's so funny, thinks he's the life of the party. Him and his two friends, just to be clear. And he's like, dude, in a gank. And he's like, bro, I'm like the best. I rock. I'm so funny. Haha. And then he teabags you and he's like, and really, he's the only one who thinks he's funny. Him and like maybe two of his friends. And most other people are like they're the person that goes like, ugh, they're here. But they're like, hey, it's me. What? I brought the fucking beer or whatever. And you're just like, why'd you invite him? Why'd you? That's the Giant Crusher guy in a gank. Don't be that guy, okay? Isn't that so real, though? And the Moonveil guy is the edgy guy who always brings conversation to something that he knows a lot about and goes, I don't think you understand that. Let me... The condescending guy. But it's always like a niche topic. Something like weird that you're like... I remember I used to keep a Rivers of Blood in my back pocket just to see what would happen. And I would like pull it out and then 3 people would die. And I was like, holy shit. It was broken. Insane. They also always have deliberately weird face sliders and green skin. Yes. 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 You're so right. I'm dying. Right? I'm telling you. You could be careful about your builds because I'm out there. I'm watching. I'm looking. I'm gonna typecast you. I'm gonna turn you into a straw man and I'll be right. Also, yeah, I reply to both YouTube and Twitch, but I'm also talking. So it's like hard. Sometimes I don't answer chats, but I do. Also, keep in mind, by the way, because I feel like we've been getting some folks lately on YouTube who are like, she doesn't talk to us. And then they're like, bye. And they do this. I'm not talking about you. I've been seeing people do this. YouTube chat is like further behind than Twitch chat. So there's always some latency. But like, I think Twitch is around like 10 seconds. YouTube can be like 30 seconds or more. So like something comes up in chat. It'll be like quite a delay until I see it. And then half the time people go, she doesn't read us. You're lying. And then they leave angrily. And I'm like, brother, like I didn't even see it yet. I'm in the future. You know what I mean? What about Bloodhound Fang guy? Bloodhound Fang guy, they're scared. They're very often scared. They have defeated a lot of the game with their L2. And a lot of people have done that. It's true. But that L2, they're so reliant on it that they don't know any other buttons. And the reason I associate them with fear is if you parry them a single time, they completely collapse as a human being. They're the type of person that is like, they're good. They know what they're doing. They're on the path. But if anything makes them stumble, they completely shut down as humans. They're like, what? And they just panic. And they everything falls apart for them in their lives. They're steady, reliable, but cannot deal with pressure. They are Moonveil guy, but insecure. It's true. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off topic. Anyway, this lady wants to see our hands. Let's see.
Oh, bless you.
Damn, she's thirsting for them hands.
Are you one for festivals?
Both.
Or flowers? To the south, a grand festival to make the stars turn. To the east, the heart and bud of a flower to be. But dare you enter into the heart of the scarlet rot?
She lives to read hands and she hasn't gotten a chance. How her leg do? Extreme flexibility. Don't like Moonveil Fang, it became like a crutch weapon for new players. I don't even want to say that. I don't think that's even fair, because you have to remember how huge this game is, and Bloodhound Fang is super close to the start and very good. So it's the type of weapon that you can get really early and then just continue to use. And a lot of people do that. It's just, it also has a really strong L2. And yeah, some people come to rely on that, for sure. And they beat the whole game with it, so they completely shut down if they can't do it. Do you know how many times I parried someone with Bloodhound Fang? I started practicing. So they shut down. It's crazy. Other people, when you parry them, they freak. Like, they'll be like, oh, fuck. Like, I can't use that anymore. Moonveil, definitely. But they'll still swing at you. Bloodhound Fang shuts the fuck down. I've parried someone. I don't even get the riposte because their friend hits me. And they start roll dodging backward and they never swing again. I'm telling you, it's hilarious. There is something about your weapon choice and how you play. I've noticed it through my many, many hours of PvP. So, what I love about this finger reader is we have the telescope right next to her, so we actually get to see what she's talking about. To the south is Radon, or the festival, and we've already heard about this festival through Alexander. And to the east is the flower, and we can literally see what she's talking about right there. We can actually really zoom, look at that. So, in case you're unsure of this flower right here, this is literally where Melania fought Radon. Right freaking here. This was her first bloom. That story cutscene where we saw her, like, leap on Radon and bloom, right here. And this is how big it ended up. It's crazy. Remember when I parried Wraff? No, no one remembers that. Like, oh. I actually don't. But that's probably because I repressed it. I repress a lot of things. Just kidding. I don't really repress them. My mom was talking to me about something today. Oh, I went and I did my Mother's Day thing today with my mom. I know it's like belated, but that's what we do. The place we were going to go to was closed yesterday. So we went today and we had high tea and it was really nice. We had tea and we got to chat. Mom was like, hey, do you remember we went high tea at this time? At this place? And I was like, no. And she's like, yeah, this happened and this happened and this happened. And I was like, no. I zero memory of this interaction at all. I don't know why, but this happens to me. Like, it just literally, I was like, are you sure I was there? And she's like, yes. And I was like, zero memory. And it was only like 6 years ago. And I remember going to high tea like 10 years ago with someone else, and we went to this, and it was really nice. And I don't know why this happens. Yeah, no, our brains just delete things sometimes. Anyway, I need lots of new room for like new lore theories and stuff, so I guess that's when my brain just like wipes random things. Yeah. Always thought it was the Wailing Dunes. Okay, so that's the thing. Because if you look at this zone, we'll get there. But what you're talking about is the Radon Arena. And in Radon's arena, it looks like where they fought. But I think it was like an artistic rendition for the trailer, because this is where she bloomed, guaranteed. And there's lots of evidence for this. The needle is here, the broken needle, which she broke when she bloomed. Her children are there. So that's where they actually fought. Any thoughts on your comments? Radigan didn't shatter the Elden Ring. He tried to fix it, but he can't. Also, I don't know if they were seasonal. I see what you're saying though, but I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Creepy, horrifying squid/centipede guys with many, many hands. I fucking hate them. Have you had it where you add people you like to memories you like? No. That is new. I normally, well, to be fair, I don't know if I change memories. Maybe I do and I don't know. How would I know? I don't think I changed memories just yet. Thoughts on mages in general? Like in PvP? Oh, mages. There is something to be said about the fact that when I invade, I would estimate maybe 60 to 70% of the hosts are mages. So what that means in practice is their two lovers are running at me constantly with their moonveil and their rivers, and then the host is way in the back, like way over here, like off screen, casting spell, and they're like pew 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 pew, and then if I peek, I'm like, I can see them in the distance. The stats, I tell you. A lot of those spells are your standard sort of like homing, like glintstone pebble of some kind, or swift glintstone. And I know that doesn't sound that bad, but when it's constant, it's very hard to avoid on top of everything else, and it's very easy to get caught. And raw breath, always some sort of dragon breath, and the dragon breath is a massive conal. So if it even glances you, or if you're in like a tight corridor, you're just getting stunned. You're like, stinky breath, while two people are like beating the shit out of you. So how I would describe them is terrified of the video game that they're playing. The type of people who are like, I'm the alpha, I'm the planner, I'm the puppet master, but in reality they're just scared to play the game that they purchased. And you gotta wonder why that is. Weird stuff. Also prone to panic, I would say. Millicent invades you for some reason. We will talk about that. I want to get that this way. If PvP quick try during this lore run, not with DLC existing. Actually, probably not. Turn friendly fire on. I was saying they should. I was saying that if, like, they made it so that if you, they should turn on friendly fire, but it's not even for damage. Like, I don't want them to be hit by the spell, but I want them to get stun locked by it. And I think that would be very balanced. So you have 3 people, but if you shoot a rot breath, your own team is getting stun locked. No damage, but they're getting stun locked. I think that would be fair, but they would never do it. Ancient Dragon Apostles Cookbook. Oh, heck yeah. All right, here we go. Couple new cookbooks, I think. I read the Armorer's Cookbook. Yes. Ancient Dragon Apostles Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques taught by the capital's ancient dragon cult. That's it. It's just called the Dragon Cult. Dragon Communion and Dragon Cult. Oh, couldn't remember. Details techniques that harness lightning, the weapon of the ancient dragons. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following. Dragon wound grease. Now, this is a really interesting spot to get this, because this is the place for Dragon Communion, not the Dragon Cult, and there is a divide. But even here, we're being linked to the fact that worshipping dragons and using their weapons is seemingly acceptable on top of eating their hearts, which is like, hang on a second, so you worship them but then you eat them and that's okay? Apparently it is, because dragon wound grease does what it says on the tin. It wounds dragons. It's an amazing tool for fighting and hunting dragons. So if that's associated with the dragon cult, then the dragon cult is okay with eating dragons. And at first you might be like, that's a little like, wouldn't you think that's weird? But then we find out why, and we get more details. And a lot of this is in DLC, but there's tons of evidence of this already in base game too, which I think is really cool. Because I have a memory of talking about this like way before DLC and being like, it's weird to me that they seem to be kind of cool with each other, and they are. But why makes even more sense. Now we have new spells. Dragonfire, Agil's Flame. Superior incantation of Dragon Communion. Channels the power of the flying dragon Agil. The dead gazed at the skies over the lakes of Limgrave, praying that the dragon's flame would burn them to ash. Glintstone Breath. Those extraordinary individuals who perpetuate Dragon Communion are called the Dragon-Hearted. Rotten Breath. Same thing. Oh, so prevalent. Dragon Ice. Same thing. But we're seeing lots of different elements, which is really cool. The association of dragons, like they're very broad. Grail's Roar. So I got this because of Grail. Grail, sorry. Grail was the mother of all dragons, dwarfing all who stood before her like a looming mountain. And it's really good. We're probably not going to be able to use it, because the stat requirement. I don't intend to do this type of build, but it's very cool. Also, the thing that's really neat about Grail is she became too big, she couldn't even move anymore. And that's sort of what happened. The dragons moved to the Dragon Barrow to escape the rot, but she doesn't escape it because she stops being able to move. So even the dragons don't get out of it. Dragons were the first Elden Lords, like Placidusax. Placidusax is something interesting because yes, but also possibly they were something different. I subscribe to the belief, and I'll explain this later, just, you know, that Placidusax was a lord, but because he failed, the Greater Will changed their method and thus sent the Elden Beast. So the whole Marika Radigan thing is a little different. There is always a lord, but this time there is also a vessel, and they're different. Versus Placidusax apparently was both, but we'll get to that. Anyway, give me 1 minute. I'm just going to use the restroom and then we shall continue, okay? 1 minute. sorry about that. I sort of briefed myself. You remember how I went to go grab my party hats at the start of the stream? Well, I sort of like removed stuff, and I needed to get to it, and then I tripped on it and stubbed my toe, and I needed to take a minute to like not be in pain. Basically, I played myself. I lived though, so we're okay. Yeah, I took fall damage. Okay. So Caelid, we should talk sort of briefly about this area. I love it. It's beautiful. In fact, we're gonna make it daytime because it's much nicer. It's all rotted. It's sinister, it's creepy, everything's distorted. We sort of mentioned it briefly last time because we've delved in a little bit. But like this place is real fucked up, but it's also great. Critical environmental damage. Yeah, my little toesy woesy. Dragon Cult think they were biding their time to take over? You mean the lands between? It's possible. But we really can't be sure, although there is some evidence that Godwyn was quite a threat. But we'll get to that. Counter goes ding. So, beyond that though, it's the site, it's the location of Radahn, who we've already heard mention of. We know he's from here. And it's the place where a very terrible battle was fought because this place didn't look like this. In fact, looking at this, you can see that the line between Caelid and Limgrave is sort of, you know, like Caelid's bleeding into Limgrave. There's evidence that it probably looked not dissimilar to Limgrave. And now it's changed a lot. There's also that smoldering wall right here-ish, which sort of marks where there was likely a line, but the rot has since spread past that. The rot is spreading. Also, there's things like this. Gigantic skulls all over the place. And they're humanoid. We also see these in the mountaintops where the giants lived, but we don't know much more than that, I suppose. I personally, I'm not certain about these. This is one of those things, a lot of people have theories, they have ideas. I don't know that I have either heard or come up with a theory that fits perfectly. They're one of those things that I think we should try to work on. Let me make a note. And they are giant. Frick off. Okay, made a note. Do, 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 do. Grab the map. I might fight Exikes, but probably not because I will probably just die. No, it'll be fun. The crow fake parried move. If it comes up, but I think I'm gonna avoid them as much as possible. That's another thing, chat. Also, I'm gonna need to like look up where stone sword keys are. I have no memory of where they are. Map Caelid. Caelid, known as the locale of the last battle between General Radahn and Malenia, Blade of Miquella, is a vast land consummately marred by scarlet rot. So this has a lot of information for us. We've heard of Radahn, we've heard Malenia, now we know they fought for sure. And we also know that she is the Blade of Miquella, another name that we've heard of. Let's go through some items. I'm gonna do a quick skim, because some of this is just lore that isn't too interesting for our purposes. Silver firefly. Firefly that gives off a silvery light, found near bodies of cold water untouched by sunlight. The light of fireflies is believed to have an alluring magic. Silver light is considered to invite riches. We've read the smoldering butterfly. We don't have a rot butterfly yet. Okay, I'm waiting for that then. This is just fun to see a comparison. So we have early flowers that were fed by leaves that fell from the Erd tree. This one has faded to a pale scarlet found blooming in rotten lands. Ooh, crystal bud. A young plant crystallized before it could mature. Widely found in Liurnia Lake. We're going to do some comparisons because this is more interesting than it seems. All these I've either read or not too important. This one's for medicinal boluses. This one is primarily used in perfumes. This one has unique medicinal properties. Okay. Nothing too interesting there. Did I read the Reduvia? I feel like I totally forgot to read it. I was just so excited to have it. But this is the first weapon that's associated with the Lord of Blood that we have. And it looks incredible. Like it's a deeply creepy and sinister looking weapon. It's actively covered in blood. It's constantly covered in blood. Jagged dagger with a distinctive curved blade used by the noble servants of the Lord of Blood. This dagger rips the flesh as it enters, inflicting blood loss with sickening efficacy. A proud testament to the success of its vicious design, this weapon is perpetually coated in blood. So, let's do a brief pause. We don't know much about the Lord of Blood. We just know his name. We know he's really interested in blood. And his weapons and the weapons used by his most noble servants make people bleed. They are violent, vicious, bloodthirsty weapons. A lot of people, I think, react to the DLC and certain information that we get from the DLC with this idea of this has redeemed Mohg, the Lord of Blood. I don't know, man. Let's not forget that this is the type of shit that he does. Let us talk about his servants in base game. And let's really deep dive. Because, no. Don't let a charismatic guy trick you. Ansbach is a very fascinating character, and I adore him, but they are brutal. They massacre people. Like, they do... Like, this is... Oh, my God. The type of injury inflicted by a weapon like this would most likely not heal. And it would be a terrible, horrific healing if so. This is a cruel weapon. Redeems into no worse than all the other demigods. Yeah, but I still think that's sort of unfair because I think we need to look at them all individually. They all do bad things, but the problem is I get it's true, but it sort of waters down the conversation. I don't like all of them are bad, so it doesn't matter. Let's talk about each of them individually. Let's talk about what's good and what's bad about them. But this is cruelty. That's straight up cruelty. Is what Mohg seems to inflict. It's a war crime dagger. Yeah. Trust me, chat, I'm not immune to the powers of Ansbach because I too sometimes go, this guy follows Mohg? Maybe he's okay. Don't forget the information from base game. Don't let recency bias manipulate you. Don't let we did DLC and we forgot all about base game so everything's chill. I'm telling you, dude, Mohg is sinister. It's a red flag, it's true. Bleed build just destroys the hardest bosses in the game. Reduvia got buffed as well. Daggers in general got buffed. It's a very strong weapon. Oh, hang on. I meant to read the Ash of War as well. Just in case there's anything interesting. Unique skill, Reduvia Bloodblade. Slash with the Wicked Dagger, transforming its never-drying bloodstains into airborne blades that cause blood loss. Can be fired in rapid succession. It is a weapon that is empowered by the blood that it is shed. Is twisted. Okay. Gonna do a quick skim. Oh, the red feathered branch sword. I got this from the Deathbird in Liurnia, and I forgot to read it because I was talking so much about Deathbird lore. A talisman adorned with red feathers, once used in ancient death rituals. The heart sings when one draws close to life, and a glorious end awaits those who cling so tenaciously to life. Red feathers are attached to it. And there's also blue feathers. And this is very, very significant for multiple reasons. But one of them is that Deathbird, and the one that dropped this, doesn't have red or blue feathers. It has no fucking feathers. It just has like weird... They didn't used to look like this.
Not finished yet.
And there's another one that I want to fight, actually, that is reminding me of this. I don't think I really want this. We'll buy them later. Champion Headband. So this is significant because this is one of our starting sets. I should have mentioned this, but a lot of the merchants sell starting sets. In fact, I'm pretty sure all the starting sets from all the starting classes can be purchased from nomadic merchants. There might be an exception, but I'm cycling, and the ones I can think of are all from them. So it's pretty interesting. The game always gives you a way to get the gear that you would have started with on other characters, but it's just cool that this is how they do it. Headband reserved for the Badlands bravest. Proof that the wearer has slaughtered countless foes. Oh, Nephili wears this. That's the other thing too. So it's a starting set, but it's also Nephili set. Following the example of their chieftain Horalu, the brave warriors of the Badlands shun excess adornment. So we've heard that name. Horalu, he's one of the Tarnished mentioned in the opening cutscene. He is the chieftain of the Lu clan. We've also heard Nephili Lu, so she is of their clan. She dresses like them and follows their traditions. We can also start as someone wearing the same garb. We can start as a warrior, presumably from the Badlands and of the Lu clan. So that's very interesting. Also, Chaos Theory, thanks so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for supporting the stream. It is all dry from Marika? What part?
Be well.
The cults? Or like all the demigods? Because no, the demigods very, very blatantly all follow their own route. In fact, we also know for a fact that Marika doesn't meddle in order to try to tell them what path to take, except for arguably Ronnie, but that's less meddling with the path she wants to take and more asking her for assistance, but we'll get to this. I'm in the mood for Horalu, leave Godfrey at the door. I don't think that it was that easy, but I like to think of it anyway. Should I fight the dragon? I'm gonna level up and then try. If I can. I need 11,000. Right, I forgot. I'm actually pretty high level now. My gear isn't very high level, though. Let me think. Can I at least run the greatsword now? Without being heavy load? No. I might take off this. That's easy. This. Oh, we've done it! We can use it. But I also really hate colossals, so I don't know if I will. On the other hand, it would be funny. So let's level this up a little bit. I'm just like Nuts from Burke. So, what I'm gonna say is we get to experience Horalu becoming Horalu again, and I'm definitely guessing it's a one-way trip. I allowed it. Yep.
Well,
I'll allow it, but only because it's very funny. Let's make it +2. I'm feeling spicy. I'm feeling controversial. If I don't want to use it, I've kind of fucked myself, but that's okay. That's a later Wraff problem. Isn't Godfrey just Horalu in a fancy costume? No. There's actually a little bit more to it than that. Slap Lion's Claw onto it? I want to, but I don't remember where it is. I know it's in Caelid, but I don't remember where. I asked chat, and then you guys told me, and then I forgot. This is decaying exikes. Alright, I didn't mean to do that. For some reason I thought I had Lion's Claw on it already. We talked about that I didn't, but I forgot. What the fuck? God, he's so big. I forgot they have bigger dragons that are even more annoying. I'm dead. God, this thing takes so long to swing. I'm getting hit by everything. Oh my god, I hate Colossals. Why did I do this? I knew I hate them, but man, it's like a food that I keep thinking maybe this is the time I'll like it, and I never do, and I'm always confused. This happens every time. I guess I could try doing roll pokes. I know they're pretty fast, but I gotta do jump attacks or heavies because of my current build. Probably the most annoying dragon behind Borealis. I know. Okay, let's try... let's try jump attacks. I might have to come back to this one because I really, really, really hate this dragon, to be honest, but... Okay, I think they're faster. Okay. Holy shit, it's so big. Oh, its foot has done my entire health bar. Okay. Good, good. Good, good. Jump attacks do more stagger, so I think this is already proving it's gonna be better. Yeah. There's a reason jump attack colossals are so good. I just can't hold both the colossals right now, but soon. Soon, just you wait. We're gonna be doing so much fucking stagger buildup, nothing is gonna get to play. Oh shit, wrong button. No problem. Can't do this shit with Dex weapons. Wait, what are you doing? Oh shit, I forgot. It goes even behind him. They're basically biological weapons, you. Fuck, I forgot. Well, I'll remember this time. The foot fungus attack? Ooh. Wait, where's my runes? There's some serious misclicks there. Uh-oh. Oh no, the foot fungus! Shit. I forgot again. Come on. It's like I'm giving him a shave, you know? Oh, I really thought I was closer there. This is agonizing. I fucking hate dragons. No! No, 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 no! Oh. I'm actually not sure how to avoid that attack still. It's one attack, I'm really just not sure. Like, it's kind of like go fuck yourself, kinda. Use a great bow? Okay. I need you to... One second. I don't fucking have any great bows, okay? So first of all, your backseating is not necessary. Second of all, like, this is what I mean, is people are just like, well, just use the thing that you don't have. I'm early game gamer. I don't know where anything... Like, I don't remember. I don't have a freaking great bow. And would a level 0 great bow even be good? I don't know. I really don't know. Because I don't have one. I don't got any great bows. I'm a new player. I'm symbolically a new player. This is a new girl. She's brand new to the world of the lands between. She doesn't have any great bows. She doesn't even have a regular bow. She's got one staff that she smuggled. Almost. She smuggled, like, I don't know, in her ass or something out of prison or into prison. I don't know. Really. Probably both. And that's what she's got. So, it reminds me of Night Rain when people are like, oh, you're fighting this boss, just use this weapon. And I'm like, I literally don't have that weapon. Oh, you're struggling with the boss? Just run Halo Sight. It's similar, except more like this game is gigantanormous. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm not gonna fight this dragon right now because I don't have the patience of a saint. In fact, some would say I have no patience at all, and I would like to... I'll just fight him later. It's not really that big a deal. I just wanted to try out my new Colossal. It'll be better with a target that isn't 2 football fields tall. Yeah, just use the Halo scythe. Anyhoozle, I was thinking about what to do in Caelid. And I honestly don't remember what I wanted to do. Yeah, no. I do. It was Alexander. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes, the festival. We don't want to trigger the festival yet. Although now I think about it, I don't remember how to trigger the festival. So, I think we're good to go back to Liurnia and delve a little in there and explore. So, let's start going up this path. Yeah, the dragon isn't really worth my time. It gives us a little bit of lore on him. I don't even remember it being that significant. But he was a good testing dummy for my new sword. It's very big. Get rain of arrows and try with any bow. Okay, I feel like you're missing my point of admonishing you. My point is, don't backseat. I'm making fun of you doing it. I'm not saying do it again, though. Don't do it. 1-800, did I ask? Let's farm clean rots for the Halo scythe. I remember I got their head on my first playthrough and I wore it for half the game. Chat, I'm about to respec. I'm gonna go fight Renala, respec, and become a Dex gamer. Just kidding. Nope. The Deathbird in the Weeping Peninsula. That's important. I have to go fight that. One moment, please. I knew I was forgetting something I wanted to do. LOL, oh, just use this and do that. Yeah, like, you're missing the core. The thing was, I'm making fun of you backseating, don't backseat. What was I saying? Deathbird. Deathbird, closest, probably here. I think this is closest. Actually closer to the Merchant Grace? Well, we'll find out if I die, won't we? I know, the Limgrave music always just makes me go like, feels like coming home. There's no golem? I killed it. It's one of them not respawnings. Oh, I just tried a Night Rain. Got me there, bud. See? When the target is like not gigantic, it's so consistent and the stagger build-up's so good. Stupid, like stupid good. Almost got me again, sweetie. Or should I say Tweety? And you don't get to play. So, I meant to do this earlier, but the reason I was so bent on doing this is because it drops the Sacrificial Axe, which is a really, really, really cool lore weapon. Hatchet used in ancient sacrificial rite. A death bird is depicted as a malevolent deity. The power of the rite yet lingers. A small amount of FP is restored upon slaying a foe. So, if you look at it, it has a bird on it. It has the death bird on it. So it's a malevolent deity, but you see wings, you see the eye, the beak, a plume, and feathers. They don't look anything like this anymore. They look like baby birds, but distorted. They've been changed. And teeth. I'm not sure if those are teeth or if it's like spewing goo, but I think it's a bit of both. Or it could be consuming. Those might be like skulls. It's like eating, you know, Rancor Call. Like imagine it consuming those. Like, you know, like Kirby. Like sucking them up like Kirby. Anyway, it's a really, really, really cool axe because this is one of very few actual depictions we get of death birds. It does look like teeth though, and it might very well be teeth. There are birds with teeth in this game, the crows. And I really wonder if they aren't like some form of death bird, considering ravens and other birds, carrion eaters, they eat the dead and thus are often seen as an omen, an evil omen. They're associated with death. And the crows in this game have teeth, just like that depiction. So it's interesting. Also, I want to point out that I want to re-look at something. So the wing scythe. According to pagan belief, white-winged maidens are said to be death's gentle envoys. So I talked about this and I'm like, I think it's supposed to be death birds. Now, death birds are not maidens. But I wondered, and this is my initial, when I first played, I wondered if it wasn't a way of viewing the death birds, because those who are there, perhaps on like a battlefield, to witness these gentle envoys of death are probably near death themselves. And thus, there is a way to envision them potentially as seeing birds as maidens, right? They just see the wings. Sort of like how there's a theory that mermaids people came up with mermaids because sailors would see like seal tails and they would just see a tail and they thought it was a woman. They'd see like a face from them. Listen, I don't know what happens at sea, but the point is that that's like one of the potential origins for something like mermaids or sirens, right? And that was sort of my like interpretation, but yeah, I kind of didn't even think about this. This is another thing we gotta recontextualize after DLC and Night Rain. What about the Balancers? Also, the Valkyries. Valkyries are also depicted very similarly, and they are said to like go to the battlefields after and collect the dead who died in battle, and they're also depicted like that. We have a Valkyrie in the form of Melania. I'm not sure how that fits, but I think that it's something worth pointing out, that this is something, the wing scythe is an item we could look at again. Also, the wing scythe is kind of unique because it's death's gentle envoys. But what it actually is the only weapon in the game that applies a debuff to you that prevents you from healing. Reminds me of Gertrude of DS2. Yes. Angels are very strange and nebulous in Dark Souls as well. So I was just like, maybe we just don't see them, whatever. But I just find it really interesting that their gentleness with this weapon, what it really does is it makes a wound that you can't heal from, right? In practicality, it's a hunting tool. It's a tool for reaping, which is what a scythe is. It's a harvest tool, but it's rather interesting because what they're harvesting are people. They're death's gentle envoys, but they inflict death upon you. It's interesting. So yeah, just something to like recontextualize because of other content now. Liurnia. Yeah, we're ready to continue on the highway. Yes. Use of the term pagan, absolutely. Could it connect to deathbed companions? Deathbed companions don't, as far as we know, kill. They in fact do the opposite. They bring back to life. They take vitality, but it's nothing that the person can't spare. They take the life from people who have an excess to return it to one who doesn't. So I would say that they're kind of the opposite. Valkyries exist in-game. Whoops. Except the Valkyrie is Melania. And we get more the depiction of her as a war goddess rather than a goddess of mercy. In Norse mythology, there is a mythical bird known as... it's hard to pronounce. Breselger? It sits atop the branches of Yggdrasil. It is a bird that brings death. Interesting. I will also say that a lot of the animals that are very present in this story also have a tie to Norse myth, specifically that of Yggdrasil, the world tree. So of course the world tree exists. Erd tree, by the way, translates basically to world tree. So it's definitely a strong tie. The tree is said to sort of hold the world on its boughs, which is why it's called the world tree. And it has different layers, and each layer has different animals that live on it to protect it. I think the branches have deer, which of course, while they're not quite deer, they evoke the ancestral spirits. Wolves protect, I think, the lower section. Wolves are everywhere in this game and are associated also with protection. And then a dragon gnaws at its roots, and the dragon gnawing through the roots is the first sign of the end of the world. I can't remember the dragon's name right now. Oh, Needhog. Needhog. I didn't know about the bird, though. That is interesting. I assume pagan just means non-Erd tree worshippers. We can't be sure. Because a lot of religions were folded into the Erd tree. So we're seeing these guys again, and we've seen them before. But now we're seeing a bunch of them. So presumably we're getting closer to the place where these marionettes are from. And... oh, I thought I saw an Everjail. I was gonna say, I don't remember an Everjail here. Yeah, so that's the thing. The Deathrite bird and the Deathbirds are very ancient. Definitely predating the Hornsant culture. Or I shouldn't say predating, because we also don't know how long they ruled, but the worship of death is very ancient. Because it's associated with the death hexes, which are said to be rediscovered, which means they were lost. Ah, the puppets. The puppets besiege us. Also an outer god of the Deathbirds? I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. We talked about Erdtree avatars. I haven't fought an Erdtree avatar yet, but I did fight one. It's funny you should ask. I fought one in Night Rain today, and I was thinking about them quite a bit. I don't know if I have anything new, but something's cooking. I feel like I'm simmering some lore in the back of my mind on Erd Tree avatars and ulcerated tree spirits, and I haven't quite come to like a conclusion yet. But there's something cooking. Which puppets and whom's precisely? So let's take a look at what we're seeing right here. So I don't see any puppets, but I sure see a lot of freaking blue ghosts, question mark? So let's talk about these people. We haven't met them yet. Well, we have, actually, but we don't know much about them yet. Maybe I could get an outfit from them. You don't get to play. Nope. So, these people wearing this garb are coming from this direction and heading north. This also tracks because right here, our very first encounter, we went over here and there was a camp we had to run through of these guys dressed in red and blue. And if you've been paying attention, you might recognize these colors because this is very reminiscent of the garb of the sorcerers that we've run into. There's only been 2, but they're wearing a school uniform and it's of these colors. So if you're paying attention, be like, okay, I feel like I've seen this. Also, side note, birds are their crest. Birds with 1 wing up. Cute. They throw rocks that spawn magic, but they don't use magic themselves. These guys use magic. They're ghosts, but there's something different about them. We haven't seen ghosts like this. And then we got a troll with a helmet who's also a ghost, as if that wasn't enough for you. So yeah, these are the Cuckoo Knights. Well, not these guys, the guys I'm talking about with the outfit. We haven't organically met like them yet, but I'm just talking about what we have uncovered if we're paying attention. And they use magic. So we got people who don't use magic directly fighting people who do. Right, use jump attacks, I forgot. Also, this troll is very interesting. It's the first one we've seen that uses... Maybe not that uses a weapon, but I think that uses a weapon. But also one that uses magic, which... And we talked about this already. Magic requires intelligence and learning. You have to learn how to use it. It requires study. So, these trolls have learned magic? Most of the ones we've seen are just used as, you know, labor. So it's pretty interesting. Let's talk about where we've seen that too. We've seen them south here. We actually just saw 2 trolls right here that were pulling a cart. And we saw them down here pulling a cart. So... what can we learn from this? And this is what I'm talking about with FromSoft, is FromSoft's really fucking good at this and very smart. You can just be like, yeah, there's a troll here, kill it, whatever. But if you're paying attention, you'll realize that the faction that is moving northward is fighting these guys. So these ghosts and the trolls that use magic are from here. They come from here, and they're defending this pass. So they're... versus the other group is fighting against them. And then down here, in this area, we've only seen trolls that are kind of stupid and wild and are used for, like, slave labor, basically. They pull these heavy carts. But apparently, they're capable of a lot more. They're just not taught. And it immediately evokes Dark Souls, which is very similar. The giants, of course, it's not the giants here, it's the trolls, but it's a comparable story. In Dark Souls, Gwyn hates everybody. He's the ruler and he hates everybody, but he especially hates giants, but he will use them. And that's sort of what's really different about Gwyn, is he can hate people, but he'll use them. So he has giants, uses dumb labor to like open gates when they hear a bell. But one of his most loyal knights is also a giant. And unlike all the others we meet who either just attack us, don't speak at all, or tend to speak sort of simply, that giant is intelligent, skilled, and he's basically a poet and a scholar all in one. So we learn through Goff, which is his name, that the giants are capable of a great deal, but they also aren't often allowed to reach that pinnacle because they're simply used as labor. And there's something similar happening here. Oh, great. You're here. There's also a Beeble. Okay, can you give me a second, bitch? Whoa! You cannot give me a second, bitch. What's the polearm you just picked up? Yeah, I'll read it in a second. I know I'm a little behind on reading. Oh, Jesus. Are you serious? I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was a perfect roll. I was like, nope, I'm gonna crouch poke and then I'm gonna roll. Nope. Oh my god, did you see? He just mogged on me. Why do all the trolls have gaping holes in their abdomen? Something was removed. It does look like something is not right with them. Something was removed from them. But we don't know what it is. Not yet. Elden Ring is kicking your ass way more than I thought it would. No, this is pretty much exactly what I expected. I think you're forgetting just how Night Rain is actually, like, how Elden Ring should have been. Everything moves so much, and then you're sitting there and you're, like, constantly slow, and you're swimming through a swamp perpetually. It's insane. Also, low-key, I dodged that. I don't give a shit. I don't know if that was a lingering hitbox or what. Complete horseshit. Okay, I think we're gonna turn on the thing. I don't really like this because they added it in a weird patch. But at this point, we're getting a lot of stuff. And I'm gonna forget. I like the mark new items. I actually didn't know that was not by default. We're gonna use... oh god. So much marked new. Now I regret it. Talking about Elden Ring being too slow and clunky while being a DS2 fan? No. I'm saying Elden Ring is too clunky compared to the bosses. That's sort of the difference. Dark Souls 2 is designed around it being slower. It's meant to be more methodical. Now, if the bosses could, in Dark Souls 2, could swing 15 times while you're still doing one swing, we could talk about it. Elden Ring doesn't feel as smooth because you're sitting there slow as shit while everyone's like zoom, 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 jump, 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 and you're like, fuck off, when do I get to play? Holy fuck. Anyway. Let's say something broken rather than taken out from their stomachs. Well, I still say taken out because we know what was there. A face. They're God. And that's definitely missing. Letter given by Raya as thanks for retrieving her necklace contains an invitation to Volcano Manor. Brave Tarnished, seek the Altus Plateau in the realm of the Erd Tree. Prove yourself by making this journey, and the Volcano Manor will fully extend its invitation to fight amongst a family of champions. Infamous DS2, no Stamina Knight, but I think that's the only offender. Okay, but the pseudo PvP fights are different because they want them to remain challenging, so they balance them by making them tougher and making them break rules, which I think is acceptable. People disagree with that, but that's fine. Okay. The Lucerne. This polearm... Wait. Nothing. It's just a weapon. Nothing. No interesting lore. Crystal dart, though. I forgot to read this. Throwing knife chiseled from impure crystal. Long ago, it is said that a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool. Huh. That's really weird and vague. I'm going to write that down. Allowed. So, we're already being introduced to different factions. One faction uses the trolls as dumb labor, lugging around carts, and they have no weapons, and they simply swing with their bare hands and arms, making them appear bestial and primitive. But we've just been introduced, through this weird ghost, to a new faction that actually is apparently allied with the trolls, and they fight together and are educated. So it's less that they're not capable and more different groups use them differently. And that is actually really important. So far, we're already getting the impression that somewhere in Liurnia there is a group that employs and teaches trolls as allies, versus the south, which we know is like Godric, the people of the Erd Tree are not allied with trolls and they simply use them. Interesting. Okay, the tree spear. So this is actually the weapon that I got in the cart that I forgot to read. And there's an interesting question to be asked here. What's going on there? Why are there carts? Why are they lugging weapons? Where are they going? Well, so far, we know they're going north. So as we keep going north, maybe we'll find where they're going. Tree spear. Golden spear with tree-like design, wielded by knights employed as palace guards in the royal capital of Lanedell. Deals holy damage. Requiring superior dexterity to wield, this great spear can perform consecutive thrust attacks despite its large size. Sacred Order is the skill. Skill of the Golden Order Fundamentalist Knights. Perform a salute and grant the armament holy essence, highly effective against those who live in death. That's so interesting that the tree spear is a Golden Order fundy skill. These two better than Elden Ring. Let's not get into that. I mean, like, I like Dark Souls 2 better. Yeah, for sure. So that's like, to me, that's a cold take. Yeah. I think that is everything. So that's all we know about the trolls right now, but we'll get more. Oh, right. The Knight Cavalry beat my ass. Goodbye. Also, Blue Ghosts is odd. They're fighting perpetually. They're just locked in combat here. But it's also kind of storytelling. We're being introduced to these different factions. Raya Lucaria, hallowed hall dedicated to the study of magic. Why shut your doors to me? Am I barred from donning the crown of stone? That's Raya Lucaria. Oh, you know what? I forgot about our girl, Ayeda. I'll have to find her next spawn, but one of them is here. They're blue for an amazing reason. I thought there was something more significant here. Never mind. Blue ghosts reliving a war from a long time ago? No. No. There are ghosts that are reliving a war. These ones are more just still fighting. We'll talk about that though. We'll see more evidence of that. Blue equals magic. We're already kind of seeing that. And they are very blue. In other words, a story is being told here again. Now I'm confused where I am, TBH. Do swing so slow. It's nice on the bigger enemies, but otherwise I just feel like real slow. Okay, so I need to go there. Oh wait, I never went to the artist shack, did I? That's okay. We'll have to come back here for some stuff, so that's fine. Want to visit Vare. We want to get the entrance to the thing, and that might actually be good. Oh, there's so many places to go, and there's not really one that's more important than another. I'm just like unsure which direction is good to go. So I think we'll continue up this way for now. Wait, no. Where is Hayata? I want to say she's here. Let's see if that's right. Honestly, was very disturbed at Hayata's quest ending. Spoilers. Topes? We already talked to Topes. Here she is. Wait, is she? Yep. I remember. Hello. Hi, strange lady.
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shabiri grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light, and when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes.
That's very normal. Very interesting talisman. Brooch. I love her stance, by the way, how she just stands there, like, waiting for grapes. Like, hello. Asking for donos. Oh, you meant the ghost. So the ghosts... Okay. I think it might be time to talk about the ghosts a little bit. Come out, one and all, from the darkness underground, and let us offer unto the maiden our eyes. So, they're the dead. They're always surrounded by mushrooms, and mushrooms are very, very interesting because, A, they are a very weird plant. Listen, I'm not talking about like scientific, terms or whatever, but one thing about them, they are associated with decay. Mushrooms tend to be one of the very first things to grow when something is like rotting or dying. And what they do is they grow, then they die, and then the mushrooms themselves create fertilizer for the soil, allowing other things to grow. So they have a strong association with death and decay. Also rot. So the fact that they're going around these ghosts definitely links them to the dead. But yeah, they're spirits. However, in this land, this is all that's left of them. They presumably died here and rotted in some way, not like scarlet rot, but in this weird form. And then now the mushrooms are blooming around them, so they're able to communicate again, like an echo of who they were. Like, dare I say, a remembrance. I really think that these things are small remembrances of the Erd Tree, of people who lived in this land. because everyone in this land is of grace and thus is remembered by the tree. In other words, I really think they're remembrances. Also, you're probably getting the idea here, and it's true, the ghosts serve as reminders. And, not reminders, they give some lore, but they also give hints. That's what I'm looking for, hints as to where things are. So, someone here has a grape underground. I wish the ghosts were voice active. So, it's interesting that they're not. FromSoft absolutely would give a voice to each and every one of the ghosts, but the fact that they're not, and you just hear sort of like a vague, almost like wind gust when they speak, suggests that they don't have a voice, but we're able to hear them. So, we can't see spirits like Roderica can, but clearly the Tarnished is able to see spirits sometimes. But they need to be a little bit more coalesced. This took me a while to find in my first playthrough. I didn't see this. You'd think I would, considering I roll everywhere, but I missed it. In other words, that ghost is not Topes because Topes is alive. Two-finger heirloom. Ooh. Cuckoo glintstone. Here we go. Lump of broken glintstone and wreathed with magic power. A faux sorcery used by the Knights of the Cuckoo. Launch straight ahead using FP. A magic bolt springs forth from the point of impact. So, we now know for sure those are the Cuckoo Knights. They use them, but they can't use magic. But it's faux sorcery. So they're not educated enough, or at least perhaps not allowed to use sorcery, but they are given sorcerer's tools. Two Fingers Heirlooms, a talisman engraved with the legend of the two fingers. Raises faith. Fingers cannot speak, yet these were eloquent. Persistently did they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith. And another Shaburi grape. A yellowing, oozing eyeball of the infirm. Give to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. I'm not reading it all because we've already read it, but yeah. So, the game definitely introduces you to when you see Hyetta, a Shaburi grape will be nearby. And this continues throughout her quest. Until it fucking doesn't. And you'll spend 3 hours looking around Liurnia trying to find the last Shaburi grape you're missing. Ask me how I know.
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shaburi grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light. And when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes.
Well, Tarnish are kind of dead. It's true, but it could also be the guidance of grace allowing us to see them. There's some evidence for that as well, considering grace is linked to the Erd Tree, and these beings are linked to the Erd Tree as well. They are a part of it, represented by mushrooms. Anyway, have a grape.
You're not like the others who give me grapes, are you? They rest their trembling hands upon me. Howling wordlessly, they gently stroke my eyes. Their frail fingers, emaciated. Yet still, they give me the grapes. But you seem somehow firmer.
I love FromSoft dialogue. They do it different than anybody else.
You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you. You're different than the others. They touch me and they scream without making any sound. And then they give me hands, or they give me grapes. But you seem so firm.
Most normal conversation in FromSoft games. So the giant that's blue is a cuckoo? No. The giant uses magic. I'm talking about the knights. Hear that, chat? She said I'm firm. So we also found a Two Fingers talisman down there in the same place as these grapes, which is very interesting. Kind of messed up that you don't immediately tell her it's an eyeball. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. Even the game calls it a grape. If I run into a strange lady who says, "Hello, will you give me any grapes?" and I found a grape like 20 feet from her on the floor, I'm gonna give her the grape. I'm gonna assume that she knows that she's eating an eyeball. I'm gonna be like, that's fucking weird, but, you know, girls can have hobbies. I don't remember this. Where does this take me? I'm guessing... No, I'm not going to guess. I don't remember. It's been 5 years since I've taken this. I have no memory of this. 4 years. Same place. Okay, so they give you multiple teleporters. That was going to be my guess. Dang it, I should have guessed. Go over here. I'm a splur. Oh my god, I forgot to go to the statue of Roses, dude. Oh, in Liurnia, in Limgrave, I mean. Guide and gatekeeper for those returning to the roots. So, let us talk about Bro here. Bro has a purpose. He shows you where a dungeon is, but it's a specific category of dungeon. He's showing you where the light is, or the roots are, so that you can be buried in them. He's a guide for the dead and the dying. He has a cute little candle. He's, Hi, Marlo. Come here. He's terrifying. Sorry, not to judge, but it's true. Also, creepy hands... But look at his feet. They're like bird feet. 3 claws. This is an ancient figure. Roses is a little mysterious, mainly because I've read the lore, but I haven't put together all of the Roses information. But most likely, he is a remnant of the previous death cult. And right now, he serves to guide the dead. I'm going to try to gather any items that we get on Roses, but the connection to him and the death birds is also very strong. Like, yeah, he looks like a death bird. The contortion of his body, like he looks not right. But the color that he has there is of their ghost flame as well. He helps you find dungeons. I don't know how many of these dungeons I'm going to do because there's a lot of them and many of them don't really have that much in them and it's like, eh. But I'll probably do some. We're being attacked by gremlins. And they're pretty damn good at it. God. I like how they surround you. They jump on you, avoiding your swings. They ambush you with smoke bombs. They seem to enjoy it too, that creepy laugh. Oh, we're so lucky. Vulgar militia armor. Armor worn by lean, mean, and filthy militiamen. Freshly singed battlegrounds effusing with the stench of the dead. Forbidden lands that will be excised from the memory of history. This is where the vulgar militia serve as untiring, unsung watchkeepers. In other words, the translation of that is they go gleefully where no one else is allowed or will ever want to go. And they prevent people from going where they shouldn't. So what the hell are they doing here? Why do they add the word filthy? That's rude. Because it's true. They stinky. Go, my little attack guys. They do be attack guys. It's true. There's a cave here, but I can't see it. It's also possible I passed it already. I don't remember exactly where this is. It's been a long time since I've done this. Also, dead body in a chair. A nice view. It's true, my tarnished is quite stinky, yeah. Not gonna lie. Game would you say is better? I mean, they're different, they just do different things. I understand why they're compared, but they're also really different. Ooh, we haven't done one of these yet. Cliff Bottom Catacombs. So we haven't actually done a catacomb. This is a good thing to showcase. It's very cool. Where does Elden Ring rank on your FromSoft tier list? Let me see. I put Elden Ring after Dark Souls 2 and 1. So it's maybe and after Night Rain, for sure. I adore Night Rain. It's crazy. Ooh, I was hoping to get one of these. This is awesome. Grave Glovewort. White flower that blooms in catacombs, each a soundless bell used to summon spirits. Spirit tuning is not merely the simple act of imbuing strength. It is an art that lies somewhere between tuning an instrument and conducting a conversation, leaving both parties enriched. Look, I love that. And amazing lore. Amazing lore. And such an insight into Roderica and what she does. And then the glintstone firefly. A firefly whose glowing tail has hardened into glintstone, widely found in Liurnia Lake. Alas, now that its tail is glintstone, it can no longer beguile potential mates. That is one of those item descriptions that is really, really, really interesting and weird. Glintstone is growing on living things. Something is not right here. Also, that glintstone has taken away its ability to mate. Proximity to glintstone has made it so it can no longer have children. Insightful. Root resin. Resin secreted from the roots of the great tree. The roots of the great tree were once linked to those of the Erd tree, or so they say, and it is for this reason catacombs are built around great tree roots. So this is one of those really odd item descriptions that differentiates the great tree and the Erd tree. However, others sort of use them interchangeably or imply they're the same. I think it's possible that both those things are true at the same time, despite them seeming like contradictions. But right now we're just taking things as they come. So yeah, let me see. Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring is like 5th place. Yeah. I know that sounds low, but it's actually pretty high. It's just, my faves is gonna be my faves, you know what I mean? Got to have Bloodborne first. Bloodborne is the GOAT. They've still not achieved the heights of Bloodborne for me personally. Is this the one with the illusory walls? Maybe. We'll find out. And then Dark Souls 2 is next because it's just... Oh god, I adore it. And then Dark Souls 1 because it started there and it's really, really special. And it also like ties so beautifully into Dark Souls 2, right? Like, you can't have Dark Souls 2 without 1 because it's a response to 2. And then Night Rain is... I love Night Rain. It's so much fun. I cannot stop playing Night Rain. It's still just as fresh and new to me as when it came out. And then Elden Ring right after. Wake up, baby. So these guys are new. We haven't seen them before. They're kind of terrifying. They're wearing rags. They have what look like inflamed... Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, I fucked up. I missed the dodge roll. They have... Well, what look like inflamed welts. Can you step away? I can't see your body when you're that close. But on its head, you can actually take a look. It looked like there were horns growing on it that were cut. There's one in Stormvale? Oh, right, I forgot. They swarm me. Yeah, you're right. There was one in Stormvale, but now there's multiple here. They are definitely primitive looking and rather bestial. But might not be their fault, considering it looks like they were kept as prisoners. They have broken chains around their necks. They were kept in bondage. How many of the flavor texts are about things unable to find mates / have kids? And implications that fertility is not what it once was, as well as, well, less about fertility and more about the interest in having children has very much waned due to the stagnation of the realm. What if they're in chains because they did a lot of embezzling? I feel like you don't... That's not white-collar prison stuff. I feel like in white-collar prisons, you get, like, cappuccinos. Or something. You know? Like rich people jail. Don't hug me. I hate imps very, very much. Oh, that helped. Thank you. Yeah, they don't look right. So, just, you know, they're Omen. These are Omen. Don't the Omen look eerily... I've never looked at their body this much. Don't they look eerily like Shaman? Sorry, not Shaman. What are they called? Well, they are called Shaman, but they're not called... Ancestral Followers. Sorry. That's what I was thinking of. Some of the... It's tricky, because the Ancestral Followers, one of them is called a Shaman or something. They look like Ancestral Followers, is what I meant. Okay. Oh shit. Why do these guys not disappear upon dying? The rule for what disappears upon dying really is variable. I think they finally fixed it, but you used to be able to ragdoll bodies in FromSoft games, and I kind of really miss it. Like, I wish they would still let us do that. So generally what that means is that bigger enemies would vanish, so that you weren't just like ragdolling them around. I knew it. You can ragdoll enemies in like all the games except for Elden Ring, I think. I miss it too. Nox Mirror Helm. Helm fashioned from a crystal looking glass, one among the Eternal City's ritual implements, easily broken and weak against striking attacks. Worn by those committed to high treason, it wards off the intervention of the greater will and its vassal fingers. It's a very interesting item, also associated with the Nox, and if I'm not mistaken, our very first mention of the Nox, or sorry, of the Eternal City and the Nox. Is a tinfoil hat that actually works? Yes, that's exactly what it is. You know what? You're right. I should try it on because it does kind of... Oh my god. Okay, I kind of love it. Also, yeah, it's meant to be a mirror. So the principle is that if you look at it, it reflects and it just shows you back. Like you can't see... If you look at this person, you don't see them, you just see yourself. Oh my god, it does have those eyebrows. It's so funny. Oh my god, that scared me. Is this where the illustrated walls are? No. Want to know how you find illusory walls? You check them all, and then you go, I knew it. The one time you get a good one. Well, that's awesome. The forked hatchet. Peculiar hatchet wielded by imps. The gently undulating forked blade is known as an imp's tongue and causes blood loss. So, Catacombs. This is our first time seeing imps, and also, we've seen them as statues. They are made of stone. They're golems. They are here to protect something. And the statues also seal things behind a fog wall. This is a catacomb, but it also is used to keep things that should be kept hidden. This is also revealed by the fact that the vulgar militia are here. Wow. A scythe. It could very well be they were here because of this weapon. Okay. Hang on, I don't remember how we do this one. It's been so long since I've done some of these dungeons, I'm probably gonna have to uncover them organically. Low-key serving? High-key. Similar aesthetic to EG's helmet? Very similar. Yeah. We're gonna talk about that once we see EG. probably heard this guy whimpering, by the way. He's having bad dreams in his sleep. Honestly, a little sad. Like, not gonna lie. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yep. I can't believe you get to play. No, 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 no. I can't see. You don't get to play. I said you don't get to play. No stagger is crazy. Okay. Oh my god, chat. I don't remember this puzzle. You wouldn't ice out the prisoner's helmet. How could she? Yes. There's a ladder and you climb up. I remember. Yes, I think I remember. I vaguely remember. You gotta jump down somewhere. Is this one where you gotta jump down? Dang it. I don't remember. Are you guys still talking about drinking swamp water? Apparently they have dreams of omen killers hunting them. Yeah, they're having bad nightmares. Personally, I get the vibe that they're hiding here. Like, hiding out in fear. They go where no one else will. And then we come into their turf and we kill them. No, this is a big circle. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was one of those weird layered ones. Yeah, does anyone remember the solution to this one? Backseating, okay. Because I really am just trying to get them done. I don't remember. One catacomb, you've been to all the catacombs, you know what I mean? I don't remember shit. You jump down in the staircase area. So isn't that what I did? Did I do it bad? No, wait. No, 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 you're right. I think I remember. I remember. You look down. Gamers never look down. And then, so you do jump down. I just couldn't remember where. Yeah, yeah, this isn't a death pit. Aha! Thank you. One in Altus with multiple teleport chests. So you never got the soul jars of fortune? Again? Yeah, that one scares the shit out of me, complimentary. Go through the loop once and then backtrack, disregard my comment, I mix this up with another catacomb. Hey, no shade. That's what I'm saying. I get them all confused. I vaguely remember, but it's like, it's just, they really do kind of look the same. Ah! Oh! Our very first prattling pate. Oh, here we go. Ghost Glovewort. This is a new one. So we have the Grave Glovewort and then the Ghost Glovewort. And if you look at the design difference, this one literally has a tiny spirit around it, similar to the Chrysalid's Memento that we gave to Roderica. White flower that blooms in catacombs. A spirit nestles close to it. Ashes which keep their renown even after death cannot be strengthened by merely corporeal glovewort. So you use spirits to strengthen spirits. So what they mean by that is, this is a spirit jellyfish, this is a lone wolf, this is Latenna. They are so powerful that they keep their name and identity as spirits and thus need a different thing to upgrade them. Did I kill this one? Yeah. Oh, right. And the prattling pate wonderful. Twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a human head emits a voice that says wonderful. A wistful fetish that imparts voices and words on an eternal journey. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the prattling pates in this game. I think it's too low. I can't understand them very well unless I already know what they mean. I miss the Dark Souls ones. I think they were better. Is he stupid? Presumably a little. What about You're Beautiful? Like I said, I literally can't understand them. They're too low. Do hit pretty hard. Shit, he got me. I'm dead. Aww, I just needed to dodge one grab. Oh well. I have not played Blasphemous. The shackle from patches would help you uncover the walls easily. Yeah, but it's an exploit. Like, I don't know why they haven't patched that because it's fucking weird. It's very clearly not intended, the things that you can do with the shackle, so I don't use it. I still don't know why they did the shackle like that. Maybe they just don't care, but it's a bummer. Women are still kind of a threat to me, so I'm going to utilize stealth when possible. Got the shackle trick from DLC Sealed Spirit Spring, so I'm sure it's intentional. No, it's the same thing, they just haven't patched it. FromSoft's weird. Like I said, there's certain things that... Okay. On release, there was an exploit that you could buff yourself with Deathblight, and what this would mean is you could run up to people and Deathblight them. They patched it. In PvP. Very quickly. You can do the same thing with sorry, not Deathblight. Bleed, and they didn't patch it. I've been waiting. They just haven't. It's fucking weird, but FromSoft and their patches are odd. Presumably just... And keep in mind, you get stun locked. You can't move. You just get bled to death. It's incredibly toxic. And I'm still waiting for them to patch it. They fucking haven't. Page. Sometimes they just don't fix things. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Used to summon the spirit of a page. Spirit of a page who traveled at the side of the noble he served. Uses a piercing sword and crossbow to defend his master. One becomes a page merely by accident of being born into obscurity. Nothing is asked of ability, talent, or volition. Don't know who the statue is of. Not sure. Definitely someone associated with death, most likely. We see statues like this, but now I can't remember where. Not roses, because roses is depicted differently. But as you see here, it's literally like a skeletal figure to open the place. There's some really cool iconography in the catacombs. But still, always tree roots. Or branches. So catacombs are interesting in the sense that it's not a puzzle to find the boss, it's a puzzle to find the switch that opens the way to the boss. They're very much like Bloodborne, Chalice dungeons. Briars? Not too likely to be briars because they're not thorny. They just look like thin. And remember, there's always roots growing here because the whole principle of the catacombs is you're buried at the roots. So as you see, there's lots of branches, but they're not deathblight branches. They're just regular roots. Oh, shit. I really hate these things. Good dodge. Okay. Might be here for a bit. Hopefully I can make it so he doesn't get to play, but holy shit. These are an enemy that are a little rare in Elden Ring, Night Rain, so I'm not very good at fighting them. Also the name. It uses magic as an Erdtree burial watchdog. I personally think they're lemurs. They look very silly, but they're also golems, made of stone. One's capable of magic, which is really interesting. Come on now. Just, holy shit, motherfucker. I can't believe I haven't staggered it yet. Like, holy shit, staggered. Do you know who I am? I'm a strength gamer using a colossal. Thank you. Step aside. Zabumafu? I actually think he's Zabumafu, 100%. Anyway, they look like lemurs. Some people think they're cats. I just think that they are strange animalistic golems that are there to protect. Imps look like gargoyles, like really mini ones. So they're also protective. Like gargoyles are meant to be, they were put onto buildings in order to be scary to evil and evil spirits. So that like they would see the scary gargoyle and they'd be like, oh, and then they wouldn't come into that building. So gargoyles are meant to be protective as well. So here, they're protecting this whole place. Kaiden's sellsword. Spirit of a mercenary belonging to horse-riding folk. Skillfully uses a massive blade made for dismounting other riders and enhances his already considerable strength with war cries. The sellswords of Kaiden made their prowess known on countless battlefields. So we met these guys at the start. They're the ones riding the horses. So now we know what they are. They are sellswords. They fight for... They're mercenaries. They fight for whoever pays them. And here we are. And this is Erdtree Burial. Buried at the roots, and they return to them. Now, this looks a little macabre. Right? Like, I think a lot of people's impression of the Erdtree and I remember there was a very early theory that it was a parasite, that the tree is a you know, been co-opted. Now it's evil and it's corrupt. I think a lot of that was fed by imagery like this, which, yeah, it looks creepy. It looks like a mass grave. It looks disturbing, right? All these bodies. However, I think that, personally, I don't subscribe to that belief anymore. I think that's a pretty outdated one. I don't know, like, the general discourse, but I think most people don't think of the Erdtree negatively now. I really don't know, though. I definitely don't. It looks bad, but to be fair, death and decay are always a little, you know, we always react to them for various reasons. I don't think there's anything sinister about this, really. I think it's just a tradition. You're buried at the roots. Okay. That's our very first catacomb, which is awesome. We can also level up some of our ashes. Catacombs has blue fire torches, but torches at the gate before boss fight is normal fire torches. Oh, true, yeah. Let's go maybe up here now? Instead of return to the earth, return to the tree? Yeah. It's kind of the thing. If you open up, if you go to a graveyard and you start digging and you open it up, it doesn't look great, right? But it's a part of the cycle of life. Let's go this way. Stuff like that, unable to return to the tree. We don't know that. We just don't know how long they've been decaying. It's possible though, and it's... The cycle is definitely damaged because of Radagon's stagnation, unfortunately. So it's highly possible. We're not sure how bad the disruption is to the entire life cycle. Because while things are not decaying, things that are tinged with gold, we also know that there are spirits. Ash is still being made. And lives continue. According to Melina later. Things are messed up pretty badly, but it's not all over. How long has the shattering been going? No idea, but probably a very, very, very long time. Well, this is a fucked up looking crab, wouldn't you say? Huh. Okay, it's not gonna let me look at it. Look at its chest, chat. It does death blight buildup. Where have we seen... Actually, wait. It's worth it. Huh. Now, where have we seen an animation like that before? That's exactly what happened to Roger. In his bloodstain. How the hell is a crab spewing death blight? Well, did you notice that Godwin's face is, or sorry, the Prince of Death's face is growing all over it? If you take a look at this crab, you'll notice that it has Godwin's face. And when you get up to a crab, you'll notice that their main animation is eating. They dig in the water with their little pincers, or big pincers in this case, searching for food. It's gotten infected with Deathblight. It's spreading even to nature. That was close. Crab eggs. Eggs of large crab which dwell in the shallows. A nutritious foodstuff that warms from within. The flavor is exquisite. Only those of comfort and means know the truth. A crab's eggs are more delectable than its meat. Dang, really? And they are also usually in the water. Yeah, don't drink the lake water. However, this one is near some graves. But still. But there might be someone else here. And there sure is! The beast eye quivers. Yeah, no fucking shit. There's a... Never mind. There's a death root nearby. It's easier to see on the small backs. Yes, I'll show them later on. I know a few that we can show off for certain. Whoa, that hit further away than I thought, actually. Where'd he go? Oh, right. He goes up here. I forgot about this. Trina's Lily. Interesting. Water? Where we're going? We don't need water. I got another death root and a skeletal bandit ash. Wait, who's this? D! Oh, I totally forgot. I had a vague memory that you could summon D here, but I couldn't remember. Omen should have been nighttime exclusive. Nah, I disagree just because, for several reasons. Number one, the nighttime spawns are easily missed because you need to know that they happen and you need to understand the trigger. You need to play at nighttime. So that's kind of unfortunate because it's like RNG. You don't... Personally, I wanted this game to be pretty, so I often made it daytime. I missed some nighttime spawns for this reason, right? Because then you don't get to see this cool skybox. So that sort of sucks. However, Deathblight is infectious. So the fact that if it only showed up at night, that would be weird. Like, they're there all the time. Yeah, it's probably the mod. It messes with the summons a little. So this is a weird random guy in the middle of nowhere. Fuck, that hurt. He buffed with lightning. We haven't seen anything like that. And we actually haven't seen a guy like this before either. Just in the middle of nowhere. doesn't get to play though, so... Dragon Cult Prayer Book. Oh, I should actually read this too. Whoops. Skeletal Bandit Ashes. This is the spirit of a bandit who lives in death and will continue to rise again until properly finished off. After the night of the plot, Deathroot appeared in the lands between, and those who live in death soon followed. Dragon Cult Prayer Book. Prayer Book of the capital's ancient dragon cult. A text of the knight's faith that arose after the war of the ancient dragons. Can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations: Lightning Spear, Honed Bolt, and Electrify Armament. One with Horse and Limgrave? Where? How can a crab be infected with Deathblight and not die like the player? Well, effectively the crab is spreading the contagion. Also, it's sort of like it works differently for other people. When we get infected with Deathblight, we die, we respawn, we're fine. When Roger gets infected with it, he's permanently done. It's sort of like in the game, it's a game, so you need to be able to, you can't be like permanently cursed. Also, okay, I should clarify this statement. This is a kind game, so they're not going to do that to you. In Dark Souls, there was a status effect that operated very similarly to Deathblight. When your bar fills up, you die, except there was a fun little addition, and it was called Curse. When you were cursed, when you respawned, your HP would be lessened. I think quartered? Or 3/4, like they took a chunk of your HP. And if you get cursed, it gets worse. So there were permanent effects to being cursed, and you needed to cure curse. This game, and Elden Ring generally, is much kinder. They don't do that. There's no permanent, you know, effects. Oh, that's pre-patch the effect stack. That's my bad. That's my bad. I actually didn't realize that was a patch. Also, in the OG Dark Souls 1, it was half your HP. Unless... well, I don't remember, to be honest. I don't really get cursed that often, so... Anyway, the game is kind. FromSoft is not so mean anymore, probably because they want to make the game a little bit more user-friendly, and as a result, yeah, they don't do that. So that's sort of the thing, is like that these things would be a lot worse to anyone else. Also, for example, we have boluses that cure Scarlet Rot. But it's not so easily cured to anyone else, right? We can't just give Millicent a bolus. It's just one of those things. Resurrection painting. Imagine if you get Deathblighted once and you're like permanently debuffed. That'd be awesome. In Demon Souls, dying reduces health? Yeah, as you lose contact with your body. Doesn't Fia give you a curse? No, she gives you a buff. It just also has a debuff effect. And people didn't really read it, so they never realized. And it's like a tiny aspect of your health and it doesn't stack. It's not comparable. Trust me. I forgot about somewhere I would like to visit. Although, let me think. Yeah, I think we can do this. How is it a buff? If you use it. It's a consumable. It's meant to be used to give you an effect. And people just don't, so they just keep it in their inventory forever and they don't get the effect of it. And it takes a tiny little chunk of your health. She tells you what it's going to do and people are still surprised. Chat. Anyone who's saying, oh, it's just like Fia, I can't imagine you've played Dark Souls 1 and gotten cursed if you're comparing it. You guys are being the meme right now. You know the meme of like the girl with her cut hand? It's like some like emo drawing. And she's like, you can't imagine how much this hurts. And he's got like fucking 18 daggers in his back and he goes, oh, sorry. Like, you guys right now are being the girl in the meme. You're like, oh, well, Fia takes your health too. And then all the Dark Souls people are like... Basilisks are terrifying. You live in fear, chat. Because if you don't know about curse, you get cursed and you're like, how do I fix this? And you don't know. And you have to like go to a specific NPC or find an item and you have to know that that item does it. Fortunately, there is a guy who will tell you if you talk to him, but he might also be dead, which is fun. Resurrection painting, work of a wandering artist. Reminiscence of a painting titled Resurrection. This painter is said to have captured the landscape seen during the last moments of those welcomed into death's embrace. The soul of the painter and vestiges of the dead's last moments can be discovered by visiting the location depicted even now. ES1 Curse had people going through half the game with half health. Yeah, no, it's a huge deal. Like, anyone's like, oh, I kept Fia's buff the whole run because I didn't know. Bro, you had like this much lost health. Like, it's not, you'll be okay. You didn't even notice. You cannot miss Curse. It's not the same. It's not the same at all. Flame Cleanse Me. So these guys are new, by the way. We've never seen them before. We're like, what the hell are these weird people? They're the fire monks. Creates a fire within that burns away toxins, alleviates poison and scarlet rot buildup, and cures these ailments. This incantation leaves the caster with subtle burns, a reminder that they must fear the flame. Being cursed first playthrough of Dark Souls made me restart the whole playthrough because I was stuck. Yes. Yes. That is very valid. So, weird braziers, fire, weird stick, weird armor. We will make note of these things and discuss them when they are relevant. Dark Souls 1 does a lot of shit that I never want them to do again, but I'm very happy they did it. Yeah. I miss Curse. I miss punishments for making mistakes. These games are too easy. You die, you respawn 20 feet away. Like, I want more suffering. I want pain. I want to cry because I died. You know? They don't do that anymore. I want them to do fucked up shit to us just because they can. More of these weird nerds. Let's kill them. The little ones have a crown of thorns around their head as well. Okay, chill. Now you get to cry because you're stuck in a boss that sucks. See, that's how I feel. I don't love that. I don't love that. Yeah. That is an aspect that I'm not the biggest fan of, but that's okay. 5-minute run back to Millennia sounds terrible. Okay, but run backs were only long on, well, it depended, but nothing was really that difficult in Dark Souls. Sure, we were still like learning, but there wasn't really that many brutal run backs. They were fairly easy. It just took some time, but not even that much, versus like in this game, there are still, well, very often there's no run backs at all. But when you face a boss that has 0 run back, like not even 2 feet, you know you're in for something interesting. Like Melania. Melania is very, like, right in the center, and then you run to the fog wall. They know you're going to be there for a long time. Placidusax has a run back. Renala has a run back. I don't think we're going to do this right now. My weapon is not +0, it is +2. I'm not going to do this right now. But it is intriguing. No, Dark Souls 1 has some pretty poor runbacks. Compared to this. It has runbacks. Dark Souls 2 has a couple that are famous. And then otherwise it's pretty much the same. No, Elden Ring is hard. I just want it to be more punishing. Do you know? Like, I want it to not be so nice to us. Like, I want it to ruin my life and I want to say thank you. Like, I don't, you know? I want to be like, wow, should I restart because the run is so cooked? Like you are in Dark Souls. Like, I miss that, you know? I miss that agony. Oh, I forgot this is a weird place. Hi, what up, baby? These guys look like Omen, but they got weird, small faces. Can't really do that in a 150-hour game. The thing is, you can't do a lot of things in a 150-hour game, so I just wish they had not made a 150-hour game and they had made like a tighter game. Do I want to do this right now? Because here's the thing, they did it in a 70-hour game, and that game is pretty similar to this one, except if you cut out all the running around on a horse, all the kind of like wasted time, you have the same length. So that's kind of where I'm at, personally. I'm lost. I thought there was a grace here, but I don't really remember this area. What's a 70-hour game? Dark Souls 2. The most comparable to this one. Damn, that was a good shot. Fucking Shroud over there. Wait a second. Is this what I think it is? Is this Muriel? I hope so, because if so, we're about to get some flower lore. The Church of Vows. And we got Turtle Pop!
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you to the Church of Vows. I am Muriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this place?
No.
How it came to be known as the Church of Vows?
I don't know.
Well, that is a shame. But who can blame you? The shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Renala of the Full Moon. And so our church holds in view the monuments of both houses, the Erd Tree of the capital and the Academy of Raya Lucaria.
So now that he said that, we of course have to take a look. Should probably have gone in the other direction. Of course, Liurnia is Liurnia-ing, and it's cloudy as shit, so good luck. That's Raya Lucaria, that like vague silhouette you can see over there. And I can't even freaking see the Erdtree right now. 1 second. This is a very unique location for multiple reasons. And we're going to talk about all of them because I love this place and it's very, very cool and special. We will be waiting for nighttime. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. How would you break your dog poke mug? Don't remind me! It fell on the floor. Why are you reminding me of my pain? I had this mug that I really liked that someone in the community sent me. And it had turtle pope on it and I really liked it and it was my favorite for tea and all my tea lattes, and then one day I broke it. And I still think about that mug and I can't find another one. They don't have, like I can't find where they even got it to buy another. I'm still sad about it. It was a really perfect, like not only was it really cute, but it was the perfect shape. I don't have a mug like it.
Oh, was there something you needed? You are free to show yourself around. I would serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything of use, you are free to take it with you.
He's such a sweet boy.
Unless perhaps you are in search of instruction, in which case I will share all that I know.
Bro, thank you, thank you. I'm clumsy. If I, okay, listen. You could call it a sin if I like was like, fuck this mug and I broke it and then I regretted it. There's no intent. I was clumsy. I woke up early in the morning. I was making tea. My arm tapped it and it fell off the table. And then I was like upset for the rest of the day. And I get sad every time I think about it. I'm still devastated. Glue? Okay, gamers, okay. I have to share something very important. Don't glue a mug because it won't be safe to drink from anymore. It depends, I know, but no. Any glue good enough, it's not worth it. It shattered into several different pieces. Yes, I could have fixed it Kintsugi style, but it wouldn't have been usable anymore. Not to mention, I don't really have any molten gold. But you shouldn't, if you have to fix a mug with glue, it's not usable anymore. You can't drink from it anymore. And like, yes, maybe I could have fixed it and then kept it on a shelf, but then I would have been sad because it was my favorite drinking mug, not my favorite display mug. It's dangerous to use something that's been broken to drink from because you could miss a shard and it could like, you could get the shards in your throat. It's not good. So, point is, no, I couldn't fix it. I like fixing things, but... Anyway, Muriel the Pastor of Owls. So, now that hopefully the weather's better, I mean it's raining, but you can see Raya Lucaria right there. Where is the Erdtree? The Erdtree would be... Okay, I thought I could go through here. You can't. Right over there, in opposite directions. From Store in Japan didn't sell the mug. It wasn't an official mug. I think it was made by an artist. That's why I couldn't find any sign of it. Heard somewhere that cracks tend to breed bacteria, so not ideal to use a cracked mug regardless of glue. True, even cracks, they can, they're porous, so it's risky, yeah. Gold sewing needle and golden tailoring tool. So he told us we can take what we want, so we're going to take this. Sewing needle made of gold. Unique item made to alter demigod attire. One of the tools brought by Radigan when he entered into marriage with Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, and joined the Carian line. Tailoring tools made from gold. Tools brought with the red-haired Radigan when he married into the Carian line. With these, even demigod attire can be altered at a site of grace. So, Radigan brought this sort of as a wedding. It doesn't even say it was a wedding gift, but it was representative of their marriage. But Radigan doesn't sew. Now, how do I know that? because he's Radigan. We don't know much about him yet, but suffice to say, he doesn't use this. This is Marika's. Marika used this. And this also gives us more evidence for... Where is it? The Mimic Veil, aka Marika's Mischief. She used a golden sewing needle to make it. There's also a link here. There's lots of evidence as to why it isn't his, but I think it's very notable that it just says that he brought it with him. Not that he used it. Not even that it was his. Just that he brought it. Because Radigan is Marika, but he can't do what she can do. They're very much divided. So... he is a being, and we'll get to this, of destruction. He is incapable of creating anything. He can't sew. It was just like a relic that he brought. Also, there's this strange statue here that says, atone. You don't need absolution. Now, this church is quite different from all the others. There's no Marika statue, first of all, but the shape of it is different, and we also know why. It was for a purpose of a vow, of a marriage. This is where they got married. And apparently the church was constructed for this purpose, or perhaps something older was altered. And I definitely think it's the latter because of this statue. Now, we don't know the significance of this yet. But we'll have to keep an eye out for anyone who has something like this. This outfit, and we'll have to keep an eye out for what item we use for absolution. Because this is really weird otherwise.
Is there something else?
He has a lot of dialogue. Describe the mug. White, tall, pure white, and it just had a picture of Turtle Pope with a heart on it. It was very cute. The lattice is literally his rune. What lattice? It is a Nox? Okay, gamers, remember, you're doing the thing. Yes, it's a statue of the Nox. This evokes Nokron. The item we need for absolution is a Nokron. We haven't been to Nokron. We don't know what it is yet. Remember, this is the type of run we're doing. We're not doing a, let me tell you what this is. We're trying to find it as we play. We don't know what this is yet. It's a journey type of run. That's why I'm saying that. Just remember this for later. And we'll talk about it when we get there. It's more fun that way.
Something else?
And then we have the evidence to back up our lore claims. So yeah, take notes, exactly. Yo, Anam, thanks so much for 36 months as well. I appreciate that. Thank you for 3 years. Thanks so much. Happy 3rd Streamversary. Time flies. Enjoy your continued ad-free viewing, and thank you for the Prime as well. Okay, so we are immediately introduced to a very unique character on multiple different levels. First of all, he is the Pastor of Vows, and the vow specifically that we're discussing is marriage. Holy shit, I just realized something. That's actually really neat. I know this is so obvious now, but I'll talk about this more in detail when we get to it, but Radigan marries Renala, but we know why he married her. Not out of love, not even for the alliance. He married her to get access to the Carian secrets. And there's evidence of this, but one of the details of Radigan is that he wanted to become complete, right? There's a specific item in Raya Lucaria that says this. We'll get to it, but I find it really interesting because marriage is meant to be a vow where two people become one, and there's this idea of a completion, but even when he was married, that wasn't what he was after. So it just shows what his real purpose was. There's tons of evidence that he didn't give a single shit about Renala or any of his children with her. It's just more lashes on the Radigan blows hard train, which sucks because, like, yeah, Renala really cared about him. But yeah, we'll get to this. Either way, Muriel is so cool. He's a tortoise, first of all. Tortoises, and I guess they use turtles in this game, but technically he's a tortoise. All tortoises are turtles, but not all turtles are tortoises, sort of thing. Anyway, they are known to be wise. And actually, hang on. I think it's the pickle. Yes. No, where is it? Yeah, now I'm forgetting which item it is. There's an item that... Oh, wait! No. Hang on. There we go. A talisman in the shape of a green turtle. Turtles are known as a nutritious ingredient, symbolic of inexhaustible power. However, those who hold turtles to be wise creatures consider the practice of eating their meat to be barbarous. And we haven't gone to them yet, but there's evidence that that's specifically the people who live in Liurnia who think that. So he is likely of the camp of the Carians. However, that said...
Is there something else?
He teaches sorcery and incantations. Both. An old sorcery of the Carian royal family. We actually have this. I forgot, this is our starting spell. And then there's also Carian Greatsword. One of the sorceries of the Carian royal family conjures a magic greatsword and then delivers a sweeping blow. Armed with this spell, sorcerers gain the strength of knights, their loyalty sworn to the moon. So we also know that the Carian royal family is considered the House of the Moon, which is a new phrase that we aren't familiar with yet, but there's a strong link between the royals and the moon, and this is our evidence for this. And that would be Renala, the queen, a new figure that we've heard mentioned from Gideon, but we didn't know that she married Radigan. Oh, actually we did. He tells us that too. But now we're getting more background on that. Also, Josh Colin, thanks so much for 11 months as well. Welcome back. And thank you for the hype train, everybody. Thanks. Get your emotes here. Also, yes, a bit of meta lore. George R. R. Martin loves turtles, so it may be why they're present. However, turtles are also often seen as wise animals and long-lived animals, so could be a bit of column A, bit of column B. Study incantations. Blessing's Boon, one of the ancient Erd Tree incantations. Grants a blessing to the caster and nearby allies, gradually restoring HP. Blessings once fell like tears from the Erd Tree, and this incantation is but a lingering remnant of their power. And here we get one of our very first Erd Tree, or actually our very first Erd Tree incant. I'm going to buy this because this is a really, really important one. It gives us a ton of lore. So number one, we see the symbol of the Erd Tree and an incantation associated directly with the Erd Tree. And it's one that is ancient. Let's take a look at our spells. This one is ancient. This one is not. This is an incantation from the era before this one, basically. These ones are not ancient. Nothing else is ancient. This one's older. This is from the founding, is what we're getting. Because we know this is the Erd Tree, the age of the Erd Tree. This is the land of the Erd Tree. But even for this culture, this is ancient. And that's really insightful. So that's one part of it. Another part of it is the fact that we know that during the age of the Erd Tree, there was an age of plenty, and it is long past. Blessings once fell like tears. So that's multifold, because A, falling like tears means, in this context, it means plentiful, but it also means tears. Why would you cry? Out of pain or sadness? So it's a very interesting phrase. And then these types of things would have been more common. These are the type of blessings. And finally, and we're going to get more evidence of this, it's associated with healing. It heals. That's all. And this is going to be very important. The more... We're going to get more evidence of what the ancient Erdtree incantations are. But I'm going to give a little spoiler. They're all healing or buffs. They're all protective or healing. And that is so significant. And you cannot ignore it.
Is there something else?
Still do not know the true nature of Radagon. I think we know more than we think. Muriel is the only being that teaches you both? I believe so, yes. He's very unique. And also, he can learn both. We can give him scrolls and prayer books. What about Elden Stars? Elden Stars is not associated with the Erdtree. Elden Stars is associated with the Elden Beast. Different. Now, let's ask about Radagon.
You wish to know more of Lord Radagon? Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Rennala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen. However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Rennala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
These are very interesting things that he's bringing up. Could tears be like sap from the tree getting hurt, but with blessings? Yes. Possible. In fact, there's evidence for that. There's this really interesting line from Selin. So I'm going to go give her the scroll books that I think I have one. That compares Amber with Glintstone, which is also very, very interesting. And it's some of the deepest lore that is like really insightful to give us more context to the world. But yeah, first let's talk about that huge lore dump. We just got half the goddamn family tree put together. Well, at the very least, the tops, the parents. So, Rennala was married to Radagon. He came here to fight her, and they ended up married. And it specifically says that he repented his territorial aggressions. In other words, this is her kingdom. This is her land. Rennala rules here, and he came to fight her. Ended up married. And this was enough of a marriage alliance that it ended the war. It combined the House of the Erdtree and the House of the Moon. And that's a really good question that he brings up. First of all, why was a champion good enough to be Elden Lord? But there's another question that he doesn't ask. Why was a champion good enough to end the war by marrying Rennala? Who is Radagon? Apparently he's just a champion, but there's more to him, clearly. Also, yes, he left Rennala, and he says it's a mystery as to why, implying there's something to be found out there. There is something to be found out there. There's a deeper truth, and the first sign of this deeper truth is hinted at by Muriel. About Rennala.
You wish to know more of Lady Rennala. She is queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, the great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her, and then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library.
So, Muriel tells us a lot, but he doesn't tell us everything. Obviously, he doesn't know everything, including a detail that we learned from Gideon already. When Gideon tells us about Rennala, he's specifically talking about a rune that she possesses, a great rune that we'll need. And he says that Radagon gave her an amber egg before he left her, and the great rune is in that egg. We are not told this by Muriel, We do know that things did not go well for Rennala after Radagon left. But these are two pieces of information that if we combine, can give us a significant conclusion. At least once we see Rennala. Because, okay, she's the great mighty full moon witch. She stopped this mighty champion of the Erdtree in his tracks. But when he leaves, she's so heartbroken that she doesn't fight anymore and she's locked in a library? That doesn't sound like the same person to me. Maybe there's a reason for that. And we'll get there. Now, of course, heartbreak, sadness can make you sad. But there's something else there, for sure. And we'll get to it when we get to Rennala. There's a mystery. In fact, there's tons of mysteries. Is he going to tell us any more about Radagon?
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
Mysterious, but this gives us a hint for a quest way later in the game. Why would Radagon have the Rune of Rebirth? Why indeed? Basically, a lot of the discourse we're getting here is like, why was a random guy this important about Rennala?
In the end, Lady Rennala was left alone.
He mentions the egg now.
Cradling the amber egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. You would do well to remember, severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
That's a really good line. Although I gotta say, listen, dude. Muriel's like, hey, you shouldn't divorce. It's bad. But he's sort of implying that Rennala is the one who deals with the consequences, but she didn't do anything. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about there. Like, hey, don't let your husband leave you, or you could be cursed by an evil egg. What? Anyway, bit of a weird line in terms of talking about Rennala, but whatever. The egg. She is devoted to the egg in a forbidden rite of reincarnation. So I think it's pretty evident that the egg changed her, even from this dialogue. You may not be sure, maybe like, okay, that's weird. And then when we get there, yeah. That's all she has left of him, probably. True, but there's even more to it. Radagon ended up failing as well, if you think about it. It's true, but it really seems like until we come around, Radagon doesn't get his comeuppance. That motherfucker did so much goddamn harm. He is not blamed for half the shit I think there's evidence of him having done. He deserves way more scorn. Warning about hurting others as Radagon betrayed Rennala. Yeah, but I guess it's like she was really sad and punished, and it's like, okay, but she didn't do anything. And then Radagon goes and gets like a fucking statue made of him, gets to be second Elden Lord. I agree though, Radagon failed. Radagon doesn't get to hold on to what he did. He does get punished eventually by us. No matter what ending you pick, you fulfill Marika's wish and defeat Radagon and end his... destroy his hopes, basically. Anyway, this place is awesome. I love it. There's the relic of their marriage kept here. It could have been like something left here as a symbol of their marriage. I don't know why. Functionally, it's just meant to give us the ability to alter more armor. But flower lore, look. The golden flowers that we saw in Godric's arena associated with the Erdtree, and the blue flowers representing Liurnia. This is the only place in the game that they both bloom together, representing even the alliance, the marriage. It's really sweet. I love this place. It's very neat. You know what? I do want to get his dialogue, so I'm going to give him one of the prayer books. Why would Radigan make his secret part of the statue? No. The statue artist, the sculptor, saw the secret and put it into the statue. Radigan presumably didn't want him to see it, but it was too late. Renala looked at Radigan and was like, yep, he's worthy. Yeah, I mean, part of it is the danger of falling for a hot fuckboy. It's true. That is lore. Radigan doesn't have much going for him, but he's hot. And that's pretty much it. No personality. In fact, a shit personality, but he's really, really, really ridiculously good looking. And this helps him get away with a lot of bullshit. So, really, on a meta level, the lore is warning you, don't trust a fuckboy. Because look at what happened to Renala. She gets left, 3 kids and the dog, and all he does is leave her a stupid egg. Trust me. It's there, but not too related to Elden Ring, I suppose. Anyway, let's give him a prayer book. The Dragon Cult prayer book.
Oh, what have we here? Very well, let us both learn together. Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined.
So this is a good moment to talk about something really important to the lore that we've already gotten some hints of. Animal parts are like tied to devolution, but also are closer to the crucible of life, the primordial bed of life. We've heard some mention of this. We've already seen some item descriptions about this. The misbegotten, for example, with their animal parts, were not always seen the way they are now. At one point, it was considered a sign of the divine. So the fact that an animal tells us this, a very long-lived animal, it's as if he speaks from experience. Heresy is but a contrivance. Heresy is made up. It is not native to the world. Everything can be conjoined. Everything can be brought together. Which is why he's the pastor of vows. 2 people fundamentally opposed can be brought together in marriage, and those things are combined. It's actually very beautiful. But it's significant that it's him saying it. A wise, ancient being, most likely. So, now we get some new incantations. One of the incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult. Long ago, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax and befriended his fallen foe, an event that gave rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. I'm gonna buy this so we have it for lore, because it's the cheapest, only one I can afford right now. But yeah, so he says this no matter what you give him, because all things can be conjoined, and he teaches everything equally. PS3 had a lady hug and an egg also. Yeah, Angel's Egg. It's a reference to Angel's Egg. In part, but it's also a reference to the same things that Angel's Egg is referencing. Okay, I need to get to this freaking dungeon, and I think it's over here. It's over here. Yes, I remember now. I think it's over there. So we can go back to the round table hold. Actually, let's take a moment to return to the round table hold. Radigan is Marika? Okay. I feel like people are doing one of the major sins of Elden Ring right now. And that sin, Radigan and Marika are 2 people in one body. In other words, when you say Radigan is Marika, what it means is that 2 people are in one body. It doesn't mean that everything that they do can be blamed on both of them. Think of this. One person says, let's go left. The other person says, let's go right. They are in one body, so they have to choose. They cannot choose, but they're arguing. That's effectively the entire video game. Marika says, let's not do stagnation. Radigan says, no, let's do stagnation. That's the entire story. This is 101. You have to remember this. Because The problem is, whenever I say Radagon blows and he sucks and everything's bad about him, people go, okay, but Radagon is Marika. Yes. He's apparently all of her goddamn worst traits squished into a goddamn fuckboy. That's they're like the complete opposite. Marika's like, I like red. Radagon's like, I like blue. Everything. They disagree on everything. They fucking hate each other. Two, by the way. One of them represents creation, one represents destruction. You can't have creation without destruction. So they're both necessary. But yeah. Marika is, to use a phrase from DLC, the kindness of gold without order. And Radagon is the order. But we'll get to this. Like I said, this is very deep lore. I need to reiterate this because I know y'all are talking about like later lore. You need to understand this. It is the biggest. I still see so many people make that mistake. Be like, okay, but if Radagon is Marika, doesn't that mean it's Marika's? No! She can't help that her other half is a piece of garbage. Poor Trina can't help that Mikola sucks either. Poor Trina. She should have discarded him like Mikola did Trina. We'll talk about that. But no, that wouldn't have worked. Trina did deserve better, dude.
Always good to see you safe. Son, what do you need?
So that's the thing. If you understand that, if you understand that Radagon and Marika were opposed, but they shared a body, it really explains a lot of the strange things that were happening when he was Elden Lord that don't really make sense. Mesmer Radagon's son or Godfrey's? He is Marika's son.
Marika, I love all my kids. Radagon, yes, Mikola is quite good.
That's the most important part. If his father was important, he would be mentioned. In other words, fuck Radagon. There you are. Really, though, he is probably the twins. Or not twins. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, God! Frost and Bleed. That's a Metal Lord, all right. Shit. Oh, shit! I forgot he uses this. I want to talk about my boy Mad Tongue Alberich in a moment. God, he really doesn't play like a person. Shit. You only get one, sweetie. I'm the host, bitch. Damn it. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, I do love him. Also, Volpine, thank you for the 100 bits. Very true and real. Taunter's Tongue. Lures in invaders. This allows your world to be invaded without any furled finger cooperators present, and it also shortens the interval between windows of opportunity for invasion. Additionally, enables the arrival of a second invader to join when a cooperator is present. We don't get any lore about Alberich, but we will. Got up your crouch poke game? I know I don't do crouch poke, so that was like, I know it's very strong, but I don't know how to use it, so I was like sort of like fumbling through there. A real player would spam L2? Maybe. He is a duelist, though. They're a little bit more versatile. It's true. Anyway. Radagon must have been a very powerful warrior as well if he was to lead the Erdtree army against Liurnia. Yes, he is a being that represents all destruction. He was a very good warrior. That's basically his main defining trait, is his ability to fight. He was a very, very strong warrior. When it comes to violence, he was one of the best. The two leaders of the army of the Erdtree were Godfrey and Radagon, and that's very notable. Okay. Were they two personalities? They're not two personalities, they're two people. You gotta remember that we're dealing with this strangeness. They are one person divided into two, but those people are now completely separate. It's the yin and the yang. The masculine, the feminine. They are two opposites, but we all have those traits within us, kind of thing, right? Each person, each individual, we contain multitudes. We are able to do a bit of both, right? Like, we create things, we destroy things. But what if you took one person and they became really fucked up through the various rituals and magic and, you know, perhaps a god from outer space, and they became two people instead, and then all those traits of one person became split between the two, with each of them representing one thing. So they're different people, but they came from one person. It's confusing because it's meant to be, but we'll get to this. I'll explain this, but I need you to know this 101 because it is like a crime against Elden Ring to not understand that what Marika and Radagon do is be opposed to one another. That what one wants, the other doesn't. One wants to destroy the Elden Ring, one wants to fix it. They are complete opposites while also sharing a body. And that's where half the fun of this game comes in, is understanding how that even works and what that means. But please be there with me. They are opposites. Anyway. Same way with Miquella and Trina. The difference is we never see them inhabiting one body, so people understand that one a little better. Is Godwin another leader too? We don't know. Okay, the Cipher Potta. One of the weapons originating from the two fingers, a formless sequence of ciphers comprise its blade, and as such no shield can repel it, deals holy damage. The furtive inscription appears to hang in the air, the language of light, spoken by the two fingers. Unique skill, Unblockable Blade. Imbue the Cipher Blade with light, then lunge forward with a sudden piercing attack. This attack cannot be blocked. Okay, so I can't use it, but I want to show you this weapon. Because, yeah, it's literally a weapon made of text. And this is presumably the language of light. This is directly tied to the two fingers, and if you look at this... Did I pass my spell? It sure did. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It matches the symbol that is their rune. This is how they communicate. This is their language. Which is why they need finger readers to translate for them, is that most can't understand their language. Yeah, I wasn't going to bring up the rebus right away, but we will get to the rebus. I mentioned earlier with the Albinarics are artificial humans, making them homunculi. There's a lot of alchemy in this game. A lot of what I know about alchemy comes from Fullmetal Alchemist, so I'm not an expert by any means, but yeah. There's a few things that... Alchemy's main goal... so alchemy is like a proto-form of chemistry. It was simultaneously a study of the arcane and a science. It's less scientific than chemistry, but there was a basis, and it sort of started with that. The goal of alchemy, the goals were multifold. To create immortality, via the creation of a philosopher's stone was the goal. But what that meant was immortality and turning lead to gold. That was basically its principles. That's what they sought to do. Now, what this means, and the signs of alchemy and the steps of alchemy are all evident in this game. The creation of artificial life through the homunculus, a search for immortality, and the creation of gold from lead, the Golden Order, the Elden Ring, the Albinaurics, and there's also the creation of a perfect being, a rebus, which is both combined masculine and feminine in one body. Yeah, is there. We'll get to this. Like I said, if you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? We'll get there. Trust me. And if you know, you're like, oh. Or else you're just like, yeah, I know. We've been talking about this for 5 years. And I'm like, yep, But if you want to get a head start on the quiz, yeah, read about the rebus.
Been hiding?
It goes way deep.
For dead.
I don't know all of it, like I said. I don't know everything about alchemy, but there is a few things I know that are very significant to the story. I still don't have enough to make it +3, and I don't really like it, but we'll see. I think this is worse. My scaling isn't good enough yet. Okay. I don't think that's better. That's not good. That is not good. Okay.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning?
I am. So we don't have any baby glovewort, unfortunately, but that's okay. I don't want to level them up, but we at least have some glovewort now. Alchemy did have some actual findings that are responsible for stuff today. Yeah, that's not to say that it was like the proto form of chemistry before it became purely scientific. But they did find things, yeah. There are a lot of the studies and experiments. Also, alchemy, this is just like maybe a fun fact. Alchemy often used mercury in experimentation, and mercury is very, very poisonous. To the point that many alchemists became like afflicted by it. Mercury, also known as quicksilver, was a medicine. It was used as medicine to treat certain things like syphilis. It was like, dare I say, an early antibiotic? I don't even know if that's accurate, but it was a medicine, but use of it was also a poison, and it made you crazy. Like, so the signs of it triggers dementia. So a lot of alchemists also, died young after going crazy. So, oh, the reason this is a fun fact, I mean, it's sad, but it's also a fun fact, is that the albinauric blood and the fact that they're silver, they're liquid, but they can also become solid. It evokes mercury, because that's its main trait, is that it maintains liquid form when most other metals would become solid. And it's liquid at room temperature. It's a key component in the study of alchemy, and very often made them sick, yeah. I believe Radigan and Marco were two different people merged together in the jar. I used to think that. Personally now, I have a different theory, but we'll get to that. And we'll talk about all theories. It's just we're not deep enough in the game to be talking about that yet. So trust me, I will show as much as I can. I want to share all the information, including old theories that I don't even agree with, because that's part of the fun, is to show all of it. I think that might be the shack I'm looking for. I don't know. I don't remember. Is alchemy a real science? No. At the time it was, but no. I think my comeback in 2 weeks joke was accurate. Oh, that wasn't even a joke. That's just straight up, yeah. Now, if you hear Quicksilver and you go, wait, why does that sound so familiar? Because that's in Bloodborne. You use mercury to create bullets. calming instinct painting. So, I think I'll be able to find most of these paintings, even though I don't remember where all of them are, like off the top of my head. But this one I remember, I think I'm thinking of this one. So I'm going to grab this real quick because it's close. Okay. Am I thinking of here? Maybe I don't have the right one yet. There he is. Nope, I do. Do you see them? They're doing the like painter's pose, like they're framing. Warhawk ashes. Used to summon the spirit of a warhawk. Spirit of a Stormvale warhawk, the talons of which have been sliced off so that razor-fine sores could be grafted in their place. With its lord vanquished and its wings wounded, the hawk perished as it solemnly gazed at its former home. The storm is a warhawk's cradle. Also, I wasn't sure if I was remembering wrong, because when I first saw these, I thought that their legs were cut off and replaced with swords. No, that was accurate. I was like, no, maybe I just gaslit myself. But they use the phrase grafted, which is very, very interesting. And who is its lord? We know a little bit about that. Not much, though. Having to reform all my headcanon for this game is indeed part of why the way FromSoft tells stories is so compelling. Agreed. Yeah, no, I still have some things that I'm not sure about or that I've changed my mind on. And that's part of it. I always say this, lore is alive. If you asked me 3 years ago what I thought about something, my answer would be very different, which is part of why, I know I said this, but it bears repeating, why I'm doing this lore run. Is it's an update, not only with new information, but also time changes your mind. Implication here that Godric grafts others too. So their lord was not Godric. It's a bit odd because the Warhawks do fight for him, but the lord they're talking about is likely someone else. So the timeline is a bit screwy. It suggests that grafting... I mean, Godric didn't invent grafting. We know that for sure. He was inspired to graft himself. I need the key for Liurnia. We're going to grab that real quick because there's something important I need to get. Yep, DLC is going to be played. Can you discuss Night Rain lore as well? That is literally something that I'm doing this run for. Yes, that is the plan. I don't know if it was... I am sort of thinking of Godfroy, but I'm not sure if he invented it, but he inspired Godric to do it most likely. However, if the Warhawk was grafted, I don't know. It's a very specific turn of phrase. What I will say is that Godric has... His main soldiers, by the way, are banished / exiled knights. Let me see if I have any of their pieces. I think I do. Exile Greaves. Worn by soldiers sent to the penal colonies. It's not much information, but this is Godric's soldiers. He takes people with nowhere else to go. They are... No one really wants to serve Godric. He's kind of all that they have left. We kind of get this information from Gostock as well. Gostock serves Godric, but resents him and hates him. I'm sure he wasn't alone. We learn about Godric through his soldiers and his servants, including Gostock, who is a sneaky snake who takes every opportunity to stomp on his face once he can. That's Godric's people. They didn't serve him by choice, so that's sort of what I assumed the Warhawks did too. gonna talk to Vare in a moment. There we go. Okay, sorry, I did try to spawn kill you. Remember those Lord of Blood nobles we talked about? Look at, it's using the Reduvia, first of all. God damn it, Albinaric, I got other problems. Fortunately, he's an average host in PvP. Very passive. Also, yeah, shit ain't right here. There's like weird pustule, flesh goo, blood roses, and a defiled church. Hi, Vare. He told me to come here. He called it the Rose Church.
Ah, there you are. You claimed a great rune and had your audience with the two fingers at the round table home. What was your impression?
They were magnificent.
You don't say. Well, what a relief that must be. You may go then. My work here is done. May the wisdom of the two fingers guide you.
You can tell he doesn't really believe what he says when he says that. I have a lot of theories on Vare, but I'm gonna sort of tell you what I think so we can talk about it as we see. I believe that Vare is not just your typical I'm trying to lead you astray dude. I think he is trying to get you to follow in his footsteps. He is very specifically trying to manipulate you to become just like him. He's that type of dude. He's like, I'm fucked up and broken. I'm gonna make you just like me. You're gonna follow my path. So at first he says, you're such a good tarnish. You should listen to the guidance of grace. But you have no maiden. Well, go over there and see what happens. And then you do. And he's actually happy for you. In his own twisted way, he rewards you, he claps for you. He's like, yay, good job. But then how his quest progresses is him guiding you to do things that presumably he does, echoing his own journey.
Oh? Is something wrong?
Two fingers seemed off.
Aha. Your intuition serves you well. My doubts had been piling up, you see. The words of the two fingers cannot be trusted. Truly, naught but rambling, senile delusions. I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed. Even worse, the fingers harbor no love for our kind. That's the part that irks the most.
That's the part that hurts the most? Okay.
Oh, I have a gift for you. Something fit only for the wise.
A festering bloody finger.
A means for circumventing the draw of the two fingers. Give it a try, won't you? And if it please you, may we meet again. I've high hopes for you, my lambkin.
Yeah, you never want to trust someone who gives you a nickname like that. Like, This frilled finger is blackened with blood congestion. It seems to have been chopped off rather unceremoniously. About invasion multiplayer. Use festering bloody fingers to attempt the invasion of another player. You will take the role of an invader, and your objective is to defeat the host of fingers of that world. If you stray far from the host of fingers, the compass at the top of the screen points to their location. What even is a lambkin? It's a kin of lambs. He's calling you his little lamb. Now lambs, well, they tend to go to the slaughter.
Be sure to try that finger I gave you. There's no reason to dither. The tarnished were spurned by grace forsaken by the Two Fingers. And now they ask you to mend their crumbling world? Your loyalties are misplaced with them.
Okay.
Be sure to try that.
Okay.
I'm quite certain.
He's not wrong. I did. Yeah, true. They gave an offline method for solving Varia's quest, which is good because I don't really understand how Seamless works and I don't really want to risk it, so I'm just not gonna mess with it. Unfortunately, I would really like to do PvP, and normally I just do 3 quick invasions and call it a day with whatever crappy build I'm running, but like I said, Seamless, PC, I don't understand these things, so I'm just leaving it as is. I know you can PvP on Seamless, but PC invasions scare the bejesus out of me. Like a lot of manipulators, he's good at pointing out something's wrong, but he's wrong about why, and even more importantly, what to do about it. Yes. However, that's another thing is he's manipulating you, for sure. But I also think that he's, whoa, mimicking his own journey. And we'll talk about why that is. Like, he's not just your garden variety, like, you know, asshole. That right there was an excellent depiction of a gank. I dodged, but I dodged one of them, and then the next swing caught me. Right there. That's PvP, baby. Seamless invasions work for the quest since you use a different item? Fuck, really? That's devastating. Good point, though. I forgot. I don't really need to fight them. I'm looking for items here. Rhymed Crystal Bud. That's promising. And I think it's over here. I think this is the axe. Ice Rind Hatchet. And also, I think I remember there being some Nicola flowers here somewhere. I think this is the first place I found them. I have a very vivid memory of that in my first playthrough. But I already found them, so it's fine. Oh no, Trina's place. Although maybe both? Let's do a little bit of searching around here. PvP after finishing the lore run? No, I don't want to do PvP on PC. I just have no interest in it. Or really in general, unfortunately. For better or worse. Maybe one day, but right now I'm retired. Happily PvP retired. Come on, it'll be horrible. What could go well? Well, when you put it like that... How was anyone supposed to figure out the offline method for Aria's quest without looking it up? Well, it wasn't meant to be solved. It was added in a patch, like, what, a year after the game came out? So, presumably, it's the type of thing that you find out because you hear about it. Patch notes. Updates. Stuff like that. Why is PvP on PC worse? I'm scared of hackers. Yeah, that's the main problem. I'm just not used to. I've never done PC PvP, so it just scares me. It's like I've only ever gone swimming in a lake, and you guys are saying you should swim in the ocean, and I'm like, oh man, that sounds a little scary to me. Honestly, I'm sure it's fine. It's just I've never done PvP on PC. All I've heard is that there's lots of hackers, and it kind of scares me a little. And there are hackers on PlayStation. You don't have to tell me. I know. It's just, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I'm used to PC. I'm used to PlayStation. So I know what to expect there, but PC, it's like scary. My favorite is Bloodborne. But it's close. There. I like that better. I still don't have better clothes, okay? Before anyone, like, starts... Ooh, actually? Hey! Honestly, Vulgar Militia kind of drippy. But we ought to take our pants off if we wear it because we're too heavy. So hang on. Let me play with this. Okay. No. Damn it. It's rare, but it happens. Yeah, like there's hacking on PlayStation, but it's not the type of hack that they could fuck with your save file like they can on PC. I just don't like that stuff. Especially, frankly, unfortunately, for better or worse, streamers will get more targeted by those people because they see that you're invading and they try to target you specifically. I've been stream sniped before while doing PvP, but it's never been anything malicious. It's just well, I say not malicious. They bring counters to my exact build. It's very funny because most of the time they lose anyway. In fact, I don't really know if one of them's ever won. I don't remember where the dragon is, chat. Maybe here? It's not very common though. Even stinkier gear. I know, it's very stinky, but it looks cute, huh? Not my first playthrough, no. If you would like to watch the first playthrough from 2022, it's on my YouTube channel, though. It's all organized in an edited playlist, so if you would like to watch a first playthrough, by all means, watch mine. It's just not this one. Haha! Goodbye. I'm not fighting another dragon. I have no interest. I will come back for you when I'm super OP and one-shot you with something. I don't know. Ever consider hosting a fight club with chat for duels? No, I don't like duels. I have zero interest in duels. I like invasions because they're funny and silly and chaotic and organic. Dueling is a whole different beast. I was actually thinking about this today. Sometimes when I would do PvP, like invasions, people would be like, why don't you go duel in the arena? And it's like, it's just different. They're completely different things. They feel different. Also, I've had to explain to people why Taunters Tonguers, like, I don't really want to fight Taunters Tonguers. And I thought of a really good analogy today. It came to me. So when I invade people, I'm expecting to fight 2 to 3 people, usually 3. But they're not expecting me and they're not ready for me. And that's kind of that's the system. And it's not fair, but it balances in a weird way because I am ready to fight 3 people and I have to be ready for them, but there's 3 of them. They could easily defeat me if they work together. Like it's with absolute ease. And that happens all the time. They just run at you and you can't do anything and then it's like on to the next. Especially since some of them are indeed ready for you and they're sitting there waiting for invaders. But I digress. And then Taunters Tonguers are ready for PvP, but they're ready for 1 person. Because they guarantee there's going to be 1. 1 invader and 1 invader only. And as a result, they build for a 1v. And dueling and invasions are super different. The vibe is different. The stuff you use is different. It's just different. And I finally came up with an analogy to explain this to people who don't know. When you invade, when I invade, I bring a hammer. And everyone else is a nail. When I invade a Taunters Tonger, they are a screw. You can still use a hammer to put a screw in, but you really shouldn't, and it might cause you problems later, and it's not really what the tool is made for. That's kind of how it feels. I'm looking for nails, and they keep giving me screws. Invading in this game isn't as organic because the Taunter's Tongue exists. At this point, you're probably only going to find Taunter's Tongers. They're really common. It's also the way the game prioritizes Taunter's Tongers. It's really frustrating, but it does. I wish they didn't do it like that. Okay, okay. See what I mean about multiple targets? Oh, look, big guy. I like him a lot. I don't know if I'm going to be able to use a Colossal. Is this also not your first lore through? Nope. I have done many. Most of my runs of any FromSoft game are lore focused, so I've done multiple lore runs. But this is the first one I've done since the DLC came out and since Night Rain came out, so it's going to be like a total update, yeah. You know there are nails with a thread and you can just hit them with a hammer? But that's not a screw then, is it? So, I don't know what your point is, because if your point is to disrupt my analogy, it still works. Because that's a nail. Not a screw. It also works because then that means the duelists are just trying to screw each other. You know what I mean? It works on so many levels, chat. Did the dog fall? Good. Ah! Okay, that was karma. No! I don't think I've done this camp since the game came out. Like, seriously, I'm going to places I've, like, never been before since release. Okay, I think I'm gonna go back to the Claymore, because, like, I think I'll be better with it. When there's multiple enemies, I take, like, an approximate decade to swing, and it's making me lose my sanity. Majority of hosts aren't even playing the level anymore? Yeah. That's another reason I don't want to PvP. I have very fond memories of PvP, and I don't really want to taint them with, like, modern PvP. PvP is always best, as close as possible to release, unfortunately. And I was lucky enough to play right on release, and I invaded pretty much on release, like within a couple days. I was using my, you know, playthrough build, and I started doing some PvP, and it was super duper fun. Okay, fine. I was in my menu. That's fair. Fair enough. Oh my god. Raya Lucarian Greaves. Greaves worn by Raya Lucaria Academy soldiers. And now we know who the Cuckoo Knights work for. Tarnished Edition PvP incoming? True. Oh shit, he buffing. I love their helmets. Like, they're so dramatic and extra. They're very slay. And I got the hands. I was hoping I'd get the helmet. Could you imagine? Cuckoo Knight Gauntlets. Gauntlets worn by Raya Lucaria Academy Knights. Time has yet to dull their luster. So, obviously... Oh, I meant to get my runes first, but whatever. That was like... It took a bit of time to get that done. I just wanted to kill him at least once. But we got some drops from them, which is really awesome. So I'm not just messing around exploring things. I'm also trying to get drops from some of these weapons to help us put our theories forward. And now we know for sure that the Cuckoo Knights, who don't use magic themselves, are the soldiers of the Magic Academy, which makes sense. Why are you stealing all their pants specifically? Right? Okay, look at how many pants I got, and look at how many others. Okay, these are kind of have a lot of chest pieces. But I have like so many pants. I can't get anything but pants. It's fucking weird. Laura Lou's a bit of a freak, chat. Oh, and look at this. So these knights, we now get confirmation that the Raya Lucarian knights are not on the side of the trolls. Someone else is. Someone else that uses magic. Doodles. There's this tarnish going around stealing everyone's pants. It's true. Also, we learned something from Muriel I forgot to mention. The Raya Lucarians were led, the school was led by Renala. But when Radigan left her, they rose up, locked the doors, and locked her in the library. So we're immediately seeing that it's not as simple. Liurnia is actually a really phenomenal zone for this. It's not as simple as you are from Liurnia. You are on the side of the blue people. You are from not Liurnia. You are on the side of the gold people. Even within the zones, there's conflict between different factions, is what we're learning. And that's why keeping this straight really can get complicated. Because the Cuckoo Knights are against the Carian royal family. But the Carian royal family used to head the Raya Lucarian Academy. You know what I mean? Why is there a Lanedale Knight alone outside the capital? Probably so we can get some early lightning. In practicality. In reality, I like to think that he fell from the sky. And he just woke up one day. He's like, oh shit. And he's trying to get back to Lanedale. Because the dragon cult was from the Far Missoula, so I like to joke that he fell from the sky. He went to, like, the, you know, motherland or whatever. Oh, shit, chat. I forgot to read a whole lot of items. So give me a moment. A young plant frozen into a crystal before it could mature. Widely found in cold regions. So we're getting a lot of lore on these buds, and always something happened to prevent them from growing. This one was frozen. The other one became glintstone and thus couldn't continue growing. Ice Rind Hatchet. A hatchet with a frost-coated blade, one of several gifts given by Castle Sol in the distant north. Known as Freezing Fog, the blade is thought to be a dragon's scale, inflicts a powerful frost effect. Oh my god, this is Borealis' scale. That's so funny. Ah, of course it's dex scaling. I forgot. Well, it's quality, but I guess maybe I could re-imbue it, because this might be a really good early game weapon for me. Let's see. Status is always good. Academy Glintstone Key. So I found the key to get to the Raya Lucarian Academy. Key to the seals binding both gates to the Academy of Raya Lucaria. activates warp magic bound within the seals. A glintstone key will remember its user, meaning once used, it can never be passed on to another. The Academy does not welcome the indolent. Jellyfish shield. The head of a spirit jellyfish commonly found floating above sacred ground throughout the lands between, wielded without modification as a shield. The see-through head is extremely light, but its flesh is supple, providing absolutely no protection from piercing attacks. And that's it. Oh, the map. Map Liurnia West. The majority of Liurnia, known for its vast forests and ever-present fog, is sinking into a lake. The western coast has always been closely associated with Carian royalty. Problem is, I don't have enough materials to upgrade right now, and finding... Well, actually, no, there is a solution to that. I can just buy them. Not here? Dang, I don't remember where this is, actually. Oh. Ah, E.G., forgive me. These royal grounds were placed in our trust, but we stood no chance. So we've heard the name E.G. Blythe told us to find him. We also know that we're close to the western banks, so the Carian royals are here. We're getting some information on what we're looking for, but something's hidden, basically. Maybe it's further than I thought. Harnish Edition PvP? Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about new players playing through the game organically. That could be fun. Personally, for PvP, I'm kind of just waiting for Duskbloods. I think that game will be a total blast. Just opened it? Eh? I didn't hear the noise. Oh. Hard to find. Even when you find it, sometimes you might not notice. Shit. I forgot to take off lines. Despite appearances, this thing is actually resistant to holy. Oh shit, I tried to surge sprint again. Damn it, I tried to sprint again. He teleported into it, you idiot! No. Get the repose, fuck's sake, see? If I die because it wouldn't let me get the repose, I'm gonna be so mildly annoyed. You video game! I'm sorry for my outburst. No, it's not Deathblight. It looks similar, but it's not Deathblighted. It's something different. It's cursed. Similar to fighting him in Night Rain Basement? Yeah, except you can't frickin' gosh darn run properly. So I keep trying to kite by using the Surge Sprint, and I don't have Surge Sprint. It's really hard. I'm like fighting my own instincts with this. Fuck, I forgot to change the thing. Oh, right, I can't. I'm on a... That's fine. Don't get poisoned, that would be bad. again. It's really hard to fight the instinct to surge sprint with certain... You fucker! Oh, I thought that'd be a quick jump, not a slow one. Got it. Night Rain made me better at Royal Revenants. It really did. Dodge to the side, except I used the surge sprint to dodge to the side, but now you have to do like 2 dodges just to get out of his poison. It's really annoying. Frozen Needle. I love this weapon. A razor-thin piercing blade of ice, forged by Iji, the Karian royal blacksmith, can inflict frost upon enemies and launch its blade with a strong attack. The blade immediately regenerates. It's actually quality by default. It's a secret. And now we got matching helmets. Are the Karians the Royal and Royal Revenant? I'm not certain where I sit on the Revenants. Let's talk about them a little bit, because I have various thoughts, but to be honest, a lot of it comes down to they're not the most important. So I sort of am like, they're just kind of weird little guys. But there are some interesting things about them. Multiple limbs, curse, the use of spirits. But a distorted form, different than spirit summoning. They do have interesting facets. I'm just not sure where they sit. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, give me 1 second. Just going to use the restroom. Be right back. gamers? I'm back. All right. Non-royal ones look like they wear academy stuff. Yeah, and there's some significance to multiple limbs. They're not grafted, by the way. Yes, they are not grafted. There's a distinction. But you have to wonder, did something change them to have 4 arms? Or multiple limbs? Or is it a sign of their curse? Are they a combination of bodies? Not in a grafted sense, but like if they are spirit, because okay, the weird people with the multiple arms with the academy robes worship revenants. I'm looking for an item to talk about this. Here we go. Bells used by worshippers of revenants. Presumably, mainly the royal revenants. Now, they do have a crown. So yeah, are they royalty or is it more that they are a royal form? We don't really know. I'm not too certain. I think they're sort of like a combination of angry spirits that coalesce into a twisted form. So that's sort of why they're incorporeal, why they can teleport and vanish, that we only see that from ghosts. They sort of fall into a curse and then they can emerge somewhere else. Or they simply vanish like other ghosts. So they are beings of vengeance. Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. Wraith, revenant, they're really other terms for ghosts, so they're comparable. Also, a little bit of lore that we get from Night Rain about the revenant, our character, our player character. She is a being of vengeance that possesses a doll that was loved a great deal, and the loss of the people that doll cared about awoke it into the spirit of vengeance, allowing her to get vengeance on those who killed her family, right? But she is, and always was, a ghost, a spirit. So emotions coalesced into a form and allowed her to possess the doll in a strange form. Like the whole thing, she thought she was the girl for a bit. She wasn't. So that gives us some additional context. Strong emotion creates spirits. This is also a big thing in Japan and other Asian cultures. The idea of resentment creating a spirit is very common and is very... also imbuing objects and like possessing objects, like a sword that has taken many lives is said to come to life with the spirits of those it has killed, kind of thing. So that's kind of what we're going for with revenants. The multiple arms thing, though, is definitely something to consider. Not on the revenants, but on the worshippers of revenants, who I actually don't know their official in-game name. But yeah. There is a lot to talk about with them. It's just in terms of conclusions, I don't have too many. I don't have many like... I'm sure this is it, like I do for a lot of things. It's more about it's more discussion, I guess. I'd like to figure out where they fit into everything, though. It could be a form of the worship of death, but perhaps evolved over time. But it's very interesting that they worship specifically angry spirits. There's also the link of curse and omen, which we will talk about more, because we haven't seen that yet, but the omen are cursed, and they use curse as well. Also, Common Zero, thank you so much for 7 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the support. Very much appreciated. Enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing. The theme of resentment and melding many bodies keeps coming back when you think about it with Royal Revenants, Mask Ravens, Shaman Jars. Yeah. Yeah. Hyolster has some Royal Revenant vibes. Hyolster has 3 arms. Now, when you fight him, it's evident, but I never, like, consciously realized he has 3 fucking arms. I just saw it today. I took some footage of Wilder's Remembrance where we get a really good look at his model. Wow. It's really interesting, because when I think of... This is Night Rain lore. We'll get more into this, but I just thought this was cool. I just saw it today. When I think of the Knight, I think of, like, a deep blue color. It usually is portrayed like that. But Hyolster himself, his garb is purple. He's got purple tassels on his, like, outfit. And he has a ring on his finger that has, like, a plum red purpley jewel. And bracelets that are sort of purple. It's very cool. He doesn't have that typical blue color. Just a fun fact. I don't really know what conclusions to draw from that yet. My first playthrough, I thought those Wraith worshippers are what Roger meant by the Academy doing forbidden stuff. Now I have no idea. Yeah, no, oh right, I was working on getting his quest done, I forgot. We're gonna talk to EG either way. Mikola also has 3 arms. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Specifically 3, not 4. I'm having a little bit of a stomach break, I think. Something for my blood sugar or something. I need some blueberries. As an almost floral design. Yeah, oh, thank you. You reminded me. Sorry. Similar. Not the same, but very similar. I think they're meant to evoke the same flower. No, I think Mikola has 3. We'll find out during this Lorathon, unfortunately for me. I do think it's meant to be the same flower, because either way, it's a flower associated with catacombs, death, spirits are close to it, sort of thing. Yeah. Looks like a lily. It's... Sorry, I'm just so excited. It's a lily of the valley, or something like it. They're a bellflower. Notably, though these are lilies as well, hang on. We happen to have stepped into something that I'm really interested in, which is specifically lilies. They're my favorite flower. These are said to be lilies, but they're water lilies. They're kind of... They're wilted. I don't know if they're supposed to be like this. There might be a variety of lily. But really, what's interesting, these are lilies too. They don't say they're lilies, but they are. Like, in terms of shape, that's what a lily looks like. So really, it's all lilies. And these, I don't know their Japanese name, but in English, they're called spider lilies. And they are associated with death. You've probably seen them in an anime intro when things get real dark. They are said to be flowers of the underworld, and like, people see them before death or something. I'm a little fuzzy. Typically they're red though. Purple is also a very royal color. It is, yeah, absolutely. However, what I will say is the association with royalty is possible, but I'm not sure if that's what they're going for. Just in this game, color is significant, but color changes are interesting too. So like, I always think of dark blue for the knight, but Hjolstra himself is purple, which is interesting. And not to mention, it's a red kind of purple, like a plum, not a blue purple. St. Trina purple? Yeah, although these are a different hue. Trina is associated with like a really... You know what? Let's compare the gray violet to Trina when we get to her in the DLC. Let's say that. Okay, let's meet EG. And, as pointed out earlier, doesn't his helmet look very much like ours? The helmet of someone who is committed to treason and is trying to avoid the gaze of the Two Fingers.
Well...
And the Greater Will.
Look at you. We don't receive many visitors. I presume you are tarnished? What brings you here? Oh, pardon me. It's hardly my place to ask, is it? I am E.G., a blacksmith who once served the Carian royals. An old codger who refuses to retire his rusty hammer. So here I am, Still quietly plying my trade on this spot.
And just a blacksmith,
Perhaps
nothing
you'd
else.
like a display? These bones are old, but still able.
So Iji is very significant because he's a permanent source of somber smithing stone 1 and 2s. You have to buy them, but it helps you skip a dungeon that you get the bell bearing to buy them, because you can just buy them from him. And also a limited number of 3 and 4s, so he's really important for routing.
Oh, watch out there. When I'm absorbed in my smithing, I lose sight of all else. If you come too close, I'm apt to cause you harm. I am, after all, terribly large compared to you, Tarnished. You don't know how hard it is not to break anything while I work.
He's funny.
Brave Tarnished. A word of warning, if you please. This territory once belonged to the Carian royal family. Their manor lies not far beyond this point. When the Raya Lucaria Academy turned on the Carians, the Knights of the Cuckoo descended on this tract. After leveling it, they carried on to the manor. The Carians were taken off guard, but their strength had not waned, and they repelled the Knights' onslaught by conjuring an enchanted snare that remains potent to this day. That is why I say, Tarnished, don't go near the manor, unless you wish to lie with the corpses of the heedless Knights of the Cuckoo.
Blythe sent me.
Blythe actually did that, did he? Quite a rare occurrence for such a guarded soul as he. Perhaps he sensed something unusual about you. At any rate, if you're friendly with Blythe, I've something else that might suit you.
The Carian filigreed crest lowers a fee consumed by skills. A talisman adorned with the royal crest. An honor said to have once been awarded to Carian knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there is only one princess, Rani, daughter of Rennala. Boom, we just got our first branch of the family tree confirmed. Rani, the daughter of Rennala, the queen of the full moon. She is the only princess. And it specifically says one, and there used to be multiple, which is also very interesting for many reasons. Well, okay, there is lore that tells us that Rennala was the first and then also the last queen of the full moon. So she was the first Carian royal. It's her family. She made her family royal by becoming the queen. She's just like, boom, I'm queen now. And to be fair, no one could stop her because she's that powerful. But then it says the kingdom's princesses. It might be a subtle hint to Rolana. I'm not sure. I'm still kind of unsure about this. Maybe there were other children. I don't think so, though. I feel like we know if there were others. But yeah, it's a strange item because of that. But basically, it's meant to introduce us to Rani. Now, you get this when you ally yourself with Rani. We did it through Blythe early. So we don't need to like join her, but we also get an idea of who they're serving. We get like a little insight. Sentence seems to imply Caria was always a matriarchy. It was. However, once again, they make it seem like it's a line, but no, Rennala was the first. I think it's Rani who tells us that, or someone else. Now I'm not sure. I really do think that it was just Rennala started the Carian royals. Is it Carians, as in from the Raya Lucaria? I think that they split. Like it's their names are really similar, but they all came from the astrologers who lived on the mountaintops. So eventually, they had different camps, and one of them became the School for Magic. And Renala headed that school for magic because she was just OP. I think that now must be more like in this generation. Yes, but that's sort of what I'm saying. There's only been one generation? Although, presumably, Renala was R'Lana was also a princess. Maybe that's what they mean. Maybe it's like a subtle reference to the fact that there was once two princesses. And that was R'Lana and Renala. Rena is a bit nebulous. Presumably that was the Snow Witch. I have a theory that she's the grandmother of Ronnie and the mother of Renala, but we just don't get any more information on her, where she came from, the entire family tree. We just get the single generation. Well, two, technically. We get Renala and her age group. So like Radagon, Marika, R'Lana, and then we get the children. Those are the people that are focused on. Anyone prior is very, very, very little information. I'll talk about why I think she might be the grandmother, but it's very vague. So R'Lana as a sister could still be a princess. Yes, but okay. Hello, I am Wraff. I am not royal. Boom, I have now decided I'm actually a queen, bitch. I'm the lore queen. If I had a sister, she would indeed be a princess. I don't have a sister. I have my cat. He is my son. He is a prince. He is now a prince, right? He will eventually be king of lore, but right now he is the... If I make myself a queen, I was never a princess. You see what I mean? That's kind of what I'm saying. That's what Renala did. She started the Carian royals. Yeah, Marlowe, first of his name, blah, 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 slayer of centipedes, all that. That's kind of what I mean. What this implies is that there were once multiple princesses, so maybe if Renala was the child of a queen, she was once a princess, but she literally crowned herself queen because she was so mighty. Anyway, we'll get to this, but...
I've explained the peril of the enchanted snare that remains at the Royal Carian Manor. Whatever you do, brave Tarnished, stay away from that death trap.
My favorite thing about this is you just kind of run this way and it can't hit you. So the Cuckoo Knights were, like, quite stupid. Okay, well, I just got hit there. Wait, where am I going? Hang on, I got a little turned around. Where am I? But they still were quite stupid. The resting place of the contemptible cuckoos lost in the siege of Caria Manor. Killed them so hard they put a monument up. Multiple could have been R'Lana and Ronnie. True. Even though they're sisters, she's still a princess. Ah, yeah, that answers that. Thank you. So it was R'Lana. I was just kind of forgetting how it works. Yeah. So even though R'Lana is sisters with Renala, at one point, when Renala crowned herself queen, that would have made her sister a princess and her daughter also a princess. Royals are freaking confusing, chat. Yeah! How did I forget that happens? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I don't like them. I don't like the fucking hands. I don't like the hands. I don't like the hands. I don't like the hands. Okay, so the lore of the hands is that they're real fucked up. Now, multiple hands all put together. This is an enemy that becomes utterly recontextualized after the DLC because of the finger ruins. Holy shit, hang on a second. Their ring. Chat. The gem on their ring is like the exact same color as Healstore's in Night Rain. It's a different ring. But the color is exactly that shade, like a plum. Okay, maybe it's a little bit more purple, but just a bit more. And it's silver, but still, that's pretty cool. Not similar skin color. Healstore's hand is like pure pale white. For DLC, they were mainly tied to Riker. Yeah, so the hands are interesting because they're not protecting, like they operate as protecting Ronnie, but they're only on the main floor of this frankly cursed manor of a cursed family that is now working toward high treason of the Earth Tree and therefore not looked well upon. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really remember much about the fingers and the finger ruins from DLC. That's gonna be something we have to re-examine later. Big sub-theme around hands? For sure. What I will say is these hands are fucked up. There's something wrong with them. They are associated with cursed places. You see them here, you see them on the mountaintops of the Giants, also where messed up cursed things happen, and you see them around Volcano Manor, the site of, according to Gideon, the most devastating war in all of the Shattering. And a source of great heresy. So for now, that's what I'll point out. We'll look at them. We'll talk about the ringed finger weapon, and their descriptions. And then we have one of these guys, an Albinauric. Interesting to see them here. Oh, right, near Dung Eater. Yeah, so you see places where really, really awful things are happening. Count Emir fits into all this. Yeah, I still have some thoughts on the fingers, but like I said, a lot of details on the DLC are missing for me. I didn't spend as much time on it. A lot of my knowledge is more on the base game. So the DLC is also going to be re-exploring the lore. It's going to be very fun, but it's also going to be relearning a little. If Rena was one of the three sisters, Rena was not one of the three sisters. She was either the Snow Witch or... yeah, I think she's the previous generation, if anything. I don't know enough about royal families. If Renala crowned herself queen, what would her mother be? Like, what would be the name for the queen's mother? Queen mother. It's so easy. Okay, just curious. Initially assumed the Carians made the hands. It's a fair assumption, especially with Rykard and how they kind of look like Rykard's hands, but no. Hell, Rena might even be Renala's actual name, and Renala her royal title. True, there is some history on, like, names being changed when you get a new title. But let's not forget that this game has a girl who introduces herself as Rena, but she's actually Ronnie, and a girl who calls herself Renala, and then her sister is Rolana, and we have a guy who calls himself Margit, but his real name is Morgott, and all of these... and when it comes to... some of them are the same people with a fake name, but they're fucking different people, chat. We can't assume that Rena is not a different person because everyone's fucking name is either R, G, or M, or dare I say GRM. So if Ronnie became queen, she would have her name be Ranilla? So good. It's possible there are other sisters, but I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, A record of crafting techniques left by a glintstone craftsman who served the Academy. Contains information on faux sorceries, such as they were called. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following freezing pot. And it's interesting that we get some here. We get this here. And this is indeed what looks like a glintstone crafter's workshop. And there was an Albinaric here. Presumably, he was one of these craftsmen using these recipes. Not intentional, according to George R.R. Martin. Yeah, I don't believe him. He lies. Like, I'm sorry. Dark Souls, a lot of characters had names beginning with the same letter. True, but that's less that they're the same letter and more they're the same name. Gwyn is Welsh for light. Or, sorry, white. And then Gwyn was very self-obsessed.
Mother, specifically a former queen who is the mother of the reigning queen. The mother of a queen wouldn't have a title.
That's actually really good information, Volpine. I was wondering. So she wouldn't have a title. Yeah, Gwyn isn't naming everyone after G names. He's naming them after him. It's very similar to Godfrey. All of his, well, not all, but a lot of his children are named God something. There's the link to the family tie is the God names. So Godfrey, Godric, Godwyn, Godefroy. Who knows how far are they going to run out of god names eventually? Gwyn is similar, except his is more a product of his narcissism and self-obsession. He names his children after him because they are extensions of himself. Shit! No! Squimshed! Yeah, which is why I actually have a theory. I know I talked about this, but the reason, wow, you know what? I never thought about this, probably because I was too busy freaking out about the hands, chat. Sorry, one moment. I need to stop. I need to get through this. The hands chat. I also like how the hands fucking stroke themselves. You seeing that? Ew! Yeah! I literally saw it, avoided it, and then walked into it a moment later. What's the lore on that? Ooh, oh, I see you. You can't fool me. Oh my god, this startled me. Gave me a right spook there, bud. I'm getting so many somber smithing stone 2s though, for real? Oh my god. They're so creepy. I love them. We're in the home stretch, baby. Am I gonna make it? Nope. We were so close. It's okay, because I got grabbed. I need to get the item from the Beeble. More scared of dirty nails than the hands. It's true. Pinky. These guys hate fire? Yeah, they roll on their back when they're lit on fire. It's true. Gosh, I really... It's so big. It's terrifying. There we go. Ooh, worth pointing out, Godric had 6 hands on his hand, probably because of the grafting, but Rykard also possesses extra fingers. Sorry, 6 fingers is what I meant. I said 6 hands, not 6 hands. He does have 6 hands, though, probably. I like the sound they make when they get knocked on their ass. Very brave of you to get grabbed so many times for a more thorough lore examination. Ah, yes, I did it wrong as a lore study, yes. Thank you for understanding. Shit, I thought it was a running poke for some reason. Carian Piercer. Okay, so I'm gonna take a moment to talk about this. Just literally a moment. Everything here is associated. Wait. Ice Crest Shield. The Ice Crest originates from a Carian princess. Though the effect is slight, it boosts magic damage negation and resistance to frost. Does that mean Ranni? That's so odd. Because she associates herself with snow, but it's because of her mentor, the Snow Witch. But everything here is associated with frost. There's even rhymed crystal buds, like frost buds here. Also, yeah, sorry. Someone asked, is the stuff that the fingers are around bad in general, like morally, or to the Golden Order? I would say bad generally because of people like Dung Eater, who is basically doing crimes against humanity. Honestly, you could also say the same about Rykard. He's the ultimate heretic. He also eats tarnished, right? There's none around Godric, notably, though, and he's kind of similar. Yeah, we got the Frozen Needle from EG. We get tons of rhymed crystal buds here. The Ice Crest Shield. And Freezing Pots from the Glintstone Craftsman. A lot of ice mentions here right before Ranni. Ranni is the Cold Moon Princess. Yeah, she's the Dark Moon, specifically, is the phrase. There are 3 moons mentioned in the story. Full Moon, Dark Moon, and Black Moon. And other than the Dark Moon, we've heard mention of all of them so far. Maybe not Ranni, but Renna. The thing is, Renna, as her mentor, wouldn't be a princess. One of the sorceries of the Carian royal family conjures a magic greatsword to impale foes. This sorcery forms a counterpart to Carian greatsword. Highly lethal when used against single foes riding alone. Why not? Because she was the okay. The Snow Witch was Ranni's mentor. She was a crone, which means she was old. And I have a theory that she might be Ranni's grandmother, but we don't know that. That's a theory. We'll talk about that. Either way, she was an old woman who mentored Ranni. And Rennala led Ranni to this woman. So presumably Rennala had a similar experience, but she didn't become the Snow Witch. They had different encounters. If Rennala, as the game tells us, is the first of the Full Moon Queens, that means that there was no previous generation. So the only princesses would be her children or her siblings. And those people are covered. Your older sibling can be your mentor, but she's not the older sibling. She's a crone. She's significantly older. Previous generations weren't associated with the full moon. That's also possible, but like the game doesn't say there were previous Carian rulers. They just weren't of the full moon. The moon is very key to them. I guess there could have been a black moon one, but we don't know. I don't think so, though. It's just the line where Ranni says the first and last queen of the full moon is really striking to me. I think the significance is that Ranni is going to be doing something different, but she still respects the path her mother took. Like, it's a really powerful line. Lady Ranni, we have long awaited you. I pray for your house's swift revival. May the full moon shine upon Caria. Could the moon and the night be related? Yes. Mainly because the black moon is the one associated with the Nox. The Nox as in the night, the ones who are searching for their Lord of Night. A chapel. These statues, by the way, only appear here and at Raya Lucaria. Does she say the first? Something else tells the first. I just don't remember what it is. But we're going to find it during this playthrough. Like I said, it's hard to keep it focused because like people are talking about it and we're all talking about it and like, you know, but that's why I like to try to talk about it when I find the evidence. Because my memory serves me pretty well, but I often can't remember the source. Also, we're seeing these blue people again. And they're the Cuckoo Knights, who, very consciously, we were told, fell here in the assault on the Carian Manor. But here they are, brought back as summons to protect it. And now we kind of have confirmation of what those are. They're spirits that are fighting for the Carian royals. Yeah, no, we know that Rena was of an older generation. Okay, I thought this is where I'm supposed to jump. Did I see it wrong? Or I hit an invisible wall there. That was a bit weird. Wait, did I not get my runes back? Oh, I might not have. Could the statues be depicting the White Witch? The White Witch looked exactly like what Ranni looks like now. So I feel like no. Or the Snow Witch, I mean. Sorry, not the White Witch. I feel like I jumped in the right place. That was weird. Okay, maybe not like right here. Maybe here. Okay. Sorry, over there is not allowed. Thanks, Night Rain. I mean, Elden Ring, sorry. And now we get absolutely huge lore item. It's quite tricky to get to. Like, it's hard to find this on the first time, right? We have a bunch of books, a bunch of treasures. Like, this is sort of the keepsake room. And it's a gold. The Sword of Night and Flame. Storied sword and treasure of Caria Manor. One of the legendary armaments. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Unique skill, Night and Flame stance. Hold the sword level and prepare to cast a sorcery. Follow up with a normal attack to cast the Night Comet sorcery, or a strong attack to sweep forward with a burst of flames. What this sword represents is an alliance between the Carians and the giants. It is combined Caria Manor and the fire giants' fire. That's why it's a legendary armament. It's a very important sword. I should have just teleported. Why am I doing this? Remember when that was crazy OP? Yeah. I never got to use it when it was OP, but I heard about it. Beep! Back when the Carians were astrologers and not sorcerers, so a very old treasure. Yes, but it's a treasure of the Caria Manor because we'll get to it when we get to Renala. Talk about it a little bit more. Interesting how it says Night Comet, but it actually casts a version of Comet Azure. If you recall correctly, you do, yeah. They might have changed it. I'm not sure. Translation, I'm not certain. But I will say it is very interesting that it's a sort of night. Anytime we see the word night now, we have to look at it again. Also worth noting that Hjolstor uses a form of the Moonlight Greatsword. I have a slight theory, and I'm gonna put it forward now, even though I don't have the stuff to talk about it yet. I wonder if Night Rain, the split that represents Night Rain, occurred and has something to do with the lost Black Moon. That the Nox followed, that guided their fates. I think that fits really well because in this world, I say the fork because it's sort of like, I don't know, a lot of people say it's like an alternate world. I think that's a fair assessment, but I also think that the thing about Elden Ring is that everything is possible all at once. So even though we play Elden Ring, we beat the game, we pick our ending, sure, but we're Elden Lord now. We pick this or that. 1,000 years from now, 2,000 years from now, someone will come and they will rule instead of us. Right? No matter what we choose, eventually our power will wane, someone else will go up. That always happens. So it's not just like forks. It's not just alternate. It's also the fact that whatever happens, something else can happen. So I pick the Age of Stars ending. Someone else picks Frenzy Flame. Both of those things can be true at the same time. It's very open-ended. So that's kind of how I see Night Rain as well. Ooh. Someone told me that if you summon Latenna, she will actually get on these wolves. And I want to see if I can make it happen. Holy shit. That is so sick. I've just never really summoned her. I feel like she's worse at this. She's already dead. She's only level, she's +0. It's not her fault. That is crazy cool. Unfortunately, she sort of left me fighting 2 wolves now. So... That was diabolical! I actually got stunlocked to shit. What the fuck? I've never seen them do that. I've never seen that either. That was really interesting. That's super cool attention to detail. I didn't summon too many of the spirits. I just summon like jellyfish, so I don't really know about all of them and what they do, but that's super cool. Latana! Jesus. Dude, it's so cute, like the animation and everything. Also the riding side saddle. Okay, are you still aggro to me? Like, what is the play here? What is... Uh-oh. Chat, I think there was something of an incident. Oh my god! So I feel like they didn't code this beautifully. There definitely seems to be like something occurring. Holy shit, she's like activated her own rodeo. Lieutenant, you good? Elden Ring is a video game. She lulled him into a false sense of security. You never saw this coming. Well, now it just got dark. She'll get him eventually. I for one want to see this happen. What, Lieutenant? No, 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 no. Oh, good. They don't fall off the map. That's good to know. I really feel like this is an incident waiting to happen, though. Okay, but Lieutenant, what is the play when you kill it and then you fall off? Like, Lieutenant, maybe we consider. Is that a wolf or a porcupine? What do you think? Lieutenant? Yo, you guys hear that story about the frog and the scorpion? What, have you heard the one about the albinaric archer and the wolf? Please, can someone clip that for me? That was legendary. Certain things we do for lore really give us more than we even bargained for. Lieutenant was not in spirit form? Yeah, Lieutenant just looked like Lieutenant. Okay, that was powerful. What are the lore implications here? Well, as we know, Ranni is very Machiavellian and she will use people and thus we see it symbolically represented through the wolf and Latenna. She earns its trust, but then shoots it 1,500 times in the face with arrows. Okay, can you be friends now? I'm trying to test some stuff. Latenna! Latenna! Okay, this time, I think the wolf learned from last run. Because I'm gonna try to take her with me. I can't level her up. Because I don't have the grave thingy. Oh shit. Okay, now I can't make it happen, chat. Crazy. I mean, it definitely doesn't help that she's level 0, but I can't level her up. I don't have the materials, so... Hey, thanks, Shinobi. It's a good clip. I still can't believe that I'm still learning new things about Elden Ring. Okay, I don't know how I got it to work so clearly last time. Like, it worked twice in a row easy. Now I can't get it. But it's fine. I just wanted to see if I could bring her over with me over here. But now she won't mount the freaking wolf. And this is our first time seeing these guys. We actually haven't been to the Carian, to Raya Lucaria. Okay, the troll's slightly, damn! Friendly fire, brother! This is the first time we're seeing a corporeal one. Maybe there's a reason they don't fight in the armies. Just killed all of them. Whoops. Listen, I'm kind of having a rough time with upgrade materials. Sorry, I forgot I'm playing Elden Ring. Where everything has a freaking AoE. Oh my god. Okay, just let me have another sip, please. Come on. Oh dang! I got the sword? I don't know if that's a guaranteed drop. I really don't know. I don't remember. Greatsword embedded with a blue glintstone, weapon of the trolls in service to the royal family of Caria. Called into service when the queen invoked an oath they swore, the trolls are treated as true knights of Caria and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. So, we just got this very important lore. So, the Sword of Night and Flame makes it clear that there was an alliance and strong ties between the astrologers and the fire giants, and the astrologers became the sorcerers, including the Carian house, the royal Carian house. And this extends to the trolls. Now, there is a difference between giants and trolls, for sure. But as of this point in the game, we are not sure what happened to the giants, and we don't know the difference. But there is a difference, obviously. Yeah, she chose to become a spirit, so she never looks like one. I kind of forgot about that. I have summoned her once or twice, but I don't know if I knew that. Carians are much more inclusive in the Golden Order. The Order would never make a golden seal for demi-humans to use. Yeah, although it is... Okay. They have alliances. The Golden Order made alliances. I don't even know about them being more inclusive so much as they... It depends on the group. I know it's a fair comparison to compare the Carians and the demi-humans, or for example the Misbegotten, but like it's hard to say because one Misbegotten is very important, Hugh, and that was Hugh's been important and was clearly close to, even if you don't think it was Marika, he was close to someone. To the point that the Round Table Hold, the home of the Tarnished army and of Godfrey, was a place close to him where he worked. So, at one point, a Misbegotten was very important to the Golden Order. Now, it's possible he was an exception, right? Like, even Gwyn, who hated the Giants, had one in a position of honor. But I read it a little differently. I think that the Misbegotten weren't looked down on until later. So the Golden Order, or at the very least, let's say, the Erd Tree and the age of the Erd Tree was more welcoming. But the Golden Order, and when that actually started, is more nebulous. It gets a little confusing because the Golden Order worships Marika, or more accurately, the Erd Tree, as its symbol. But Marika is the god, so she is not her church. And there's a weird distinction there. Do you see what I mean? I agree that they allied with the trolls, and the Carians are more accepting of the trolls than, for example, demi-humans and Misbegotten. But when did that actually start? And was it always that case? Was it always like that? I don't know. I think that it's more likely that their role changed and the way that they were seen changed. If, for example, someone a little different was Elden Lord. Hugh is not a prisoner. We'll talk about Hugh. Oh, I have a little bit. But he's not a prisoner in the traditional sense of you will work for us as labor. Like, he is a symbolic prisoner. There's much evidence. Also, he is a prisoner to the Round Table Hold the same way Duchess from Night Rain is a prisoner to it. Their fates are linked. And Night Rain is actually... I had this theory before Night Rain came out that Hugh is the reason the Round Table Hold exists. Like, literally, he forms it. It's like his own mind. A memory, a remembrance, dare I say, of somewhere that was important to him. And then Night Rain basically confirmed it. Someone needs to stay with the Round Table Hold. Someone is linked to it. In Night Rain, it's the priestess. So who is in Elden Ring? Hugh is the only one that fits. So he's not a prisoner in terms of you are forced to work for us against your will. Also, I'm sort of doing this on autopilot. I don't want to do this right now. I want to go to other places first. Also, Ashavor, thank you so much for 9 months. Welcome back. I appreciate the support. Enjoy your new butterfly and emotes. Okay, gosh, where do I want to go? Definitely a little bit more in Liurnia. I know. We'll go in here for a couple of important things I want to do while we're in the vicinity. Yeah, this has been my favorite pet theory before Night Rain came out, and then Night Rain almost made it too clear that it's true, and I'm just like pumped, but also like, man. Meeting place map. I forgot. This is how we're supposed to know where the key is. Simple map found on a corpse seems to point to a meeting place. The man it came from surely desired one, the sole means of gaining entry into the academy. Glintstone Key. Yep, already met with Turtle Pope. Okay, what's next? Sorry, I was talking about Hugh, Misbegotten, how they were viewed. Okay, here's an example. And once again, we'll talk about this more when I actually see it. I'm breaking my own rule here, but I think it's worth it. Crucible Knights fought in Godfrey's army and are considered part of his army, despite the fact that they were associated with the Crucible. They were some of his most likely strongest knights. They use moves that are associated with him. They learn from him and truly accepted being part of his army. But in our era, in this era, the Crucible Knights are spread all over the place and tend to just wander in strange places. They aren't part of the army because the second Elden Lord doesn't look kindly on any reminders of the Crucible. In other words, the primordial form of his object of worship. So that is strong evidence that things changed when there was a new king in town. So many dogs. Right, one is also in jail. Oh, that reminds me of something I wanted to talk about with Everjails. We don't really know who can use them. We can't be sure. However, it's guaranteed that the Carians can use them, and we already know that because Blythe, who we now know works for the Carian royals, specifically Ronnie, is he went to this Everjail, and he basically said Darwil, who is trapped here, being imprisoned is too good for him. He needs to be killed. In other words, his people trapped Darwil here, but he himself didn't think that was enough and decided to kill him. This is also continued later. We see other signs that the Carians can trap people in Everjails. We don't know if anyone else has access. Keep this in mind. Yeah, Carians, that's the thing. There's lots of evidence they can use them, but who else? Are we sure that anyone else could use them?
Well,
I'm not.
There's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth?
Frenzied Flame Village, Revenants. Oh, one other thing about Revenants. Another cool thing. They are damaged by healing. I find that very interesting. I think once I get more spells, I'm going to do a little dive into healing spells because I wonder if all of them are associated with the Erd Tree or not. I think some are associated with the two fingers. An Albinaric Archer go crazy? Someone did clip it, but it wasn't just an Albinaric Archer. That was Latenna. My summon. Isn't that crazy? Fanged Imp Ashes. Used to summon 2 Fanged Imp spirits. These spirits are well suited to causing a disturbance, moving nimbly like pests and hurling magic pots. The 2 imps seem fond of each other's company. Honestly, kinda cute.
Have a safe journey.
Like Revi's ult? A little, although Revi's ult is more like sacrifice to heal others. But still, yeah. She's not like the Revenants. The Royal Revenants. Wait, you can use Torrent here? Why did I forget that? She gets on the wolf and starts shooting it. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, precisely. I feel like we made really good progress today so far, but I gotta admit, this zone, these zones are so huge that I feel like I'm inching forward slowly and I keep forgetting things. There it is. Be summoned to assist Yura, Hunter of Bloody Fingers? Yes. Self-sacrificing revenge dolly is the best description of Revenant ever. Yeah. Raven Mount Assassin. Oh my god, I forgot. The Raven Mounts. There's like so many different assassin classes in this game. Not classes, but like groups. And you want to know the significance of the Raven Mount Assassin specifically? They dress like birds when they bring death. Okay, that was almost really stupid, but it's okay. Uh-oh. Oh, does that mean I perma-fail? I've actually never had this happen before. Uh-oh. My host was defeated. This is a new one. I hope he doesn't get fucked. If this Eileen would die. Oh, he's fine. This game is so forgiving and sweet and kind and gentle.
Leave me be.
Yeah. Anyone get the sense that he's like really pushed to his limit with all this? He's being hunted by various groups of assassins. This is the problem with being a goody two-shoes. Connected to Deathbirds? Definitely connected to Deathbirds. I actually didn't even think of Eileen the Crow, to be honest, because Eileen, while an assassin, is something a little different. She's a cleanup crew. She's actually a purifying force. Now you mention it, yeah, it does seem like it's meant to evoke Eileen, but the thing is, there's other evidence of birds being linked to death here. So I clocked it as its own thing, but yeah.
Oh, it's you. Thanks for your help there. That bloody finger was a thorn in my side. And now I'm finally rid of him. Here's a token of thanks. Please. Take it. I may not have much time. I'm dying to see you. Eleonora. Violet Bloodyfinger.
Pun intended on dying to see her, huh?
Yes, I've been tracking Eleonora for quite some time. She is the deadliest of all Bloodyfingers. She's felled many an old hand already, but in spite of her cessblood zealotry, Eleonora is a proud knight. If she comes for you, do not think twice. You must flee. There is no shame in self-preservation. Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again, if fate permits.
Rum is so good at reusing things but giving them new life. Absolutely. They might be the best at it. I know there was a whole thing with like reuse content a bit ago with Elden Ring. People were like, oh, FromSoft's so lazy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They are so good at being creative that they've made... You know that joke, the Jimmy Neutron meme, where it's like, this is the 7th time you have done a project on topic. Like, that's literally FromSoft. Like, Miyazaki shows up and he's like, I'm gonna do a game about how stagnation is bad. And the teacher goes, Miyazaki-san, this is the fucking... Hang on. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3. Technically, we don't count Dark Souls 2, but just let me have it. Okay. Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Sekiro. Okay. This is the 7th game you've made about how stagnation is, but it's always fucking new. Okay, so let's talk about this and let's talk about Eleonora before I get too distracted. Yura, there has been several signs with his dialogue that he is fond of someone. He cares for someone. First, they hunted dragons together, a hothead, as he put it, and he knows quite a bit about hunting dragons. And also, now, apparently, he just straight up says, Eleonora. Now, Eleonora is pretty interesting. We'll get some lore on her, but the most significant part, to me at least, is the fact that she's definitely the one he's talking about. She wanted to escape one fate, most likely. For example, the whole dragon thing. You know how you turn into a dragon? Well, to avoid that fate, she picked a different one. And Yura is trying to free her from the Bloody Fingers because they cared about each other once. So we'll see how this goes for him. Yeah, we don't know the context. We don't know if it was like romantic love, mentor-mentee, friendship, whatever, but he helps us. He's a helper. He helped us when we were invaded by a bloody finger. He also helps us fight the dragon despite saying it's stupid to do so. He's the type of person to help people when they need it against injustice. And now he's getting chased by assassins. Also, he mentions the worms. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember that dialogue. Other people mentioned in chat that it was different. I think it's because he died during the fight. I've never had that happen before, so this might have been something I have never seen either. I don't know if he's talking about the constant assassin attacks and he's just calling them worms, or if it's something else. Because his quest ending is interesting, and he has some, I believe he has some cut content related to his quest, but I'm not too familiar with that. Either way, it's something to think about. He said worms. I don't know, it could just be straight up the assassins like constantly at him, but he did die. Feature, most people have never seen him help against the dragon. It's vague. It's hard to get, but if you talk to him, he will talk to you about the dragon and warns you to stay away. So, like, he is a helper. Remember I mentioned old Knight Istvan? The fact that you can summon him for help against a boss gives us lore about him. It gives us an insight to the type of character he was. He's a helper.
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers.
Sure, bud.
Oh, bless you. Bless you. You, the one who holds both half-crescents. Take the path to the grand lift ahead. For you are the one who will be me, Lord.
Cool.
Bear witness, one and all. The Lord is returned. The Elden Lord is come again.
That's so interesting that she uses Godric's dialogue. It's either been so long or I never noticed that before. Like literally Godric's own words. He wanted to be the Lord. He called himself the Lord, but he will never be the Lord. Poor bastard. Too bad he's cruel and deserves to die. Boc! I'm trying to do a Boc's quest. Yeah, I actually think that might be different dialogue than usual. Great, now I have to test this. Because I have both fragments. Fortunately, we can basically just run here, so I can really quickly try it on different characters sometime. Have we tagged the finger readers to show what happens? No, but we should. Good point.
Boc the Seamster, at your service, master.
Hi, Boc.
Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
This is why I waited to give him the needle. Oh wait, we can't give him the needle? I thought we could.
Oh, going so soon?
Oh.
Please do be safe on your journeys.
That's just for us, I guess. Not for him.
Boc the Seamster, ready to make adjustments.
Alright, alter something for me, bud.
Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
Okay, I have to be really careful with his quest because it's very easy. Here we go. Okay. This is a very easily missed interaction.
Your seamster, Boc. He is always eager to see your return. Please, will you talk to him? When you can. I'm sure he would be much contented.
Melena's a real sweetie pie.
Boc the Seamster, at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments. Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
She cares, but she also, I mean, doesn't she also similarly, don't you want to talk to her at every opportunity? Isn't it kind of like her? She's happy to talk to you too. She hasn't been able to talk to many people, most likely. I'm guessing her existence has been kind of a lonely one. Same with Boc, but they're very similar, and there's multiple ties to these two characters, but we'll get to it. It's very sweet. This statue again, eh? The same one that's at the chapel in Godric's Stormvale. Well, Stormvale Castle, not Godric's. And this time it's looking up at the gate to Raya Lucaria. This is always such odd placement. Then again, this is now the path to the Grand Lift of Dectus. A very big deal. Okay, so I don't know if I've ever heard this dialogue. Because yeah, if you don't have the Dectus medallions, it's probably different. That's so interesting. I don't remember Melina being this sweet to Boc. It's, like I said, it's an easily missed interaction. A lot of people don't get this. Because you have to come to this grace, rest, Boc has to be here, you talk to Boc, you go back to the grace, then Melina will talk to you. And then you get that dialogue. This is important, but I don't remember why. I just remember it's part of my route, so we're gonna do it. I try to get Melinda's dialogue at every opportunity. It's always great to get a lore refresher. I love that effect. That effect is definitely new. Eventually I'll be able to buy lots of upgrade stones, and I think this is actually one of the caves that gives me a bell bearing. That'll be very useful for me. Because this is part of my PvP readiness route, I remember. I don't want to bother too much with these guys. I know they have stones, but I'll be able to buy them soon. Uh-oh, chat. There was almost an incident. I live though. Perfectly planned. Ah! Ow. Yeah, totally. I totally did the math. Upgrade stones would be very poggers, though. So good at calculating save falls. Thank you, thank you. I did the math, of course. I can be trusted with ankles and knees and other breakable leg parts. He dropped his rock. That's so freaking sad. Are you alive? That's unacceptable. You're not supposed to be alive. What the? Oh my god, another one? What the shit? Okay, the one in the back is shooting me and I didn't even see it. Okay. Come here. Chat, please remind me to take off Sacred Blade. Because I am like... It's been hours and I keep on forgetting. Oh my god, look at me. I look so silly. We're not making it through this door. We're too fucking wide. Oh my god. I love it when this happens. I'm just riddled with fucking arrows. Oh my god. Sacred Blade would help right now? What? Oh, that scared me. He fell. A Wraff porcupine or Raffupine? It's okay, it's just one. It'll be fine. Remember when these guys were like not nerfed? I brought clubs specifically for use on Crystalians? God, I hated them. When every one of your hits would bounce. Smithing Stone Miner's Bell Bearing. Yup, that's what I thought it was. Smithing Stone, Somber Smithing Stone is here. It used to be part of my route in the Celia Crystal Tunnel, but now I just go to EG. This is going to help me level up my weapons, though. Pre-nerf duo fight? Pre-nerf trio fights with Rod. I have nightmares. Ugh. As a Dex gamer, every one of your hits bounces. I'm telling, it was traumatizing. No, they weren't puzzle fights. They were just gang fights. They would all jump at you, and then you would simply perish. Now, I'm still a Dex gamer at heart. I'm using strength, but I'm not enjoying it. I will enjoy it when I get good stuff, but I'm not right now. Brought one to the Halic tree though? Nope. The one in the Celia tunnel. I think it's the hidden boss, the illusory wall. Okay, hang on. I'm starting to like not be sure what to do. Ayeta.
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light, and when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes.
We also want to visit Selin.
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light, and when I eat one of the...
Oh, right. I don't have a grape. I have to go find a grape. Okay. Here. Ish. Here-ish. Oh, right. The 4 belfries. I gotta go there too, but I don't have the special stone sword keys right now anyway. Oh, and something I want to show off here. This is very cool. Selin, aka the most unexpectedly pretty character in the game? No, disagree. You want to know who's the most unexpectedly pretty character in the game? Laggard, aka Boggart. Bro is handsome with a capital H. And he's a prisoner wearing the ugliest mask of all time. And all he does is cook food. He's forget Selin, bro. I'm telling you. Selin is a sleeper. Everyone's like, oh, Selin. Yo, bro, you ain't seen Boggart. He's got the most beautiful blue eyes, too. Handsome. Anyway, sorry. She's singing in Latin. It's super cool. Yeah, so I don't speak Latin or read it or understand it, so I have to use other translations, and with other translations you always have to take it with a grain of salt because translation is an art. However, it's still very cool. Basically, from what I recall, the lyrics sort of go on about how the mothers are warped and unable to have children anymore, something like that, but it definitely has to do with the life cycle of fertility and motherhood. The fact that it's these old crone-looking bats surrounded by more animalistic bats definitely evokes this idea as well. It's tragic. It's a mournful melody. Also, yes, the land was once blessed. Like I said, the translations may have changed. Edgar the Revenger. Sorry, we'll talk about that in a moment. Edgar. Do you remember him? He's the man who said that he would get vengeance on whoever killed his daughter. He's now become the Revenger. And he drops a Shabriri grape. And 2 raw meat dumplings. And in this Revenger shack, there's nothing but raw meat dumplings. Thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna go put on Lion's Claw. Oh, you can't read Ashes of War here. Okay, there we go. Those aren't there if you don't progress this quest, too. Ah, that's interesting. So, raw meat dumpling. A pungent raw meatball made succulent by virtue of being on the verge of turning. Restores HP, but also poisons the user. Not recommended for those who prefer to know the origin of their meats. A finely crafted halberd intricately engraved with an ancient motif. Given to knights who, whether by misfortune or misdeed, were forced to abandon their homes. Most of these knights were sent to the fringes where they were forced to start anew with only despair for company. Shabriri grape. This is my first bell bearing. The bell bearing of a miner who once dug for smithing stone. It allows us to buy smithing stones. I forgot to read the crystal knife as well. A knife made by sharpening hard crystal. Signature weapon of glintstone miners, used as tool to extract glintstone from broken rock, and as such a faint magic enwreaths the blade. Okay, so this is most likely Edgar's eye for several reasons. Number one, he's gone mad, and not just mad like sanity loss, like literally he's become frenzied. Now, let's talk about this because it's not a coincidence that we see Edgar again associated with the frenzy quest, and we also see Hayeda, who is like his dead daughter, right? Like it's very weird. So he rules in the Weeping Peninsula, in the Castle Morn. Castle Morn and the Weeping Peninsula is also the place where there is an outbreak of frenzy in the Ailing village. Now, Hayeda, I don't think I have this anymore because I gave it away. And I actually don't remember if I read it, admittedly. Hayeda, this is my theory. I think there's evidence to support it, but I believe that Hayeda, perhaps during her flight or perhaps in general, at some point was infected by the frenzy. Frenzy in this game operates like an infection, but almost like a sentient infection because it does target people. It is related to an outside force. So it's not as simple as it's a disease that spreads from person to person. It can also spread through fingerprints and words. And we know this because of the fingerprint shield. That's where it started. We'll get that later. We'll back this up later, but we know this for a fact. We also know that Hayeta wrote a letter to her father. And I have a theory that that letter was written by her when she was already afflicted with frenzy. At some point, she got it. She didn't yet necessarily show signs of it, but she was infected by it, and thus spread the infection to her father at that moment when you give him the letter. Because this doesn't happen unless he progressed the quest. At least I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm not sure how it changes. I haven't played with it too much. Frenzy infection could be why she was blind in the first place. It's possible. We also know, how do we put this? Frenzy and its people who use it and are supportive of it are known to be able to use dead bodies for their own purposes. Possess them, for lack of a better term. And we will show evidence of this later. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what happened to Hayeta. You're supposed to be confused why this girl comes back and has the same model and voice but has a different name. But then Edgar sort of makes you realize, no, that's the same girl. Something happened here. He became affected by frenzy, and thus it's his eye that we give. It's also possible that a part of Edgar is still sane and is trying to prevent his daughter from eating the eyes. He's still like aware in some way. However, he's literally eating raw meat dumplings made of people, so I don't think there's anything left. He doesn't talk. He doesn't say anything to be like, oh, I'm going to stop you. He's just Looney Tunes. And yes, Arena's corpse is still at the Weeping Peninsula. It's strange. This is a weird quest. But we got the grapes. Let's go give it to her. Are you misremembering it? I just checked Boggart's face and the dude was mid at best. I'm telling you, you're the type of person who would take a look at like the hottest man alive and just be like mid. I'm telling you. Social media has warped brains. That's fucking crazy. That actually, well, the hottest is Albrecht, to be honest. But still, like, I like Boggart. He's very handsome. I was so disturbed the first time I found the girl again. I was like, you died. I know! It's creepy, right? Anyway. Hi!
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage, in search of the distant light. And when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes. Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant light once more. That aside, I wonder what Shabriri grapes really are. Delectably tender and sweet, yet searing. What a sight they must be to behold.
So, fun fact. Let's like not say anything for now, of course.
I wonder, what are Shabriri grapes? Delectably tender and sweet, yet searing. What a sight they must be to behold.
Well, they're actually human eyes.
No. That's not possible. Not all of those people. Their own... So those noises I heard were... Sorry. I'm alright now. Don't mind me.
She's taking it like a champ. She's a professional. She'll be okay. She's alright. every time when you do the walk away, she just like, it sends me every time. Like, you gotta feel bad for her. It's just, I have a very fond memory of the first time I did this, and I was like, no, she's fine. She's totally fine. She's good. She's good. And then I walk away, and as I say that, she just goes, so I laugh every time now. It is a little funny. However, yeah, so now you might be like, was that the right thing? You have to tell her. You have to tell her to progress her quest. Because as of now, she's been ignorant to what she's actually been doing. So her decisions from here on out are with full knowledge of what she's doing. I went to check what Boggart looks like under his helmet. Still super handsome. I know. Vike is really hot too, as is Albrecht. I think Albrecht might be the hottest though. I don't remember Vare. It's fuck not to tell her. If you don't tell her, she doesn't continue on the quest. I agree, but you can't continue the quest without telling her. Because now, any choice she makes is with full knowledge. Vare is hot and it annoys me. Okay, now I need to know what Vare looks like. Hang on. Maybe I repressed that he's hot. No! No, he's hot! Or is that Vike? Oh no, that's Vike. Oh god, my god, Vike is hot. Holy fucking shit. Hang on one second. Can I just open this as an image, please? This is from Zuli's video, Zuli the Witch. The eye color doesn't seem right. Is this it? Oh, it sure is. Okay, one second. Let me show you guys. Camera moving jump scare. That's Vare. Without the mask. He's pretty hot, but he's not that hot. Like, I'll survive. My camera is like weirdly cropped here, by the way. Sorry, let me fix this. Why is it like weird? Did I break it somehow? I probably did somehow. Okay, something is odd. What's the control? Nope, that's not it. There we go. That's is that right? Who knows? I'll just be over here. Okay, anyway. Yeah, he's got a Moog tattoo on his forehead, which is an Omega red flag. He just looks so kind. All right, I'm gonna do a react. Hang on, where's Zuli's video? 4 years ago, baby. Oh shit, hang on. Can I just like... Oh wait, no, this is Garden of Eyes' video. I want Zuli's video. I'm a Zuli enjoyer. It's loading. You think Vare is bone smashing? They do this with data mining. I don't know exactly the process, but they have like tomfoolery. We're gonna do a react video. It's very important that we know how hot everyone is. Let's look at Irina, speaking of. Irina shares her face and clothing with the blind maiden Hayeda. Also, she's so cute. Here, let me move my camera. Over here. Where I'm being a real react Andy now. You ready? She's adorable. Edgar, we've seen. He looks very kind. Jaren looks exactly like I'd expect. Raya, we've seen. Dialos, Dialos looks so sad. Oh my god, he's so pouty. He's like, oh. Who has gold grace in their eyes? Another very good point. Golden eyes. Wait. Oh shit, sorry, I started the video. This Tanith. We gotta see Tanith. I did them out of order. Tanith has grace. Which makes sense. You see her bright yellow eyes, so she has grace. Damn, Vari is hot, but his voice doesn't match him, does it? Who's this? Celavis? Ew! Oh my god, he looks like a Moog Lester. Bro, he looks like the type of guy who would make sex puppets out of people. Holy shit, like that is the face of a fucking guy who makes sex puppets out of people. That's crazy because he is that, but he also looks like it. He does look like he's on a registry. Oh, Patches. Patches is very handsome. He is, okay? He's cute. He has a fucked up face, but he's cute, okay? It's his personality. He's got charisma. He doesn't even have eyebrows. He's so bald. He's so bald. He's like aggressive. Like the baldness is so aggressive. It's gotten to his eyebrows. Isn't that crazy? Holy shit. That's hardcore bald. Also, yes, Zulia included the sliders. I've used her sliders for Selen, actually. Irina is actually so fucking cute. I can't even handle it. It makes me sad. Darren, we're done. I'm just gonna do some Skippa. Lanya. Oh, Lanya! Oh my god, she's so cute, but she just dead. Not a hair on that man. Dude, like, Patches is like completely hairless. That's fucking crazy. All the NPCs are so pretty. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The moment everyone's been waiting for. Selen. You know what? Maybe this is a hot take. I think Lanya is actually prettier. I think Hayet is cuter. Like, she's still very cute, but like for me, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna use Irina's sliders. In fact, I think I have. Yeah, she's hot. Selen too, by the way, because Selen has two faces. We'll get into why later. This, oh my god, holy fucking shit. I just realized the implications. This is real Selen. This is Selen, okay? This is the doll that Celavis made of Selen. You notice how the face is smaller, the eyes a little bit more, you know, like bigger and like differently formed, and like her face is more pale. Bro, he literally turned her into a fucking anime fucking sex doll. He anime-fied her! He fucking... Dude, he turned on DLSS! Whatever it's called, the fucking new thing, you know, where everyone becomes like... Oh my god, he yassified Selen! He DLSS 5'd her! That's fucking crazy. Anyway, I think she's hotter in her usual form. Yura's face is not changed by his quest, though you might expect it. Interesting. Can't really see him. D. Okay, please don't be hot. Please don't be hot. Please don't be... Oh, he looks he looks like a guy named D. Look at... Condescension is dripping out of every pore. He would be hot if he didn't have this smarmy fuck expression perpetually. Thank God. Thank God. He is hot, though. Shit. Shit. No, look away. Dee's sibling. Okay. I forget his name. I don't we get the names, I just don't remember. D brother. He looks like a... Oh my god, dude. This is the guy at a party who gets drunk, but he gets sad. And then he goes like, hey, I want to talk to you. Can we talk? And he drags you over to like a lone place. And then he plays the guitar at you sadly. And he's like, I've been working on my guitaring. And then he sings like a fucking sad song. Guaranteed. No, he's hot. He's just evil, but like not the fun type of sexy evil. He's a prick evil. We don't love him. We don't love D. Definitely does Nirvana covers, 100%. Roderica, look at that eye color. So iconic. Kenneth, our boy. Gold eyes, by the way. Fia. Oh, I used Fia's sliders once. Yeah, she's really cute. That's a cute face. Dung Eater? Dung Eater is precisely how you would imagine him. He literally looks like a pig became human. Bro, can you imagine if he was hot? Holy shit. Imagine you're like chilling and you're like, ugh, Dung Eater, but he's actually like a fucking 10 out of 10. Thank God he's ugly. Holy shit, could you imagine? I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I'd be like, fuck, God, no, fuck. He does look, it's really just the face, you know, like everything about it. Does the sad guitar thing work on anyone? No. I feel like no, personally. Does it, chat, has anyone had the sad guitar thing work on them? Gideon, dude. This is Gideon. He looks like the type of... He looks like an ancient-ass university professor who is tenure and hasn't given a fuck for 50 years. Saruman the White! Saruman, 100%. I see it. I see it. Oh my god, Roger! Baby boy! Well, like, we know he's handsome, but, like, you gotta admit, without the whole look, he's, like... Holy shit, he's... Woo! Smoking. That's not a baby face. Look at that chisel. You gotta have some more roundness. He looks like... Holy fuck. Like, he's the type of guy... He would step... Like, here's what he looks like. He's the surfer bro... Where you're walking on the beach and you're like, you just broke up with your like scumbag ex and you're like, I'm done with boys. I'm over them. No more. And then you like turn toward the beach because you're hanging out with your girls and you see this guy step out of the water holding a surfboard and he tussles his hair and you're just like, perhaps I make an exception. That's this face right here. Look at that face. And he looks so sweet. He looks like a sweet boy, right? He's a good-natured lad. You can tell he spends a lot of time outdoors. Yo, we should play Smash or Pass. I think I've already given my answer. Bernal! I'm telling you, this is Liam Neeson. I've been saying it since 2022. This is Liam Neeson, but like maybe like a slightly discounted version, but like still very handsome, but like older, like kind of daddy. He's like a different flavor of Liam Neeson. He does look like he's a particular set of skills. Okay, all right. Chat, should we restart and then no, let's finish and then we'll play Smash or Pass. I know the lore run has gotten off topic. It's okay. This is very important. We need to know what these people look like. Fuck, he's hot. Holy shit. Who said this guy is mid? You need to get your fucking eyes checked. Holy fuck. Mid? Compared to what? He's so hot. And he can cook. Look at those soulful blue baby blues. Oh my god. No wonder they put the mask on him. Maybe his crime was being too beautiful. Dude, anyone saying mid? I actually am concerned for you. Please go get your eyes checked. I'm actually worried. Like, how are you functioning in your day-to-day? Show the full body? Oh my god, it's true. Like, whew. Oh, one moment, please. Zuli, you're hiding the best material from us. Zuli. Zuli, I've seen that. Hang on. Oh, for a millisecond.
For now,
Chat, how do
I
you
have
go
a particular
frame by
set of
frame
battle
in a
arts.
YouTube video? What's the shortcut? The period button? Okay. Is it work? No, wait. What? Forward? Comma period. Is it working? I don't know if it's working. I feel like it's not working. With shift? Oh, I need shift. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Okay. It's working. I swear. It's working. It's just... We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. No, we're gonna get it. It's okay. We're gonna get there. Wait, that's slowing it down? Wait, are we doing it wrong? Wait, it's the... Shit, it's the other button? How do I do it? That's not it. You guys lied to me! I don't know buttons. Where's the mouth? Yeah, I don't know where the mouth is on a keyboard. The little... There it is, I found it. Okay. Wait. No, that is it. It's the comma. It's the shift. No, you guys told me right. So wait, it is mash comma? I don't think it's working. No shift. Okay, so hang on. Let's try to find like a more optimal location. One moment, please. Okay, here we go. Oh, never mind. I just did it the old-fashioned way. Quickest pause in the West. Well, bro is jacked the fuck up. Look at the fucking vascularity. Bro is carved out of marble. Oh no. Few more leg days? Listen, FromSoft, you have to be honest, most Japanese studios don't really do much in the booty department, but he does have the thighs. He does. It's just sort of the... They just don't really have the options. Yeah. Random people scrolling through the Elden Ring streams watching this, like, I'm telling you, this is important lore. This is very important. Yeah, that's a good looking man, honestly. Okay, Topes looks, oh, my poor baby boy, look at him. He just looks so sad. I actually know someone, this is so funny. I know someone who looks fucking exactly like this. And he was a TA when I went to university. So like him being like the university brat is like 100%. Like this is the face of a guy who sits outside of his school front door for 1,000 years waiting to go back in. He just looks sad. He's rather handsome. Yeah, for sure. But he misses his university. Like he's definitely depressed, for sure. Okay, and then we get Nefalilu. Oh my god. She looks so much better without that hat, but like, my god, she's so fucking hot. Like, she looks like sad, but like serious. Like, you know, hot. Very hot. Who the fuck is Rico? Oh. Rico is an unused NPC with a cut questline involving dreams. I think they cut him for a reason, bro. Yeah, no wonder. I cut him, get rid of him. Oh shit, okay. Woo! Vike's Maiden? Hot, but the eye thing is a little freaky, I'm not gonna lie to you. But it's because she's dead, but like, you know, it's fine. This guy used Egon's clothes before they cut him. Yo, for real? The maiden can be found among the crowd at the Radon Festival. Side note, this is a puppet possessed by Celis for lore purposes. Just remember that. It's just cool. So she had no grace. Hard to tell because her eyes are golden, but she's also a frenzied maiden, so who knows. Anyway. Ensha. He really does look like the bouncer to a guy who looks like Saruman the White. Absolutely. Uh-huh. Saralina, why wouldn't Zuli name her? I don't know. Boc when human. He looks like a baby boy, like a sweet baby boy. He just looks like you want to give him a forehead smooch. Like you want to like just pet him a little. He does look like a fancy lad. It's so sad because yeah, spoilers, Uli. Definitely a seamster type beat. Millicent. 2 face sets for different stages of her quest. So this is, you know, the start. We haven't met her yet this run. We're going to. Hot. I've used her sliders as well. She's beautiful. She has this intensity to her. And also golden eyes because she isn't a tarnished. She has grace. It's her eyes. There's an intensity to them that I really love. Yeah, she just needs to, you know, brush her hair a little bit. I'm not really into the all your hair in front of your face thing. It's like a little much. Zuli had 2 videos for all these demaskings? Probably. But right now this is what we're gonna watch. Gowry. Blech. We hate him. He's also, like, he looks like... Yeah. He looks like a man who's also a worm, but we'll talk about that later. Okay, Corin. I would rather not look at Corin any longer. Let's look elsewhere. Oh, wait. No. You're right. The maiden in the video found among the crowd of the Radon Fest. I don't know what that means then. Because I don't remember. We'll have to look out for her then. So this is not Theralina. Theralina is named. I was going to say, normally Zuli names them, so I was confused. This is Theralina. This is an NPC possessed by Celis. I don't remember this other maiden. We'll have to look out. Dolores. These NPCs are used for Spirit Ash summons. Oh, the Sleeping Arrow, the Trina worshipper. Hot. Oh no. Remember I said there's a guy who wants to be a jar warrior? This is him, bro. I think he's running out of time. And... Ah, she's talking about the sliders. Okay. I can see why he wears the jar. Yeah. That is old scholar? No. I know, he's a sweet boy, but like, yeah, he's definitely like a bit old. I feel like we're missing NPCs though. There's probably a part 2, indeed. Unasking unique and special NPCs. I don't think I've ever seen this one, but I don't know if I want to watch that because that's like... No, it's not what I'm looking for. Okay, I feel like wasn't there something we were looking for? A DLC one. Yeah, I don't want to watch the DLC one because we are far from DLC. Rampant ageism must stop. Wow. Okay, so you would smash? You would smash? Sorry, just wondering, Rancid, would you smash? Is that what you're saying? You'd smash. Hmm? Put your money where your mouth is. Want a gay dog? That's not what I said. There's no old ladies in this, so unfortunately these are your options to prove you're not an ageist. So you have to smash. Okina, Tragoth, and some others. Okay. Maybe he's not Scholar, he's Jarrite. Alright, okay. Let's see. We're gonna play Smash or Pass. Smash. Anna, Smash. Vare, Pass. Or more accurately, Smash, but with a hammer. You know what I mean? Celavis, Pass, and also hammer with a... Hit him with a hammer. Hate him. Patches? Honestly, Smash. I love Patches. I will not apologize for my Patches love. You can't stop me. Irina? Smash. Edgar? That's too weird. Either the daughter or the dad, not both. Pass. Sorry, I have some rules. Jaren is a pass. Sorry. He scares me a little bit, but also he is a Radon fanboy, and that's not hot. Dialos? I think it's going to be a pass on the purposes of his personality. I'm so sorry. Lanya is a smash. Selen's a smash. Sexdoll Selen also smash. Yura... I can't fucking see his face. That's a pass. I'm sorry. D, pass. I don't care how you look. If you have that personality, like, you literally cannot be hot. It's like you become ugly. Like, it's from the inside. I'm telling you, absolute pass. D's sibling, I also... No, pass. Sorry. Roderica, I just want to be her friend. I'd hold hands. Like, I don't want to smash because, like, I want to hug her. So, like, I don't know. Is there like a medium? Like a middle? We'll do that one. Like a sma pass? You know? Kenneth, pass. Unless we could silence him. And there are ways, but no, it's not worth it. Absolute pass. Thea, smash. Debuff me, baby doll. Dung Eater, absolute pass. I'm not even addressing this. Gideon, not even in the fucking ballpark. Smash. Smash. I think, honestly, I might have to change my mind. I think Roger is the hottest in the game. I'm like, woof! Like, absolute arf behavior. He's so fucking hot. Bernal? Smash. He's a rebel, too. Smash. Smash, 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 smash. Dude, this is hard mode. It's like a fucking who's hotter competition between Roger and Blackguard. Oh my god, they're both like handsome in different ways. Pass. I'm sorry, Topes. No. He doesn't have any confidence. And that's not sexy. Nephili, smash. 100%. Pass. Vikes Maiden, smash. 100%. Maiden, I don't know who you are. No. I don't know. I guess we pass. I don't know who you are. Ensha, absolute pass. Boc, we hug. He's in the same Roderica category. We love him. Millicent, smash. Both Millicents, honestly, even when her hair is messy. Maybe even more. Both. Smash. Gowry, pass. Corin, pass. Theralina, can we smash a ghost? Is that allowed? Actually, I like Dolores. Smash. Theralina, no. Pass. Smash Dolores. And pass on Jarrite. Boom, baby. We've done it. Finger Maiden? No, Zuli says it's among the crowd at the Radon Festival. This is very important lore. Fire hot takes. I feel like these are very normal. Like, I don't even think they were too spicy. We'll do round 2 Smash Your Pass when we get to the DLC. Well, that was fun. What do you mean the patches one is disturbing? I'm telling you. You guys don't understand the power of charisma. Although I will admit, the sheer hairlessness of him does alarm me. Like, it's not the bald. It's the hair. It's the, like, I don't think there's any hair, and that freaks me out a little bit. Like, the eyebrows, like, it does, his legs, his arms, is he completely hairless? That scares me a lot. You think he waxes? You gotta. Nah, his personality is why Patches is a smash for me. He's a mischievous little scam. The cut content guy. Rico has a face. For sure a face, you know what I mean? But he lies? Okay, but it's like charming. Like, I'm not gonna marry the guy. I just feel like we could get up to really good shenanigans together. Like, me and him have similar invader energy. I really think we could get up to some, like, we have some chemistry, I think. And tries to kill you? Okay, half the men I romance in RPGs try to kill me. Mesmer, Emmett Selk, Asterion, Zevron. Like that's gonna fucking stop me. Come on. I think I do have to go through the old palace rooms. Solus doesn't? Solus is so much worse. Oh my god. You know what? No, you don't even get an opinion on this. If you, like, as a Solus enjoyer, I'm afraid you're not allowed. Wraff, aren't you also a Solus enjoyer? Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. Don't look at the rune bear. If you don't look at it, it can't see you. Would Selin lie to you, though? She would just withhold information about how she plans to turn you into a fucking rockhead. Wandering Mausoleum Knight. And now I get this wonderful moment to tell you that this armor is extremely reminiscent of the Winged Hussars. I don't remember like what era, but they were Polish soldiers who wore armor just like this. And I just think that's really, really cool because Poland represent, baby. I don't know anything else. I know they were very good. They lost to the Mongols, but like, to be fair, who didn't lose to the Mongols? And the Mongols said, hey, those guys fought real good. So we got that going for us, I suppose. Around 1500 to 1700. I was hoping you would know, Slurl. Thank you. Also, yes, he deals Death Blight, and the wing iconography, from a perspective of Elden Ring, is also significant considering the link to birds and birds to death again. There's a Polish king who saved Vienna from the Ottoman. Don't know. Do you think the Wandering Mausoleum is like a progression of death? Like they started, I think that sort of suggests they tried to contain Deathblight because they were aware of it. That would be Sobieski. Dang. good stuff. So, we got a map to this place from Fia, and Roger told us about it. It's the Black Knife Catacombs, and we heard about a knife that the assassins that killed Godwin the Golden, and it's linked to those who live in death. Although, wait, do we know about that link yet? Okay, well, if we don't know the link yet, we're figuring out that something's going on here. Because a wandering mausoleum knight is standing outside, and we know that the wandering mausoleums apparently cradle the soulless demigod. And, there's those who live in death in here. So if we haven't figured it out, we're figuring it out. Roses's axe. I figured this is what this was, so I opened this. These guys keep coming back because there's a summoner. And that summoner had a torch of ghost flame. Human bone shark. Oh, good. Nice. Sick. Hey, what up, gamer? I remember this one. At least I remember having to climb up there and figuring that out and feeling like the smartest gamer alive. Also, notice the Erdtree Burial Watchdog statues all over the place here. So this was a place of burial, but now it's full of the undead. Or, in this game, more accurately, those who live in death. I think this is the first time we've seen the skeletal those who live in death. Oh, that's not good. Aha! It's the one with the illusory wall. Black Knife Assassin. So, this is what we need for Roger. This is not the boss of the Catacombs, though. Which is why they give us so many hints that there's something here in case we miss this. God, they're annoying to hit. With slow-ass weapons, particularly. Oh, shit. God, they're so hot when they stab you in the chest. Zuli should do a Black Knife face reveal. I think I've hit it one fucking time. Can you fucking stop? Oh! Oh, shit. Well, this is awkward. I know they don't have a face, I just wanted to be silly. You know, I think I'll turn off the, my flasks, because I don't need the Estus flask, I don't even use it. Oh shit. Lion's Claw. Forgot. almost had her. I almost had her with Lion's Claw. I just forgot I had it. No, no, no. We'll use Lion's Claw. It'll be very good. Okay, like once more with feeling. Should have ulted? Oh, you're right. I hold ult too much. Losing is a strength build? I know it's true, but to be fair, the Black Knives have something that we don't have, which is the ability to actually freaking move. And it's really annoying. Because like as a Dex main, we don't have that type of movement tech. Oh my god, bro jumped the shit out of me. That scared me. It's time to L2. Oh fuck, I mistimed it. Yo, baby girl, chill. God, I love it when I get to L2 them. I feel like Artorias. It's so silly. Like, look at her just float halfway in the sky all the time. It's insane. If only Duchess could do that. She's like recluse. Well, that's awkward. Getting ridiculous. Stop moving! Oh my god. Come on. She was just flexing on me there. Assassin's Cerulean Dagger and the Black Knife print. An assassin's dagger, misshapen and stained in cerulean. Crystal hits restore FP. Critical hit, sorry. This charm is modeled after the darkly gleaming blades used in the Knight of Black Knives, those which gave the demigods their first taste of death. On the Night of the Black Knives, someone stole a fragment of death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and imbued its power into the assassin's daggers. This mark is evidence of the ritual and hides the truth of the conspiracy. In other words, who stole it and who did it? God, that took freaking forever. Gosh darn Black Knives, I tell you. So the Black Knife is hidden in here. And the truth of what happened is also hidden. Hey, thanks so much, Baby Cloud Jr. I'm glad you and your GF are enjoying the stream. Bro left their watermark? It's true, like... You know what's really funny is the idea that the knife says Ronnie was here, LOL. And if you talk to Ronnie about it, she goes, oh shit, that was in my cringe high school days. I thought it was so funny to put my name on everything. Oh yeah, I should mention, chat, if you enjoyed the Elden Ring Smasher Pass, you would probably enjoy my hotness tier list because I really go into detail. And there's lore in them. Oh my god, that jump scared me. So there's a lot of crabs, but these crabs also have Godwyn's face growing on them. I think I might be dead, chat. Oh my god, I lived. Yeah! It's crab on crab violence. You hate to see it. Oh my fucking god, he did the he did. Do a hotness tier list about all your video game husbands? Don't tempt me. It's been a while. I should do another hotness tier list. You're right. In general, though, yeah. But they'd all just be S tier. No. But it's not about the tier. It's about like why they're my husbands. You know. Also, we got Roses' axe. So I mentioned the name Roses, and this is where we get it from. Usher of Death, Roses, who shows the path to the catacombs throughout the lands between, is depicted on this ritual axe. The dead easily lose their way, and have always been in sore need of a guiding hand. And that's who Roses is. He's the Usher of Death. I love that. I gotta be honest, I can't tell what is being depicted. What part is what exactly? I can't tell what I'm looking at. Listen, when you don't have cool tools, this is how you gotta do it. This is lore the old-fashioned way. I really can't tell what I'm looking at. Where do you see him? 3 skeleton ghost attack? Sorry, which one are you talking about? A brat tier list for chatters? Oh, I don't think anyone's brattier than me, though. Oh, you're talking about the Ash of War? Yeah, unique skill. Roses' summons. Raise the axe aloft to summon those lost in death. 3 skeletons will appear at a distance and attack in tandem before vanishing. Now, live in death, lost in death. Interesting comparison. 4 skeleton torsos reaching up toward the cloak. Are you telling me Roses is actually 3 skeletons in a trench coat? I think that's Roses though, with the weird head. Do you remember? Like, I showed you the statue outside one of the catacombs? That's Roses. We know that's Roses. Because he fits the bill, and he kind of looks like that, so it works. I'm just gonna fight the boss, and if I die, I die. 4 skeletons reaching up to Roses for guidance, presumably. Oh, fuck me. Cemetery shade? Fuck, no. God, no. I hate these things so much. I'm so bad at them, and they're so scary. I know they're really squishy, but I don't care, chat. Look at them swing. They're so scary. And they teleport. Oh my fucking god. There's like 15 fucking skeletons here. I'm out of fucking magic juice. I can't Lion's Claw. This is devastating. No! Oh, come on. That was messed up. You don't see very many of these. They are very weird, but there's some sort of creature that eats your face. I don't really have too much lore on these guys because they appear so very rarely. I think it's sort of like genuinely, I think it might be a little bit of an update and reskin of the Dark Souls 2 parasite afflicted, the spider parasite guys. You know what I'm talking about? Unfortunately for, oh, I meant to, okay, whatever. Shit! Fuck! Just a second. Eep. Lion's Claw. I tell you what. Twin Sage Sorcerer Ashes. Oh my god, I remember this. Spirit of a Raya Lucaria sorcerer wearing a stone crown. Those who study the Twin Sage Conspectus are the Academy's elite, capable of mastering the Glintstone Comet Shard and Crystal Burst sorceries. 2 Lion's Claws. I know, it's a different game with Lion's Claw. It makes a sound like the frogs outside do during mating season. Florida for context. That's actually very insightful. It's creepy though, yeah. Not sure why they had their own blades. Yes, so, oh, now that you mention it, their daggers are called the, wait, sorry, they're not daggers. I think they're like short swords, straight swords. What are those called? They're, what do you call it? Mantis blades. Curve sword, that's the phrase I was looking for, thank you. So yeah, they have their own distinctive blades. Like I said, they're very weird. To me, they kind of seem like enemies that were taken from a different game, like Dark Souls 2 sort of vibes. Yeah, there's some sort of predatory horrors that live in cemeteries, I suppose. Also, so this guy's weapon, he was using Deathblight. However, Deathblight is very similar to Curse. If you compare them side by side, I'm sure there's like a little visual difference or color difference, but they're both basically yellow and black, just different shades. And Deathblight definitely is like a curse. Ooh, I can get a level. Let's get 30 Vigor. I think that'll be perfect. It's a good like starting point, and then we can continue to level up strength and endurance. Went to sleep for work, woke up, called in sick, came back, you're still on. Yeah, it's been about 8 hours. Let's go back to the round table hold. Shade from Hollow Knight. Oh, I totally think Hollow Knight with them. Up to the bugginess of them. The fact that they grab you with their face and they eat you with their face is very disturbing. They also snare you, which is really creepy. Diolos, what's up?
Ah, you again, is it? The recusants sent a lackey. Can you believe they invited me to join them? Now, after what they did? I can scarcely believe it myself. Did they think me a fool? You might be surprised to learn I took them up on the offer. Then I only had to ask. The location of the recusant hideout. It's on Mount Gelmir, found off the old road that leads west from the town of Windmills. That's where they hide. The manor on the peak. Just you wait, wretched recusants. You'll rue the day you insulted my name by laying hands on Lanya. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood, after all.
Bro just gave me his life story and I just said hello.
It's on Mount Gelmir, found off the old road that leads west from the town of Windmills. That's where they hide. The manor on the peak. Just you wait, wretched recusants. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood, after all.
According to their weapon, they are insect-ridden gravekeepers. Interesting. What kind of insects are like ridden? Like they're parasite controlled. They're very creepy. That's insightful though. It's helpful sometimes. I might try to farm for certain weapons, or I might just look up the description online, because unfortunately a massive percentage of the equipment, weapons, everything in this game is only acquired by RNG drops. So what that means is, yeah, we have to just get lucky, and a lot of them have multiple sets. There's like a staggering amount of weapons. So what I might do is, I don't think I have a character set up on PC that has everything, but I might see if I could get someone to drop everything for me on PC, so I have a different character with every single weapon and piece of equipment in the game. It takes a minute, but it's good to have, because I don't think I have one. Like a muled character. Or maybe I can get a mod. Now I think about it, I'm on PC. I don't need to get someone to help me. I can probably do a mod. Anyway, I'll figure that out. But that might be something to do so we can consult. Yeah, I was going to say, Leica's on PlayStation. Leica helps me on PlayStation, but not on PC. I'll figure it out, though. It's been a while since I've done this. So that'll be something we can do to sort of help with equipment, so I can at least read things and kind of go through and maybe study them once we're done the lore run. Because I will not be able to get every single item in the game. It would be hundreds of hours of farming alone. People on Reddit that do this for you? Yeah, but I also have folks who play a lot of Elden Ring. I know the nerds. I'll definitely find someone. Man displayed is a guaranteed drop? That's the other thing. I don't remember what is a drop by RNG and what is a guaranteed drop, because there's so many goddamn weapons in this game and it's so big. So yeah, perhaps it is. You're probably right. I simply don't remember. However, gamers, I'm gonna call it here for tonight because it's 3 a.m. and I'm sleepy. I think we made good progress. Slow but steady. We made some solid progress on a lot of these NPC quests, and important ones that are a little delicate, like specifically Boc. I really want to showcase Bocs, but it's hard because we have to progress in Liurnia, but not too far, and we have to progress in Caelid, but not too far, so that we clear both of them before we get to Altus, because Altus is a major trigger. Patches enjoyer, I wear it with pride. And we got to do the hotness tier list and do, well, a smasher pass. It was really fun. We'll have to do another one, as discussed, for other characters and the DLC one. So shout out to Zuli the Witch for that. Thank you. Inspirational as always. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. I had so much fun today. I'll be back on Thursday, when we will also be celebrating the partnerversary. On May 14th, 5 years ago, I hit Twitch partner, so we're gonna party. There's gonna be noisemakers. I'll try not to blow them when it's too late, though. Good night, everybody. See you next time. Appreciate you guys. Hope you're enjoying the lore. I was thinking of ordering a cake, but I won't be able to share it with you guys. So maybe? I've been looking for an excuse to order my favorite cheesecake, so I might just do that. I'm afraid I can't share. I don't have enough for all of chat, so... I think I will, though. Good night, everybody. See you next time. Look forward to that. Bye.